Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hail strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot science from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Real strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
So what are you up to, little monster, huh? You've been a good kitty this week? You've been following me all around, and you have not attacked me, so you're a good kitty, okay? I think it's time for my show to start, so you want to say hello, little Milton? Here we go. Look at that face. Oh, he's a cutie. Good morning, everybody. Now let me go ahead and I'm going to check and see what my audio sounds like. All right, let's see. Good morning, everybody. Now, let me go ahead and I'm going to check. All right, that sounds really good. One of the things I like about my channel versus a lot of the others is that the microphone that I'm using is extremely old, and it's an old Shure 55S, and it does not pick up the background noise, the noisy air conditioner, the squeaky table, the Milton sounds, all the other things are pretty much impossible to hear. And even though I'm using very old audio gear, including a almost 30-year-old mixer, there's no interference, and I actually like it. And I watch a lot of live streams, and I have to admit that out of all of them, I do like listening to mine. Another person who is very good with his technical hardware is Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore. We know that he gives extra detail to his live streams, and he was the inspiration for me doing a live stream. As you know, one of the reasons I picked 8 o'clock as my start time was because his started at 9, and I figured if I could get an hour in before his on Saturday morning when I had time off, I would be able to talk to some of my friends online. Well, what started out as an hour turned into up to 12 hours, as you know. Now, we don't go 12 hours at this time of the year because we don't have rainy days. But anyway, let me see. I have also, I believe, fixed my chat. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to my chat window and see if I can bring up the chats. And YouTube did not, and I repeat, did not delete any of my chats. So although I tried to foil them by making a short video of the first chats that I had. So let me go ahead now. I'm going to advance just really quickly to make sure, and it seems like I'm seeing. Okay, so I guess there are no complaints about audio issues or other technical issues, so that's fine. And let me go and start off at the beginning. Yesterday, and let me see if the time is not coming up. Oh, well. Let's see. Okay, I can't. Oh, there it is. I see the time. It is 1:57 p.m. Right after I posted the link to the live stream, the feral grandma said hello, and a four-quarter has been deboned and gifted locally to a very tall retired man in my town named Mr. Witherspoon. Answers to spoon, though. In your honor, since you are a little beyond my reach. Well, that's very nice of you. I'm sure that you got one of the local wild ruminants and turned it into something better, which would be dinner. Delicious. Okay. And then Tom, Frugal Prepper, was here. And that was shortly after. That was looked like 1:45. That text is awfully small. So yes, Live at 8 with Rick. And the next one was one of our number one subscribers, Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. I'm here. All right, that's good. I was trying to watch Jonathan's video yesterday, but somehow he has accidentally put me on persona non grata status, so I can't comment. And it's easy to see because when I refresh the page, my comments disappear. So if you listen to this, Jonathan, please fix your chat as soon as possible. And I did mention, great to see the comments from the feral grandma, Tom and Jonathan already. And I did send him a message. And Juliet was the next one. Dang, I have to be at gym at 7:30 to around 11. I hope you're on when I get back. Well, we will see. Most likely I will be. But I guess you're busy taking care of your customers at the gym, and that's good. I'm sure they benefit greatly from your experience. You're a good example for especially people that are, close to retirement age or maybe a little up middle age so that they can see they don't have to become sick, they don't have to become obese, and they definitely don't have to be a duck waddling around and eating duck food. And the feral grandma says, we see a lot more of the Rick guy than we do of Milton. Well, I got news for you. Milton started off And just like he always does when I do a live stream, he ran away. Now, normally Milton will be around me. In fact, all week, he spent most of his time following me around, sitting next to me, trying to trip me. Typical Milton. But when I go online, I think Milton knows that I'm on the internet, and maybe he goes off into the corner with another device so he can laugh at me. I'm not sure exactly what Milton is doing, but Lady June is next saying good morning. And I said good morning. And let's see. Good morning. See you in an hour. Yes. Good morning, Rick from Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish. All looks like winter has started in northeastern part. Yes, the entire United States is in winter except for us. We are the exception. It was 85 degrees yesterday. They said it's going to be 86 or 87 today. Just the time when I'm trying to work on my truck, it's been extremely hot. It's like heat and humidity. So I think it's September, but my calendar says December. I think the calendar is wrong because it feels like September. 55 minutes yet. Oh, crumbs. Okay. And there we have Manix Gaming. We have some bow and arrows, ducks, and iguanas. Yes. Time to get the crossbow out and catch lunch or dinner. And Michael Seeley from Tampa Bay. Well, hello. I see you still have the lion logo there, and that's great. And again, still enjoying 3 weeks ago that we were at Hack Your Health and got to do a lot of interesting things, and that's good. If Rick has a million fans, then I'm one of them. If Rick has one fan, then I'm that one. If Rick has no fans, that means I'm dead. Well, that's a good way of putting it. I don't think it'll ever be down to 0 or 1 because there's always somebody out there that's crazy enough to like me. But I'm glad that you're here. And I see you've been in Mitch's live stream and several other live streams. So that's good. Good morning, Rick, and friends of mine. Well, retired Rick, good morning. I didn't catch your live on Wednesday because there was another live. I just can't keep up with all these live streams. But hopefully we can all kind of coordinate and not overlap each other. But I think a lot of times somebody will have an interview and then maybe the person they're interviewing can't do it at another time. I don't remember if it was Thomas's. I can't even remember who it was. All I know is that whenever I sit next to the computer, I turn it on, somebody's having a video or live, and I'm trying to keep up. And a lot of times I'm listening to other people's live streams when I'm working on something, especially when I'm here at the house, because I haven't had any paid work all week, which in a way was a good thing because I was starting to get sick, and I got over it in a couple of days. So that's good. It's like a benefit. And Sandy Blythe says, good morning all, and good morning from Miami, Florida. Glad that you are here. And I guess this is Mike Seeley Sr. in Melbourne. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from a foggy morning in Melbourne, Florida. Well, I hope you and Mitch are enjoying the day. I'm sure that it's a little bit cooler there than it is here, and that is great. Really foggy in North Florida as well. Yes. And like I said, I have a friend of mine that lives in North Florida in Calhoun County, and it's definitely different than it is here. I always tell people you have to go north in Florida to go south because what we have here is not Southern hospitality. It's third world mentality. All people are not bad here, but the culture here is pretty bad. I'm going to be at work. If you are still live when I get home, I will be there. Well, thank you, Thomas, for letting us know. And I hope that you are having a successful day at work and that you are well because it's no fun to get sick. Yes, good morning, I'm here. Well, I'm glad that you made it, retired Rick. And Lewis is also here, the fellow Catman. Good morning, Quackers. Well, good morning. And as you probably saw in the beginning, Milton was saying good morning to you as well. All right, here in Illinois, going to get to 37. Well, there you go. And all right, we have some good mornings. 35 in New York City. Uh-oh, Milton is meowing. Okay. Puppies are doing good in the cold. 58 and wet in Florida. Well, it hasn't rained here again since last week. I think I got rained on I don't remember what day it was, past week, Thursday. So I had to water my plants yesterday because they were dying. Okay, we're having a heat wave, 30 degrees. Well, maybe you're in Australia or something. I don't remember. Good Saturday morning, Rick, Milton, and everyone. And Milton has actually returned. Hey, Milton. My supervisor. Milton. Can't go anywhere without my feline supervisor waiting to do something. All right. That's what I said. Yeah, that's good. 31 degrees here in Pennsylvania. Well, there you go. You people in the northern states, you get your best weather when the days are longest and your worst weather when its days are shortest. Here, we're supposed to get our best weather when the days are shortest, but we're still getting summer weather and the days are short. By 5:30, it's already dark, which I don't like. But I go to bed at 10:30. I wake up at 6:30, somewhere around there. Although last night I woke up several times thanks to my little Milton constantly making funny noises at night and wanting to go to the window. Must be another cat out there. I'm not sure. But I'm sure eventually, after he has 2 little pieces removed, he will be a much nicer kitty. All right, so let's see. Yeah, it looks like Gary is here with a cat head. There we are. So you must have seen little Milton and Josephine Cowley. Hello, Quackers. Howdy, Quackers. Well, howdy from Rick. And they're talking about when they saw Milton. Sandy saw Milton. There we go. Wait until next week. We will be wishing for 30s. Well, there you are. And John Beatty. Good morning, Rick. Good morning. Haven't seen you in a bit. I guess you've been really busy. Gary No Slow and Josephine. Well, there we go. Not too bad tonight. Good morning, Sandy. Ryan Dish. Supposed to be 54 next Saturday. Yes. Howdy, retired Rick. All right. Well, the comments. I'm catching up. We got snow and sleet for tomorrow. Ew. All right, we got some hellos here. And Bride's Biscuit. Good morning, Rick. What's up, family? Good morning. Keep going. I like the deer there. I guess the deer is eating, I don't know if that's corn or what it is, but on its way to the kitchen. Hi, Rick and Quackers. Well, hello, Super Tune. And, I was thinking about you. Hopefully in the next day or two, I'll have that old engine out of my truck and I'll go through the process of getting the other one ready. They might have changed that, then it changes daily. Okay. Chuck from Clearwater, Florida. There you go. Audio sounds fine. Well, that's great. See, no problems. And Paul is here. Hey, fella. Hello. Saw you on Monday. It's always good to see our regulars come in. And how many people do we have? Oh, wow. We have, it looks like 26. Wait a minute. 27. So our viewer numbers are increasing. Not bad for a channel that doesn't even have 4,000. I mean, if you think about it, you look at like Mitch's channel, he may get 100 and something, but he's got, 30, 40,000 subscribers? And me, less than 4,000. I've already got 27 people watching my live. Well, that's great. I've been pure 100% carnivore since Thanksgiving and down 3 pounds. Well, there you go. You see, if you stick with it, normally you're going to get a result. And of course, you can have some things that are not carnivore, as you said, but haven't cut my coffee yet. Ugh, love my coffee. Well, if you love your coffee, keep on drinking it. There are a lot of people in this space that drink coffee and they're fine. Me, I can't stand this stuff. I find it disgusting. So if you're on the Rick Carnivore group, you will have ice water, especially if you live in a hot, miserable place like Miami. So ice is always a good thing. Get that extra crunch going, too. Here's alive, there's alive. Everyone has alive, yes. Everybody has alive. My problem is there's simply too many of them. And when it comes to lives, Mitch used to go every day. I think Mitch is happier skipping a morning. You see how nice Mitch has been lately? I think he was driving himself into the ground. When he first started recovering from his stroke, it was like 1 day a week, then 2 days, 3 days. He was super happy. When he started doing it every day, he went into breakdown mode. So, and besides, we have others that do it every day. And here's one of them. It's Erin. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Every day, Erin has a live. She tells stories. And that's probably one of the ultimate unedited and unformatted lives, sort of like mine. But I don't know. I think mine is a little bit more calm. Hers definitely has its excitement. When you have that many kids and you live in the country, it's going to be quite exciting. Around here, the only wildlife I have to deal with is the little black menace. And as you can see, oh yeah, look at that black menace. Hello, Milton. Little Milton is definitely relaxed, so that's a good thing. And we have some hellos to Aaron. Very nice. The great thing about this, and Lewis says meow, yes, you've seen Little Milton from the last one. Everyone got flu, and everybody I know either has or had the flu. So now I'm the only one that seems to have gotten over it in less than 3 days. Normally the flu is a 3-day event for me, but one of my friends has had to be hospitalized, and he's had several medications, and he's still struggling, but he lost his voice. It is terrible. These flus affect everyone differently. Actually, one of my commenters had mentioned something that I've said many times. When I get the flu early, it's like the free version of the flu vaccine. So instead of having to go and get a chemically concocted flu vaccine, my body makes its own flu vaccine. I get the flu, and thanks to my chronic sinus condition, which I do believe is a blessing in disguise, it makes me sniffle and do these things. But as soon as I get sick, it hits right here, right in the nose where the virus comes in. I got a little sore. I got the sinus headache. I started sneezing like crazy and sniffling and blowing my nose. It's a storm of inflammation, and it just knocks out that flu. So I never have to worry about getting the respiratory part of it. So even though it may be slightly annoying to some people, I hate to say it, but I think that the sinus issues I deal with have been protective. I live in a house full of mold and mildew. I have never gotten seriously sick, and I do believe that it's, there's a reason why we have these issues. And I don't think that we were made this way just to torture us. All right. Good morning, Aaron Butterwoman. And Jonathan has returned, and I'm glad to have you here. Like I said, tried to comment in your live stream last time, but as usual, I couldn't. So if you can fix that, that's up to you. Aaron, did you rattle a chain outside? Okay, yes. Hello, Jonathan. Good morning. Josephine, Sandy, Brian, and retired Rick. Excellent. And Bill Cook. Yep. We got the hand waving there. It was too cold, Brian. Seems like the visit was at 3 in the morning. Lady June, good afternoon, everyone. Well, it may be afternoon there, and it's morning here. I finally figured out the chat problem. I have to pause Rick so I can chat. So weird. Well, that's interesting. I guess, I don't know what's going on. I have 74 subscriptions. Are you posting videos now? I don't even think I'm subscribed to your channel. I'll have to check it out. No lives yet. Yet is definitely the word. Mitch has been great. Yes. And you notice that some of the people that left Mitch's live stream have returned. The thing is, most people, they want to be relaxed. Nobody wants to be scolded or told that they need to do something. You have the choice of going to any live stream you want. You can choose to watch it, or you can choose to go to another one, or you can just turn the computer off and go outside. So why would anybody want to be scolded and lectured? And Mitch understands that, and I think he's decided, instead of pushing himself, because again, as you know, you can use my experience, you're not going to get rich on YouTube. The little bit of money you make is nothing. You're better off, and Mitch does work. In fact, he said he was fixing someone's website, and I'm sure he does all kinds of IT work. That's one of the good things. Even if you're old, you're like 80-something. Well, he's not 80 yet, but he's late 70s. And your mind still works, you can still do IT work. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't require any extreme physical exertion. It's more of experience and the ability to solve problems, which obviously he has. And hopefully he will continue to keep that attitude. And I really do appreciate the change. And we're going to talk a little bit about Mitch's timing and live streams and all that, because I know nobody really talks about my live stream that much, although they do occasionally. But I do like to talk about the ones that I watch. And if you see me always there. I don't comment as much as I used to, and I'll explain why. But something to think about. Good to have a happy Mitch, yes. And the thing is, at his age, he's not going to be around 50 more years. I mean, he'll be lucky if he gets, I get 30 years, I don't know, 20. I tell everybody that I don't have that much time left. I may have 30, 40 years max before I kick the bucket. 30 years from now, that would make me 87. Right? Yeah. And then 40 years, 97. I think I'll kick the bucket by then. I figure around 94, 95, I'll be gone. And that'll be it. So, and if you think back, what was I doing 30 years ago? Well, 30 years ago was, what was it? 1995? 40 years ago, 85? 40 years ago, I was in college. It goes to show your life's not that long. Now, thank goodness, I haven't had major health issues other than the occasional flu and the occasional cat attack, which I seem to have almost healed from. I mean, the scar that I have is, the discoloration's almost gone. I figure by next week, the cat disaster will be just a memory. Now, here's a good question from Brian. Does anyone know how Meathead Kurt is doing? And that's a very good question. Now, I do have his phone number, but I sent him a couple of emails in the last month. He did respond to one, but he didn't respond to the other. I figured he probably wanted to take some time off. I may try to call him again. I don't really like to bother people when they're kind of taking a break. He probably just needed to take a break from the whole internet thing. I don't know, but I wonder. But we were always pretty close, so hopefully he'll either contact me or I'll just take time out and contact him. I mean, it is holiday season. I'll definitely check and see how he's doing, and I hope that he is doing well. I mean, everyone has their personal issues. I mean, in my case, I usually, I just tell you all the problems I have because they're not caused by anyone's relationship. It's just mechanical issues and broken down house and county problems and all that. But that's about it. But I'll keep you informed if he releases any information. I've noticed Mitch is way better now, just like when I first started watching him. I may join in there again someday. Yes, I think definitely he's gone back to the old Mitch, and we appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Just got done with morning walk. Well, that's great. That's great. And again, I don't know why YouTube changed all these names, but oh well. We'll get used to it, right? He's greatly missed. Oh, great Butterball video. I didn't see that. Okay. Chad, Rick, Aaron. Yeah. We're saying hello here. That's great. 100% sure. I joined Rick. He had like 984. Yeah, that's right. And not that long ago, I only had a couple hundred. So, yeah. I'm glad that more and more people, and I get a regular stream of subscribers. I've been averaging about 2 per day, and that's not bad. Now, of course, at that rate, it'll probably take another year to reach 4,000. But I think what's really going to boost my channel is when I start doing the edited videos, and at least one of them will probably go viral, like the first interview that I did back in 2022 and had hundreds of thousands of views. It was my mistake. I didn't save it. Maybe one day somebody who saved it will send it to me, and I'll post it on my channel just like I did with the other video somebody had saved and posted on my channel. Now, it's only gotten a few hundred views, but it kind of shows where I came from and how this started. My first YouTube cycle was all based on scams and energy and stuff like that. And the second one is based on carnivore. It's a carnivore community that brought me back from the YouTube abandonment, basically. So we got some hellos here. That's great. I went to school with the Bill. Oh, there we go. That's just in 2 years. Okay, let me get caught up here. To support OGC and buy a WeVac on Amazon. And I guess they are not available. Huh. Well, maybe they, yeah, he used to promote those, but maybe they don't sell them anymore. That's interesting. Many molds found in home are often harmless. Yeah, I believe that too. And we have mold and stuff outside. Who knows? No one knows how much time they have left. Yeah, exactly. You could become an alcoholic tomorrow, live another 40 years. I doubt that. I could live another 40 years, but alcoholic, no, I can't stand the stuff. I'm thankful for another day waking up. Yeah, right? Still hope he is. Yes, I hope so too. I always thought that we were kind of brothers in this carnivore space. So I'll find the right time and I'll try to maybe see what's going on. I don't like to bother people when they are not in a social mood because all it does is make people mad. We can look down at the grass. It's a great day. Well, that is true. I plan to lay off coffee. Okay, January 1st, see my tonight's. Okay, that's an idea. Probably won't make any difference, but, you know, a lot of prominent people love coffee. And again, one of them is Mitch. Morning coffee with Mitch. There's no morning coffee with Rick. It's morning ice water. So I just call it Live at 8 with Rick. That's all. Let's see. Yeah. Failed. Love my coffee. Well, there you go. And if you live in one of those cold climates, which is impossible here, the hot drink may help you. Although some people, they take bone broth, but not everybody likes that taste. Most people love coffee. In fact, I would say at least 70% of people that I know love coffee. My mom loved coffee. That was one of the things she looked forward to in the morning. Even though she was drinking that crappy decaf with non-dairy creamer, I fixed her coffee. I started grinding the coffee for my mom, and I grew some of it, and I put real cream in it. And my mom did admit, for someone that hates coffee, you sure know how to make coffee. Like, absolutely. I do things the best way possible. Okay. Love my coffee. Well, what isn't good in coffee? What is good coffee? That's true. And we have a hello to Jonathan. Do you guys think there is protective molds? There could be. I mean, think about it. There are cheeses that are fermented and they have molds growing on them and they protect the cheese from rotting. Also, penicillin is antibacterial. So there are certain molds that, in my opinion, can destroy bacteria. So sure, I think the biggest problem is the materials that homes are made out of. The mold that you find on natural wood, which is basically what I have here, isn't as bad as something you might find on drywall or on some of these synthetic plastics and paints. Mold can grow on certain plastics, and those molds are really, really nasty. I had an old telephone one time that had the old soft plastic case. It had a mold on it, and when I touched it, my fingers started to itch. I breathed some of it in. I started sneezing uncontrollably. It was the worst mold I've ever dealt with. So I think there are different types. Ah, Lewis, okay. Ah, Carniversary, 1/1/26. A lot of people started at the beginning of the year. I think also Thomas started at the beginning of the year. And I believe on New Year's, he's going to have Jen Mann, Carrie's wife, with him in a live stream. That'll be nice. And she did the first live stream I've ever seen. I believe it was this week. So now who was she with? That's what I don't remember now. Again, I can't keep track of the live streams. I'm going to have to start making notes about it. Bone broth is yummy. Yes, a lot of people like it. Some people don't. All right. I love homemade bone broth. Well, there you go. Fermented cacao drink is best too. It has tangy flavor. Well, there's a lot of oxalates in cacao, but the fermentation may take that down. Plus, when you heat it up, I think it takes a lot of it out. Bride's biscuit, homemade bone broth is like a big hug. Well, there you go. Bacteria probably are dead if you heat them. Yes, although the toxins that some produce are not destroyed by heat. such as botulism. Ivy Smoothie, howdy. Bill, yes. Dr. Nelson, is he here? Okay, Dr. Nelson must have been the one that interviewed Jen Man. That must be it. That's right. Okay, that's good. See, my viewers are more aware of things than I am. Well, anyway, I've caught up with the comments. Oh, okay. I thought I did. My friend leaves cheese on his table, has mold all over it. He cuts the mold off and eats the cheese. He wanted me to try some. No way. He is 85 years old and outworks me daily. Yes. Dr. Uncle Fester. Yes. And Lurch. You rang. Okay. Good morning, Rick and Milton and the Saturday Quack team. Well, good morning. And Milton also will say, oh, Milton. There's Milton. Milton. Milton is asleep on the job. You know that Bart K has his yellow teddy bear that twiddles the knobs. Well, I have Milton that basically sleeps. So I think that's better because, you know, I don't do no knob twiddling. I mean, there's knobs over here. As you can see, there are knobs. There is also a LED VU meter. So this is the primitive thing that I use. This is the mute in case I want to turn the microphone. And when I turn it back on, it's right there. So that's it. You have to realize that this is probably the most primitive, and I've knocked my thing out of focus. Okay, we'll do this. Oh, well. Ah, this stupid thing. Oh, well. Good morning, Rick and Milton, the Saturday Quack team. And, yes, Jen Man, there you go. Thumbs up for Milton. All right. I have a feral kitten on my channel. Well, there seems to be cats everywhere. That's the one animal that we'll never run out of. And I noticed that a lot of carnivores, they love cats. And it is kind of funny because if you think about it, we all eat the same thing. Why not have a pet that eats the same thing that you do? When you have a pet duck, then the duck eats duck food. And if you don't eat duck food, well, that's not going to be so good. But a pet cat eats exactly what you do. Let's see if I can get this crazy thing to focus. I don't know why webcam likes to do that. It's just very frustrating. I may have to turn it off and turn it back on again. Let me see here. All right, let me just change it. Okay. And then we will do this. And there we go. Somewhat better. Of course, I'm not a pretty boy. I ain't no Dr. Chafee, that's for sure. So no one's going to look at me and go, oh, wow, you know. All the women, they watch his channel and they go crazy. Probably some of the guys too, but he's not my type. Dr. Chafee, he's okay, but not my type. I prefer blondes myself. Okay, anyway, let's go back over here to the comments. And let's see. Ah, there we go. All right. So, 14 inches of snow on the ground. Going to get several more tonight. Well, I hope you don't have a big driveway you have to shovel. My buddy that lives in Minnesota, about 20-something years ago, I talked him into buying a bobcat, a used bobcat, and he's been using that every year. It's the easiest way of getting that driveway free of snow. Thank you, Rick. Oh, I lost the comment. Where'd the comment go? There it is. I so needed that funny. All right. Have you picked up that adorable ketosis yet? Okay. Pet ketosis all the time. So you called your cat ketosis? Headed off to work, so we'll be listening. Well, thank you for being here, and I will keep talking. The Superman hair looks great on you, Rick. Superman hair. Okay, well, It's just lard. No, actually, it's beef tallow. I have beef tallow, and I use a comb. That's all. And no, I don't color my hair. I tell people, they say, "Oh, what do you put on your hair?" I said, "Beef tallow." What is that? You know that leftover fat when you're cooking a hamburger? You pour it through a strainer and you put it in the refrigerator. It gets hard and you rub it on your head. Oh, that's disgusting. Well, it may be disgusting, but show me another 57-year-old that has hair that looks like this. And if you look at some of my old pictures when I'm a kid, you'll see that my hair pattern is pretty much the same. Never lost any hair. I had a little bit more in the front when I was younger, and that's gone away, but that went away by my 20s. So it might have been just some genetic thing, but it's still the same hairline. And I don't have any alopecia from combing my hair. See, it's pretty good. Not a bad setup. Put my brother on my YouTube. Ah, he was imitating Mitch. I also sent it to Mitch a while back and he loved it. Well, I'm going to have to check out your channel. I had no idea you were posting videos. So we'll look at that. In fact, I can do it right now. I think I could click go to channel, but in this pop out, it doesn't show. But anyway, whenever I tell people I'm carnivore and why I look like this, they say, no thanks. Trying to be funny. I live on a private lane with a long driveway. I have to plow and shovel all of it. Well, I hope that you have a tractor or skid steer because doing it by hand doesn't make any sense. So if you got a little extra money, go invest in some kind of machine like a lawn tractor, or if you don't have a county that's always after you like me, get yourself a Bobcat. You won't regret it. It's the best thing for working in your yard. You can use it for moving dirt, digging trenches, drilling holes, or plucking the engine out of your truck. It's the best. My brother's not carnivore, but I'll keep working on him. Well, that's a good thing. And Larry Ryan, good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. And how many people do we have so far? Well, let me go over here and let me go back over here. There we are. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the comments. There they are. All right. So it looks like we've caught up with the comments yet again. Now, what has been going on during the week? Well, on my end, as you probably know, by Tuesday, I was starting to feel kind of sick. I was coming down with a cold or flu, and I had very little energy. I was falling asleep during the day. I started sneezing like crazy. And then eventually I was just feeling pretty lousy. And then one day, I forget what day it was, might have been Wednesday, I went for a bike ride and I explained, I put down in my video, Rick is sick. And I had a lot of nice comments about, getting well or whatever. The funny thing is, by Thursday, I was feeling a lot better. And by Friday or yesterday, I felt almost 100%. Today, I feel really good. So it goes to show that, yes, even carnivores get sick. Everybody gets sick. It's just part of living in a world full of bacteria and viruses. But on the other hand, I'm still here. I haven't kicked the bucket yet. So that's okay. But anyway, I really appreciate the nice comments that I got, a couple of nice emails. And this is the reason why I do these live streams, because there are just so many good people out there that are trying to make contact, and that's what this is for. It's not for marketing. I don't sell anything. It's not for trying to get, whatever, but that's fine. Okay. And he says, I have a 2-stage snowblower. Well, there you go. And a snowblower that connects to the front of the tractor. My friend in Minnesota also had a snowblower, but he had the kind with the auger in it. And there's neighbors' kids used to play with baseball and softball. And one time a softball got in there, and I don't know what it did, but it stripped the gearbox. And then he had trying to get, it's just terrible. But anyway, okay. Uh-oh. I hope semi-retired Bob is doing better after his fall shoveling snow. You know, I have not gotten any notifications from semi-retired Bob. I haven't seen any of his videos. I don't know what YouTube is doing. YouTube hasn't even been sending me recommendations for Dr. Kiltz or for who else? Let me think. Dr. Kiltz, somebody else I wasn't getting notifications from. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, well. But I haven't been getting, I've had to, oh, Mitch. They were not sending me notifications for Mitch. So when I go in the morning and I look at my YouTube videos, I have to go, okay, Old Guy Carnivore. I go to the list, click it, and then go to live. I had to do the same thing. And also, I wasn't getting, I don't think Carrie had one this week, but I didn't get any of Carrie's videos. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They may be not promoting the carnivore channels anymore, but I found that really interesting because I have no idea why I'm just not seeing them anymore. These are people I watch every day. I don't know if YouTube's trying to get me to watch other channels, but I'm not getting a lot of the carnivore content. I was a bobcat operator at work. I wonder what kind of work you were doing. Were you working like at a factory or doing landscaping or construction or whatever? Those are probably the easiest to use machines, but they can be very difficult on some people. I have friends that have had to quit doing that because of their back, especially on the track machines. They can be really rough. So that's okay. And he's saying that Bob went down pretty hard. Well, I got to look that up. I did not know. I really hope that, Bob's pretty tough. I don't think he was seriously hurt, but I'm sure that he was very frustrated. I thought he was going to be out in the Texas desert by now, but that's okay. Have you ever even thought about fasting, Rick? Curious? The only time that I'm fasting is when I'm starving, and that is not a pleasant experience. If I don't eat regularly, I start to nap. I start falling asleep, and I lose my motivation. So if I don't get to eat at least a couple times a day, I get really lazy, and that's not good. It's interesting that the more that I eat, the more I seem to want to do things. If I eat a delicious steak, I try not to eat a steak late at night because when I do that, I have trouble sleeping. I want to get up and do stuff. I want to go and be productive. So usually later on in the day, I'll try to have the pork or chicken, or if I have beef, I'll have ground beef and cheese and yogurt. And when I eat the beef with the cheese, it kind of calms down that whole energetic thing. So that's pretty good. It's usually cold time. People get sick. Well, that's because people spend a lot of time indoors. Here in Miami, we get sick in the summertime because people spend a lot of time indoors and it's really hot. And also, they're not getting enough vitamin D because they don't go outside. You notice when I got sick, what was the first thing that I did? As soon as I felt like it, I got on my bicycle and I went for a ride. I rode to Winn-Dixie. I rode to Aldi. And I also ate sauerkraut along with my pork and chicken. And I had some liver. And that always works for me. When I was a kid, you know what they used to tell me? Have a vitamin C, have a vitamin C. And you know what happened with vitamin C? It would make my sore throat worse. And I couldn't figure it out. It's like, why is it when I take a vitamin C, I feel worse? Well, once I looked at the ingredients in vitamin C, they had something called turbinado sugar. I'm thinking, why do they put sugar in vitamin C? And I figured out a long time ago when I was in high school that sugar makes my sore throat worse, much worse. And speaking of that, when I was sick, one of my friends gave me this. Ricola. Every time they get sick, they use these things. Now, my mom used to call these cough drops. I don't know why they're called a drop, cough drop. And when I would take these as a kid, I would get sicker. Well, what's in a cough drop? You got peppermint and other spices, sure. But what's the main ingredient they put in here? Good old sugar. So it's basically mint candy. So how can this make you feel better? It doesn't. On the other hand, a delicious steak, and I'll tell you, a raw steak. Now, I know I'm going to discuss some people, but when you start to get that sore throat or you get that sort of like your breathing isn't good, have a raw steak. It works every time. It's pretty awesome. But my remedies are totally different. And again, every time I get sick, people give me vitamin C and they give me the cough drops and the stuff and the cough syrup. Like, nope, nope, nope. And I cough less than anybody. I hardly cough at all unless I'm having an allergy attack. Usually from being around somebody smoking a cigarette, that will make me cough a lot. But when I get sick, it's usually nose, headache, that's it. So I think in a way it's a blessing in disguise. Sounds like Bob fell over like a snowman. Okay. Last I heard, Bob was on a heating pad on the couch. He's a really nice guy. Yes, he is. And Bob is one of the carnivores that mentions me a lot. So I think all the people that mention me are the good people because they realize that I'm not the bad guy. I think my notifications are off unless okay. I try, but can't get a laugh out of Bob. Oh, you will. I think you're funny and crazy. Well, there you go. Sleep is because your body's fixing something inside. That might be what it is. Could be. Bob won't budge. Now, I have a Bob here, but it's not a person. It's a machine. Switch all my notifications and the settings. Okay, you might want to check that. Good morning, by the way. Well, Lamps, good morning. Glad that you're here. I was a steel worker, also operated a crane, called my jack, could drive over top and pick up 30,000 pounds of steel. Oh, there you go. So you were working in a factory setting. That makes sense. Usually the Bobcats they have those solid tires. So that's going to be an extremely rough ride. And if you have back issues, it's going to tear you up pretty good. A lot of the new skid steers now have an air seat like they have in a forklift that helps. And they put them in excavators too, but some of them still don't have it. And hello, there we go. Saying hello to them. And hello back. And Steadfast for 20-426. Good morning, Rick. Good morning. Glad to have you back. I see, looks like your name changed. I added a third meal difference maker. Feel fantastic. There you go. See? Now, as you know, Rick, the long-term carnivore, eats 3 meals a day. Works great for me. I've never been obese. Now, if you're a person who struggles with weight, maybe fewer meals is better. Some people promote 1 meal a day, fasting, blah, blah, blah. That's fine for some people. And I think for people that are metabolically damaged, they have a tendency to gain weight, they're not healthy, I think that the 1 meal a day is a great idea. But for people like me that are active, for people that are otherwise healthy, in order to get all the food that you need in 1 meal, if let's say, all right, I was eating 4 to 6 pounds of meat a day when I had plenty of meat. Can you imagine 6 pounds of meat in 1 meal? 4 pounds is my comfortable limit. After that, I feel terrible. And I'll keep eating meat because I have zero self-control until I can't swallow. And then I feel like throwing up. And then sometimes it's so bad, I have a hard time breathing. So I have to throw up part of it just to be able to breathe. It's not a pleasant experience. But it's much better to eat 3 meals a day, have some eggs and meat for breakfast, some meat for lunch, some meat for dinner, along with yogurt and cheese, and maybe some sauerkraut. And I don't have a problem. I can eat. I can go right back to work. So if I was to stuff myself with 1 meal, how in the world am I going to go to work? The only way I could do that is if I ate the meal really late. So let's say that I was eating 1 meal a day. I waited until after I got home from work, and then around 6 or 7 o'clock, I cooked and ate the meal. Then I'd have to wait a few hours until it went down enough where I could fall asleep without it coming back up. So it's really good. But anyway, third, that's good. I'm glad the 3 meals a day is working for you. And again, I know all the influencers say 1 meal a day fasting, but for me, works fine, 3 meals a day. About to go eat my leftover pork chops with eggs. Well, there's never any leftovers here. Now, Winn-Dixie has a sale right now for 99 cents a pound. They have the pork butt. I think that's a very good deal. It's a limit of one per day. The problem is it's supposed to be 3 days. It'll be gone by today. So after I finish my live stream, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to hop on that bicycle and I'm going to ride over there to Winn-Dixie and I'm going to grab myself another one of those porks. And I may go back for a second trip and get another one because it's one per transaction, but you can always make multiple transactions. The computer doesn't know the difference. I've never eaten raw steak or burger. Not sure I could. I wouldn't eat raw ground beef. It's too risky. Any bacteria on the surface are going to be mixed in. But a raw steak, I don't think it's that bad. I've eaten several of them. I enjoy it. It's actually very tasty to me. But then again, my mom said I was like a cat. I've never been sick from it. The great thing about meat, you know when it goes bad. You can smell it. You can taste it. The meat gets slimy. The meat smells raw. You don't want to do that. Now, I've eaten meats that were off, but I cooked them. And generally, I boil any meat that is a little bit off. Let's say I picked it out of the dumpster at Presidente or at Aldi, and it was a day off, and you open it up. It's a little slimy, but it doesn't smell rotten. I immediately take that home. I put it in water, and I give the meat an underwater massage, and then I transfer it over to a pot with water in it, turn on the heat, and let it boil. And that's what I do. I boil it slowly. It's just basically simmering in water. And I've eaten meat like that many times over the decades, and I've never been sick. Okay. Feeling better today? You were feeling down? There you go. Cough drops are always in my Christmas stocking. They're definitely yeah, they're candy. I don't see the point of them. Is eggs complete food already, especially if you're I would think so. I mean, an egg produces a whole bird. So if you were a bird and you needed a whole food, nothing like eggs. Same thing with iguana eggs. It produces a whole iguana. Yeah, I'd rather take a shot of liquor. That's an effective cough remedy. If you do get to the point where you're coughing, they used to put alcohol in a lot of those cough syrups. Good morning, Sandy. Last time I was sick, I took horse ivermectin, dose for my weight, and it healed me right up. Well, there you go. That's an inexpensive antiviral if you have access to it. It's a good point. Shifting to kitchen to make my wife breakfast. Oh, there you go. All right. Yep. I can't even eat 1 pound of meat in one sitting. How can you do that? Well, if you've ever seen me on my live streams eating meat, it's no problem. If you've ever been, well, if you're one of the few people that went to Hack Your Health and you saw me at the Tarragacha Steakhouse, you saw how much meat I ate, you know that I can eat a lot. And Mike Seeley, who's also here, is another monster eater. Some of us can do it. Some of us can't. And the thing is, if you can't eat a lot of meat in one sitting, multiple meals makes sense because, maybe your stomach is just not used to eating that much food. And why would you want to stretch your stomach anyway? If it's already complaining about when you eat too much food, that might be an advantage. Jägermeister. That was real popular for a while. I don't know if they still make that alcohol anymore. Used to have blackberry brandy for that. She didn't drink alcohol and refused to purchase it herself. She kept the bottle in her linen closet. Well, there's for medicinal use, as they would say. All right. I could easily eat a pack of bacon once. Yes, I could. And when I had bacon, I haven't bought any. I had some that was given to me. But, it's definitely nice when you have it. I always eat a pound of meat. Yeah, meat lover. There you go. Floridian and a meat lover. Now Jaeger tastes like old medicated throat tissue. Yeah, right. My mom is addicted to yogurt homemade. I eat yogurt every day too. I wonder if there are bad effects consuming it. Well, if there are bad effects, I don't know, because it was friends of our family who both lived into their 90s who showed my dad how to make it. They were Greek, and that was like one of the things that they did. They used cow's milk and goat's milk, and they made yogurt every day, and they both lived, I think she lived to 98. He lived to like 95 or something like that, and they were relatively healthy. Sure, they were old, but they were healthy. Some of these people were still driving in their 90s. Let's see. I'm 6'2", 195 pounds, ripped to the bone. I need the food or nutrition. Yeah, exactly. Now, I haven't seen what you look like, but I believe it. I'm not ripped like a fitness model, but I am thin and I don't have a lot of body fat. I'm about 15% body fat. And that's within the healthy range. But if I don't eat, my motivation goes gone. I know some people when they eat, it's the other way around. They become lazy. Well, that's because they're eating duck food. And when you eat duck food, you start waddling and quacking. That's it. Stick with what works. That's what I say. Guess I need to try a raw piece. Yeah, try a raw piece of steak. Either you like it or you don't. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Cook it up or give it to the cat. So get a raw steak, start eating it. If you don't like it, cook it. No big deal. What attracts you to dumpster? The smell? No. What attracts me to the dumpster is the fact that I'm half broke most of the time, thanks to the extremely high taxes you have to pay to live in Miami and the lack of good paying work. So I go to the dumpster. I look for something delicious. I don't like the smell. But if you find a bag and you know what day to go there, then you can get yourself some meat. And that's a good thing. I used to go, they have a giveaway over there by the church. But in the last few months, so many people go there. There was probably 200 cars lined up on the way to the church. And it just got to the point where it took so long, it wasn't worth it. So I don't even bother to go there anymore. My friend lives nearby, so he gets some, but it's just crazy. North Dakota Carnivore. Good morning. Good morning to see you here. Awesome. I can't find cod liver oil in my place. I hate it. It's funny. I used to love cod liver oil as a kid. It came in a metal can. It looked like brake fluid. I can't imagine Rick squatting on the rim of a dumpster. I just reach in. I'm super tall. Tim is here. Morning, Rick. Good morning, lovely folks. Well, good morning. Glad you're here. And I'm here to show everyone that I recovered from the flu, and I'm feeling good. I seen your breakfast hack. That was a light breakfast. That's what I call a light breakfast. A few sausages, I think 4 boiled eggs, some of that scrambled eggs, and bacon. Probably, I don't know, 1/4 pound of bacon or whatever. And I did eat a little more after that, too. So I'm a really big eater. I have to admit it. I really do. I stopped bacon, and now I wonder if I need to supplement B1. Well, that's a good point. Now, I do eat pork on a regular basis, so that's good. And Tim says great stats. And speaking of great stats, if you haven't watched his channel, check it out. He's not a carnivore, but he knows a lot about nutrition and seems to do really well with his workouts. He does workouts both at home and in the gym. There's no excuse why a normal person shouldn't exercise. Now, if you're like me and you hate working out, you won't do it. I hate gyms. I'm not saying that I wouldn't work out. I'd have a home gym I'd work out, but to go to a gym and listen to the crap that they play there, and it just, the lighting and everything, it's just not an inspiring kind of place. I would have to have one that'd be like a 1950s gym. That's what I would do. Okay, so let's see. I'm a gym rat. Love my weight pile. Well, that is correct. Michael Pregler, that is very correct. Even Mitch mentions that. I always thought if you eat raw meat, it would give you worms. Maybe that's why you're skinny, you got worms. Well, if I would have had worms, I think it would have been evident by now. But no, generally, cattle, if you're eating raw pork, yes, that is possible, especially the wild ones. But the cattle, the livestock that we have are raised in controlled conditions. They're given medicines. They're medicated probably like crazy, so you're not going to get parasites from them. But again, depends on the person. You have people like Dr. Kiltz that regularly eat raw meat, and he seems to be fine. There are several other people in the carnivore space that eat raw meat. But I don't do it that often. I do it once in a while. And my cat eats raw meat all the time. I'm eating yogurt, whey protein, blueberries, walnuts, and toasted cinnamon honeycrisp apple with lion's mane mushroom and coffee. See, not carnivore. But It's working for you. I mean, you're early 40s and you look fantastic. So, as they say, if it works, keep doing it. And the good thing about you, you don't eat junk food. So, that's a good thing. There we go. Let's see. Retire belly laugh here. There we are. Who here has actually eaten cod liver? Yes, I have many times. Is it good? I love it, but not every person does. The problem is they're hard to get and they're now expensive. They used to be cheap when I was a kid. They came in that oval can that had the little key that you had to turn to open the can. I remember that as a kid. I used to love those things. It was really it was a treat for me. I always loved cod liver. When my parents gave me cod liver oil in the morning, I always looked forward to it. My mother would go, "Ugh." And my dad is like, I don't know how he can eat this stuff. Well, I love that stuff. Odd Fitness, do you consume banana? And I believe he does. Sounds like a dessert cheat. Yeah, right? Okay. Thanks for the push, Rick. Hey, no problemo. I don't mess with cod liver oil, but I do eat 2 cans of sardines every day. I used to eat sardines regularly. They just got a little too expensive, so I don't eat them as much as I used to. But I did have 2 cans of sardines, I think Wednesday night, because they helped me get better. Almost. There you go. That's the dessert. I don't know about cod liver, but I just bought some calf liver. Going to have it in a few days. Well, that's good. Not everybody likes liver, but some people do. Sardines is very satiating. Yeah, well, not for me. I could eat can after can. I did a sardine challenge one time with my friends, and I think I ate 20 cans of sardines before I got full. And they were like totally disgusted. How can you eat 20 cans of sardines? I just kept opening the cans, dumping them in a dish, kept shoveling them in. So I love seafood. I lived in Key Largo for a while, and I had so much seafood. I felt best on my carnivore diet when I had beef and seafood. I know a lot of people, they talk about lion diet. Oh, lion diet. Nonsense. Seafood diet, or what Carnivore Kip used to call sea lion diet. It's a shame that he couldn't stay with it, but it was good, and I do love seafood. Crabs, shrimp. Oh, you get me near the ocean, and you got all that seafood coming in, watch out. I love that stuff, and I can eat seafood boiled, steamed, deep fried, baked. I don't care. I don't care how you cook it. Now, I'm afraid of the parasites in seafood, so I don't eat raw seafood ever. But cooked seafood, love it. There's nothing like fish, shrimp, crab. Oh. Now, iguana is sort of like between fish and crab. Oh, and lobster. Oh, the lobster. Seafood is delicious, I have to say. Guess I'm eating yogurt forever. I've been eating it my whole life. It hasn't killed me yet. I love calf liver, chicken. Chicken liver is a great choice for people that don't like liver because it is the mildest of the livers. You can simply boil it up in some water and eat it. That's what I do. Very, very tasty. Now, if you like a traditional dish, you might go for liver and onions. Yes, onions are plants, but if it helps you eat the liver, why not? In fact, I haven't seen liver on sale for a while. I used to get it for 69 cents a pound, and I ate tons of liver. But since 2021, I don't think I've had hardly any liver. It's a shame because I always enjoyed liver. Oh, Milton is waking up. Hey, Milton. You waking up? Milton. Okay. All right. Milton woke up just to change position. That's typical cat. All right. When I eat raw meat, I'm going to make a short of it. Good. That sounds great. If I ate sardines, I would put them on a plate on the floor and eat them with no hands. All right. Someone's trying to be funny. I believe raw meat is good for humans. Well, there you go. And I believe you are correct. As long as the meat is safe, why not? Let's see. Me too, Sandy. Yes, I know you eat bananas. If you lived in Florida, I'd give you the best bananas. They're all organically raised and fresh picked. There is no migrant labor being used to produce these bananas. I deliver them to my friends for free off of my bicycle. You may have seen a couple of my videos where I was delivering delicious bananas to my friends off the bike. 50 cans of sardines versus the incredible 6'6" Rick. 20-minute challenge of a lifetime. I may have to try that. I don't know. I swear why everyone hates sardines. I don't know either. Sardines are awesome. I love sardines. A lot of people just don't like fish. They say it smells bad. But I don't know. I love sardines. I've eaten sardines in my live stream. They're very, very tasty. Okay. Sardines, not a fan, but I did eat one can on a live once. They were okay. I'm just not a fan. Well, that's it. Fermented sardines is beast. Well, if you think fermented sardines are beast, they are, because they stink like crazy and I don't like them. I mean, I can eat them, but the smell, I mean, that makes strawberry poop gas look like perfume by comparison. Oh, here's some good news. Tim says, Rick, I was promoted to sous chef at my new work. Well, that's great. You know, this is a guy that I think, in my opinion, is just success in an individual, because he doesn't let the problems take him out. So that's good. And again, I think that you're a very good cook, because I've seen you blend up some of the things that you do. I'm a terrible cook. My idea of cooking is meat and heat, so it's very simple. Although I will make a nice steak. That's one thing that I am good at cooking. And a heart attack burger and a pacemaker pizza and all the other things that I know how to cook, I can do really well. But when it comes to plant material, the little bit of plant material that I do eat is never cooked. It's either going to be seasonal fruit or fermented vegetables. But I'm glad. So hopefully you get a little bit of a pay raise, and that's good, because I know for a while you're out of work. You're like me, you know, when you're out of work, don't have a lot of money. But now you're back in the game, and that's good. All right. And hi, Milton. Hey, Milton. Tim's saying hello. He's asleep, of course. And all this talk of sardines and Milton came back to life. Well, that could be. But Milton does not like sardines. That's the funny thing. I had someone send me some sardines. I offered them to Milton. He wouldn't eat it. So I ended up eating them myself. Lots of seafood gets cooked in my house. I love it all. There you go. Seafood is good. Dolt. Okay. Live. Okay. Liver's $5.98 a pound. Here, it's just too much. It was cheap. Lobster poached in butter, one of my favorites. Yes. And Feral Grandma has returned. Hello. I hope that you're enjoying the delicious deer. Salmon and all fish and seafood is my favorite. And you're in that part of the world, I think, where salmon are common. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Probably too far inland. But you can buy it anywhere, so that's good. I got off the carnivore wagon this morning. I had me a sausage, egg, cheese croissant, and some tater tots. Them nasty little things. I remember them from the elementary school cafeteria. We used to get the spoon, and you get the tater tot, and go boom, and you shoot them like little. Then they went from metal spoons to those stupid plastic spoons that have the teeth on them. And you go like that, and they break. Oh, I hated those stupid things. Oh, boy. I had me a sausage, cheese croissant. Croissant. That's duck food right there. Well, hopefully the duck food didn't make you sick. Hopefully you didn't get back any aches or pains from that quack food. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, hello, Linda Flanagan. Glad that you are here. Looks like we have 49 or 50 people watching, so we're doing good for 9 o'clock. Hey, Pharrell, Grandma, fresh deer backstrap tonight. Yes. Oh, yeah. Lobster. I want a heart attack salmon. Any advice, Rick? Well, it depends on how you like your salmon. I have to admit, though, frying salmon doesn't really do that well. But some people make what they call salmon patties, where they break up the salmon in pieces and then they fry it. That might be an option. Get some pork rinds, make some salmon patties, and then fry it up. But I've tried frying salmon in beef tallow or lard, and it wasn't really, it was okay, but it was a little tough. Salmon generally is better when it's baked in water or when it's steamed. So if you want a heart attack, you'd probably be better off with shrimp. Heart attack shrimp is easy. You just get some beef tallow, heat it up, drop the shrimp in there and cook it up. And that's it. Add a little salt, and you're good to go. My 400-pound boss does not like French fries. Hard to believe. Well, that's one good thing. Praise the Lord to be paid again. Yes, between rent and those trips to Costco, it takes your money away. It really does. While calf livers are $5 for 4 slices, not cheap. That's true. That is true. Tater tots, a guilty pleasure of quack food. Hey, we can all indulge. I will never understand why people like them. To me, any plant-based food is a downgrade. It's like when I make my friends fried plantains. If I have a choice between fried plantains and steak, I will eat the steak like that, and the plantains will sit there. And potatoes, I absolutely detest potatoes. They are the nastiest, most disgusting root. They're just like, they taste bad. The only way that potatoes are tolerable is when people load them up with butter and sour cream on their baked potato. I hate baked potatoes. The worst part is a potato skin. That actually makes my mouth itch, and I get sick from it. So I avoid the potatoes now. Plantains, again, do not make me sick. I can eat as many as I want, but I lose interest. After the second handful of plantains, I'm done. I don't want any more. It's weird, but I can definitely eat them. It's like popcorn. 2 handfuls of popcorn, and I'm done. I can't. I just don't want it. I get bored with it. On the other hand, give me a bunch of pork rinds. One time I made pork rinds. I had an entire metal dish full of it, and I started eating them. I lost track. Next thing I know, I look in the bowl, it's totally empty. And this is a big metal stainless steel bowl full of pork rinds that I made. Who knows how many calories there were? I mean, how many pork rinds? They're just unreal. So that's it. Okay. Loan me a $1. All right. 5 buckaroos to herd, sir. Okay. I am roasting pork roast now. Smells very good. I'm going to have some of that pork butt for lunch. So what I'll do later on, I'll go there and I'll get my pot. I put some water in it. I'll cut the strips up, put it in there, and let them boil up, and then I'll eat it. So they're actually pretty good. And Jamet is here. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Quack time? Yes, it is. Love salmon patties. Well, there you go. See? That's something you can easily heart attack. Oh, beef tallow. Tell us about the flavor. I've never had it. Well, let me tell you something. If you've ever fried anything using oil, that's nasty. To me, frying in oil smells like when you're painting your house with oil paint. It's horrible. But beef tallow is a solid at cool temperatures. When you heat it up, it behaves exactly like oil, except it's less dirty. If it splashes on something, it's easier to clean up. And it does not change the flavor of the food at all. So let's say you're going to make heart attack chicken. It's going to taste like chicken. It's not going to have any other flavor to it. Now, I know a lot of people prefer peanut oil because peanut oil is one of the least refined vegetable oils. The problem is that peanuts are high on omega-6 and peanut oil will oxidize. That's one of the reasons why when Rudolf Diesel developed the diesel engine, he used peanut oil as a demonstration fuel. He did not use beef tallow, although you can run an engine on beef tallow. I have done it, but it doesn't oxidize very well, and it coats your valves, and it coats your intake, and you end up with basically a greasy engine inside, and it'll block your injection system. So that's one of the things that people don't understand. But beef tallow is a great way of frying. If you like to deep fry, it will eliminate the seed oils, and it increases the flavor. I've never met anyone, and again, I've made fried potatoes for my friends, which I hate them. I can eat maybe 2 or 3 French fries without getting sick, but if they're cooked in seed oils, my mouth already starts to dry out. I get like, you know how sometimes when you get an infection, like the cold, your mouth dries out? Or if you fall asleep at night and your mouth is open and it dries out, that's what happens to me if I try to eat French fries cooked in seed oils. And then within 3 hours, it's diarrhea time. So it's a very unpleasant experience. But beef tallow is fine. And again, I don't like potatoes. I cannot eat baked or boiled potatoes. They are disgusting. They make me throw up. People give me a potato and it's like a gag reflex. I throw up. It's like most avocados. I eat an avocado and instantly throw up. It's terrible. But on the other hand, a deep fried plantain, and I fry them like strips or fries. I can eat as many as I want. It doesn't make me sick. But after the second handful, I don't want any more. It's like, no, I'm done. My hunger signal shuts off. However, even after I've had the plantains and lose my appetite, if you bring a steak in front of me, set it on the table in front of me, I'm not hungry. And I'll sit there and I see the steam coming off of the steak. And I smell the steak. And I'm thinking, well, I'm not hungry, but maybe I take a little bite out of the steak. And I take a little bite out of the steak. Then it's like, maybe I'll take another bite. Another bite. Your friend comes back. Hey, Rick, where's the steak? Oh, there's nothing left but a bone. I guess I ate it. And my appetite comes back. So it's really kind of interesting. And the same thing with bread or any of those. If I eat bread, I feel terrible and I don't want to eat and I feel like just leaving. But if I go and have some hamburger or whatever, I'm fine. So the trick with me, just keep eating the meat, I'm fine. The bad thing is I have no limit as to how much meat I can eat, and I will end up overfilling my digestive system and throwing up because I have zero self-control when it comes to meat. I've never had plantains. I see them at the store. Well, if you like potatoes, plantains are an alternative. Now, they are a carbohydrate-filled food. They're not carnivore. But if you ever decide to eat the carbohydrates, they're definitely something to try. And he says, if I eat plantains, I keep eating. Well, that's what happens to me when I get sick. When I got the cold, I was urinating a lot more than usual. I was going every hour in the morning. Okay, Carnivore Farm Mom is here. Well, hello. 1 egg to 3 ounces of canned fish mashed together, then form into ball patty to burger shape in pan. Cook in butter, bacon fat. Yes. Use forks to push and form around edges as it cooks. And those are the salmon patties. So, and again, Tim is a chef, so he can give that a try. Probably be very good. The trick is, now, you could use butter, but I don't like cooking in butter because it burns too easily. But if you use the bacon fat, lard, or the beef tallow, you're going to find it's really enjoyable. I had an In-N-Out burger, fries the other day. Completely unsatisfying. I felt like I didn't even... Yeah, exactly. That so-called food, and In-N-Out is supposed to be a decent burger, but it just doesn't satisfy you. Now, if you have Rick's Heart Attack Burger, let me tell you something. If you can finish Rick's Heart Attack Burger, you're going to be satisfied for the rest of the day. Now, I've gotten used to it, but I can go 2 meals a day if my lunch is a Heart Attack Burger. Now, imagine a Heart Attack Burger. What is it? And our friend Amy is going to make a Heart Attack Burger live, in a couple of weeks? And hopefully it's going to come out really good. A Heart Attack Burger is very easy because the buns are made from eggs, cheese, and pork rinds. The burgers are half-pound, 73% lean patties, so they're really fatty. And they're cooked slowly in a cast iron pan so the fat stays with the burgers. And then you add bacon, up to a pound of bacon. And you can put strips of bacon on there. And you add cheese. You're going to add at least 8 slices of real cheddar cheese. That American crap, don't even think about. If you put that in my kitchen, it's going to be thrown out and you're going to be pushed out the front door along with it. That is not cheese. That is garbage. Total garbage. But anyway, that's what it is. And if you eat Rick's Heart Attack Burger, assuming you can finish it, if you eat it, let's say, for lunch between 12 and 1 o'clock, you're good for the rest of the day. A full heart. Now, I usually, being poor, I have half a heart attack, which is 2 half-pound patties, and may or may not have bacon, depending on what I have in stock. Half a heart attack is okay for lunch. That's about a pound of meat. You got the pork rinds. Okay, but you're going to be wanting dinner. But if you eat the full 2-pound heart attack burger with the pound of bacon, with the 8 slices of cheese and the 2 heart attack buns, I think my calorie estimate was over 9,000 calories. 9,000 calories in one burger. And yet, good old Rick, who ate heart attack burgers almost daily for years at a time, never gained a pound. How does that work? Okay, so we get here the comments. Oh, wow. Everyone have a great day. Time to head out. Friend of mine's father passed. Away another effing funeral. Well, Michael, I hope that it's not too sad. But the good thing is that you will be around hopefully for a very long time. So you'll be one of the people out there that avoids being the center of the funeral. I can imagine Rick as a kid lying on the floor holding his throat. Our parents ate the duck food. Oh, I used to hate the healthy foods. Why do you think I invented the heart attack diet? I got tired of everything being good for you tasting awful. My parents made me eat watercress. If you want to eat something really disgusting, eat some watercress. It's worse than kale. Kale is bad enough as it is. Sorry about your friend. Yeah, Father. Well, no one lives forever. What's important is what you do while you're here. Yep, that's right. Okay. Great recipe, by the way. That meal sounds wonderful, and add eggs for even more protein. Yes. And again, although Tim does eat some fruit and other things, he keeps the protein up. And again, all you got to do is look at his videos, see what he looks like. Look how much energy he's got. I think he's doing pretty good. Okay. And speaking of Amy, good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I was just mentioning the heart attack burger. I guess your ears must have been tingling. Yep. Rick sent me the ingredients. I need to do that, but the ingredients are very simple. I will tell you now in case I forget, which I usually do. Obviously, you can use whatever burger meat you want. I use 73% because it's the cheapest and the fattiest. If you use the 80-20 or whatever, but do not use the 90-10 or anything higher than that, because it's going to be a tough burger. You want to make half-pound patties, either with a patty press or with your hands. I use a scale. If you have a scale, great. If not, you can estimate it. So you're going to need ground beef. Then you're going to need cheese. Absolutely never, ever, ever use cheese that comes in plastic packaging. Well, you can use cheese that has plastic wrapped around it. But if it's an individual slices cheese, don't do it. You'll ruin your heart attack. It's got to be the real deal. You can use whatever cheese you like. It has to be a harder cheese. You can use mozzarella if that's what you want. I use cheddar. I like to use the New York cheddar that doesn't have any color in it because that yellow color to me reminds me of vomit, so I don't use that. But you can use it if it's okay for you. You can use provolone. You can use Swiss, which I hate Swiss cheese. That's one of the few natural cheeses I find disgusting. You can use whatever, any cheese you want, but don't use the singles. The Kraft singles, don't even think about it. That's an insult to the heart attack burger. That's sad. All right, so you're going to need the cheese. Now, for the buns, this is a matter of personal taste. You need eggs. You need grated cheese. So what you can do, get one of your cheddar cheese blocks and use a cheese grater to grate it in there, and you're going to mix it all up. And then if you want a filler, if you want to make more body in your buns, get some pork rinds. So you get the pork rinds, break them up a little bit, mix it all in there, and then you're going to need a mold or some type of dish to pour the ingredients in to make your heart attack buns. If you want to get fluffy buns, you might have to use a baking powder. I just make them kind of hard and tough. They're only there to hold the burger together. They're not a big part of the heart attack burger. But the other option too, if you're going to make a video, you might want to make the buns first. And there's other recipes. There's like a cloud bread. There's some keto bread recipes. One channel I would recommend if you want to learn about some of those bread recipes, his name is Chris Cooking Nashville. Check out his channel. He's a culinary mastermind when it comes to carnivore ingredients. Unlike me, that's about has about the culinary skills of a caveman. And of course, Dustin, his buddy, which is usually here in the chat, can also recommend some recipes. So the burgers are easy. That's the simple part. The buns are the tricky part. Now, the most complicated dish that I create is Rick's Pacemaker Pizza. When I have enough, when the weather cools off and I can use my oven, I am going to make a video on Rick's Pacemaker Pizza, which is the only 100% carnivore pizza that is deep fried. And the reason I don't recommend doing it for most people is because of what happened to our friend Thomas when he was trying to make heart attack chicken for Thanksgiving. He ended up burning his nose. The pacemaker pizza is even more dangerous because you're frying it in a pan. You really, the dough is very tricky. You have to use a metal plate to hold it or it'll fall apart. And it has to be put in. It's a very complicated process. If you don't know how to do it, you may end up in the emergency room. So that's why I don't recommend pacemaker pizza for beginners. Go with a heart attack burger, go with a heart attack chicken, heart attack turkey, heart attack iguana, heart attack shrimp. Those are easy. But the pacemaker pizza, that is a whole nother level of skill. And I will make a video on it eventually. And by the way, if you like pizza, even if you like duck food pizza, once you've had pacemaker pizza, you will never, ever want to have Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's. You won't eat that crap. It'll smell like vomit to you. But Rick's Pacemaker Pizza, think about the best of heart attack chicken, hamburger, and pizza mixed together. And the bad thing is it's super addictive. Once you've enjoyed it, you won't want anything else. This is one of the reasons I don't make it that often. Because every time I've had a pacemaker pizza, I'm craving. And I had to make one after the other. And it's a lot of work. Because you got to fry the crust first. And then there's the other version. The Rick's Pacemaker Dish Pizza. And that one is a monster. It's got more meat than a heart attack burger. It's so good. Oh, it's delicious. All that cheese, all that meat. You're talking about enough cholesterol to clog your arteries, to clog the arteries of 10 people in one pizza. The thing is so fatty, it practically floats in the plate. And it is so good with that crunchy crust. Oh man, it's good. All right. Anyway, now I'm getting hungry. Oh, not good. I got to think, okay, Domino's pizza. Ugh. Pizza Hut. Ugh. Papa John's. Yeah. Little Caesars. Ugh. All right, I don't want pizza anymore. That's good. Okay, good morning to Amy. Yes, good morning to Amy. Amy's one of our celebrity viewers. Pork rinds, egg, and what? Well, that's what I was explaining. So, America, yeah, that's where we are. Sad this time of year for your friend, his dad passing. Well, like I said, everybody goes sooner or later. When I kick the bucket, I think that there will be a block party in the vegan community. That Rick, that carnivore diet, it killed him. I told you carnivore was bad. But wait a minute. He outlived Dr. Greger. He outlived Barnard. He outlived all of us. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He still died. That's the thing. And I bet he suffered when he was chasing that iguana and he dropped dead of that heart attack. That must have been terrible suffering. Yes. Cheddar cheese and burger. Yes. Now, those are part of the ingredients. Pork rinds, eggs, and duck. No duck feathers. We'll leave the duck feathers for the cat to play with. Pound of bacon. Yes. You need a pound of bacon to make a true heart attack burger. And by the way, if you want to see a more standard version of the heart attack burger, go to the website of the Heart Attack Grill, which is in Las Vegas, and look up their quadruple bypass burger. That right there is a sad version of the Rick Heart Attack burger. Rick's Heart Attack burger is the original, and it is the best. That one, it's probably a second, but it's there. The whole idea was to make it so big that nobody could eat it. And when they opened the Heart Attack Grill in Arizona, if you could finish a heart attack burger, they'd wheel you out with a fake nurse to your car. But then people were so fat that they were eating that all the time. So they ended up having an 8-patty octuple bypass burger. And there you go. Okay, there we go. And Carnivore Mom, thank you, it is. Play around with the amount of canned fish to egg ratio. 1 egg can be sufficient for 6 ounces of canned fish. When it's mashed together, it holds the fish together well. Yes, and my mom used to love salmon patties. I would make them for her, and I would even put pork rinds on it. And she didn't know the difference. The sicker my mom got, the less she realized that I was switching her diet to a carnivore diet. And the funny thing is, I think I got 5 more years out of my mom's life by substituting those carnivore foods. The problem was, every time the mom got better, her brain got a little sharper, and then she figured out what I was doing. So Mom loved her French fries. What we used to do, we used to buy those packages of French fries that they sell frozen in the store. Well, I thought those things were deadly. And my mom was very frustrating because she wouldn't eat stuff unless I ate some of it with her. And I told her, I'm not eating duck food. Then she wouldn't eat. So I came up with a solution. I just went in my backyard. I grabbed some plantains. I put them through a fry cutter, and I fried them up. At first, I used canola oil because that's what my mom wanted. But when she didn't see the difference, I kept the canola oil container in the kitchen. And guess what I had hiding in the refrigerator? Lard, good old-fashioned lard. Mom did not know the difference because even though I use an immersion fryer, which you can't really use with lard because it'll burn the heating element out. What I would do, I'd put the lard in a pot, I'd heat it up, dump it in the deep fryer, turn it on, and Mom would see me cooking. I did fried shrimp. And by the way, we used to buy that shrimp that they sold in Winn-Dixie. It was called Sea Best. It was already frozen. I got rid of that. I started buying it in the bag in the back of Winn-Dixie, which at the time was $1.99 a pound. And I would batter that up with eggs and with crushed pork rinds. And Mom had no idea that I had replaced breadcrumbs and seed oils with beef tallow and pork rinds. And you know what she told me? This shrimp is getting better and better. Oh, it must be a higher quality product. My mom didn't know that Winn-Dixie stopped selling the Sea Best shrimp about 6 months after I started doing that. They didn't have it anymore. She says, oh, I don't see it on sale anymore. Ah, I'm getting it. Okay, whatever. She didn't know the difference. And then, of course, what is the best thing to put shrimp in? Mom loved tartar sauce. But what is tartar sauce? It's mayonnaise, which is full of seed oils and spices. So what did I do? I made my own version of tartar sauce using what else? Lard. Yep. So it would be hard in the refrigerator, but I would take some of it, and when the shrimp was still hot, I'd scoop out the tartar sauce I made, put it on there in blobs. It would melt. Mom was happy. I put pickles in there, onions, fermented garlic, all kinds of stuff. So I made a really good tartar sauce. So yeah, my mom was having a lot of problems. My dad died in 2012. She was going in the hospital probably twice a year for infections. I started to change her diet, and she actually didn't go to the hospital again until 2018. So from 2013 to 2018, 5 years, Mom did not have to go to the hospital. But I still had to take care of her pretty much 24 hours because she wasn't driving. And I mean, I could work a little bit. I was doing side jobs. But as Mom got older and sicker, I got tied down. And by the time 2016 came around, I was pretty much 24-hour care for Mom. And in 2018, Mom had another infection, went to the hospital, then got really anemic. I mean, it was rough. And then I got her back up, walking again. And then 2019, she had, I don't know if it was a stroke or what it was. And it just made her bedridden. And then for about 7-8 months after that, I had to take care of Mom in the bed, which I put in the living room. It was a process. So you wonder why I had to deal with all these issues. But again, I kept slipping in the carnivore foods. One of the hardest things I ever did was trying to make Asian food carnivore. And that's almost impossible. But I did have some rice in there, not much. And then I discovered cauliflower rice. I found ways of making it work. And my mom was super finicky, worse than a cat. I have to go to a wake tonight, too. I guess people are dropping dead all over the place. You can eat 9,000 calories because it's not carbs. Your body will digest it differently. Carbs equals fat if not used. That's very true, Tim. I agree with that. And I can eat a massive heart attack burger, and I'm fine. Actually, weight stays the same. I gain about 5 pounds after eating the burger from the mass of the food, plus a little bit of water I drink, plus the other stuff I eat along with it. But then by the morning, same weight that I started with, 195. Because I remember my last heart attack burger, I weighed myself. I was 195. After I had the heart attack burger, I was 200 pounds. And I didn't eat for the rest of the day because I was kind of lazy that day. I was doing a lot of work at the computer for a customer. And then next morning I got up, guess what? 195 pounds, didn't gain any weight. Robbie Autry is here. Good morning, Rick and everybody else. I hope you are feeling better. I am feeling awesome. And I'm great because I have you and other people that are watching my video. We got 49. We had 50, but we range in this range somewhat. Louis, sorry, said you're going to wake. Yes. 9,000, that's a lot of food. Well, I can eat a lot. Anyone that has eaten with me knows that I eat a lot more. Carnivore buns is more kitchen than yeah. Well, or you can just have a heart attack burger bowl, which I do when I don't have the time. You just put all the patties, the bacon, and everything into a bowl and just eat it out of the bowl. Works fine. I got all the ingredients, thanks. Yes, you're going to make a good heart attack burger, and I hope you have a delicious heart attack. Get a dash mini waffle, make it shuffle, egg and cheese as your bun. There you go. You could do that. Egg and cheese as your bun. That'll work fine. And they actually have these little, I have a waffle maker here that doesn't even have the little waffles. It's like a little dome thing. So I guess that's for making buns. Yeah, that's your mold right there. I'm sorry, Louis. I used to love Papa John's. I don't know how anybody can eat that crap. It'll smell like vomit. I love vomit. Okay. Breakfast made it to my stomach. Could add a piece of oopsie cake. Okay. Duck feathers sounds like too much fiber. Right? Heart attack grill is pretty mid-sad food. Basically, a tourist attraction. I've never seen their food reviewed positively. It didn't look very appealing to me. I think it's just a gimmick to get people in there. 25 up, 46 watching. There you go. Rick needs more likes in the chat. I agree, Tim. Rick does need more likes in the chat, but that's okay. I usually get about as many likes as I get viewers, so that's really good. And yes, that is correct. All right, Mr. Lewis, God bless you, sir. Yeah. Power bowl, breakfast, pork belly, bacon, pieces, sausage, 4 scrambled eggs. That does sound delicious. CB Genesis, happy weekend. Well, hey, glad that you're here. Starting out great. I love fried pork belly. Yes. And we have 44 likes and 49. Oh, well, Joseph calling 44. Okay. 49 watching. Yes. I can't wait for our cooking co-stream. I'll send you instructions. Yes. I am looking forward to it. It'll be my first one. Cooking. 51 watching here. Well, there you go. And I got 52 now. What is going on? That's fantastic. Wow. Okay. Thoughts on raw meat versus cooked or benefits of raw meat? I eat raw meat occasionally because I like the taste, but I don't think there's any difference. I mean, I know a lot of people, they're not even on the carnivore diet, and they've lived healthy, in several people into their 90s, and they ate cooked meat. It is most likely, I mean, cats, for example, they need taurine, which is destroyed by cooking, but we can make our own. I think human beings do just fine with cooked meat. Some people go overboard. I mean, obviously, well done is a travesty. The very few times that I have eaten out, which isn't often, I always specify, I want my steak rare, please. That way it's medium rare by the time they do it. Well done? No. We don't do no well done. Now, I do eat stewed and boiled meats, which are cooked for long periods of time. When do I do that? When I get parking lot chicken or I get dumpster meat. If I'm eating something that was running around outside or came from a dumpster and I don't know where it came from, I am not going to eat it raw. Now, if you go to a high-end place or you buy some high-end steak, eating it raw is fine. But even the steak they sell at the store here, now they have, I don't know if it's T-bone or ribeye for $6.99 a pound. You know that that's from South America. It's been shipped a long distance. I don't trust that. I would never eat that raw. But when we used to have friends that had cattle, I ate raw meat pretty regularly. It was something that I did just to gross people out because it didn't seem to hurt me. So we'll see. But I don't know if there's any real benefits. Some of these carnivores, they push the raw meat, rare to raw, eat once a day. Okay, that's fine. It works for them. But I don't think everybody has to do that. I mean, come on. There are vegans that live into their 90s. How can that be? How long did John Kellogg live? I think he lived into his 90s. And he was a vegetarian, vegan, whatever. He didn't even look that healthy. Relaxing, may fall asleep. Well, that's fine. You can always fall asleep here. Some people are super obsessed with raw meat, and they say you shouldn't even lightly heat or cook anything or else it's over. Well, I disagree with that. Humans have been cooking meat for thousands of years, and we're just fine with it. We do fine on cooked meat. There's nothing wrong with it. If you are concerned about cooked meat not being good enough, you might want to consider some plant material, because there are certain things in plant material that can make up for what the meat is missing. Sure. But in my case, I'll cook the meat. I'll eat some raw meat. It's like a treat for me when I know the meat is safe. I enjoy raw meat. In fact, I would excuse me. I would rather eat raw meat than cooked meat most of the time because I enjoy the texture. Okay. Let's see. My friend growing up would put raw eggs in a glass and drink it. Yeah. Actually, I don't do well with raw eggs. Believe it or not, if I eat raw eggs, it gives me gas and stomach pains. So I don't eat raw eggs. Okay. Hold on a second. I think I need some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Had to get some water. Also, Milton was hungry, so I gave him a piece of meat. And I stepped outside to take a leak because when I'm sick, what I've noticed, I have to drink a lot more water and I have to take a leak about every hour. So even though I'm feeling better, this virus is still in my system. My body's still fighting it. And that's probably why I had to drink some water. So, but again, even us carnivores get sick. Anyone that tells you they don't get sick is lying to you. And you've seen that even some of the prominent carnivores, I know Dr. Chafee one time got sick for a while, and who else got sick? There's been several prominent carnivores. I know Dr. Baker had gotten the flu, and it happens. It's just part of living in the world that we live in. So one of those things you have to deal with. But I don't mind. Again, getting a little bit sick now and then, I think, is good for the immune system. I'd rather have the immune system fighting viruses and bacteria than fighting my own body, which would be a very bad thing. Okay. Love story of the movie. Soundtrack. Okay. All right. There we go. I eat 10 eggs a day. Boosts men's testosterone, helps women grow hair, and manage hormone health. I used to eat a dozen eggs a day, so I know what you mean. And that's really good. Do raw egg yolks, cook the whites. That works. Rick likes iguana, still moving. I would not trust raw meat. What if a cow is sick or not grass-fed? Yeah, that's true. Again, if you can trust the source, it's great. But other than that, yeah, we've been cooking meat over fire for a minute. As a species, we're still here. Sure, we're still here. Love the fur lease. You know what that makes me think of? Benny Hill. All you do is speed it up, and you got Benny Hill. That's why I put it in there. Sounds like a soundtrack for a love story. Nope. That's from the YouTube Music Library. I enjoy cooking rare and heating up my ground beef. But well done or more probably denatures it. Yeah, that's true. Why overcook it? Retired recording Dr. Barry, the egg whites have to be cooked. Now, that's a good point. The egg whites have to be cooked to be able to absorb protein. Also, Dr. Baker said this, and I know in my case, I can eat all the boiled eggs I want, no problem. And a lot of people, they have their eggs sunny side up. I can do that too. I don't do it because it's a mess. You try to eat the thing, you got chasing the egg yolk all over the place. I scramble it all up and I cook it in beef tallow. And for me, it's convenient. You can also use it as a wrap. If you want to make like a ground beef egg wrap, you can do that. It's very delicious. And I've done that for years when I have my breakfast. Now, because beef is so expensive now, I don't do that anymore. I'm eating pork with the eggs. But when you cook the eggs flat like I do, you can put the ground beef in there and just wrap it. And then you can eat it like a burrito. It's original music from a duck story. Yolks can be raw. Yes. Don't do the raw egg. Yeah. Protease inhibitors. There you go. See? And if you think about it, it makes sense because the egg, the embryo is the yolk. That's what the developing bird is. The outside is what it feeds on. And it also, think about this. When the eggs are fertilized, that's also where the waste goes. So as this bird is forming, any compounds that are rejected go out into the egg white. So that makes sense. So that's something that's really important. And that's why a lot of people, like you say, they cook their eggs sunny side up. That way the yolk remains raw and the outside of the egg is cooked. Yep. Eggs have to be cooked all the way, hard whites and runny yolk. There you go. And it's yolk would be like, something you attach to. It's Y-O-L-K, yolk? But yeah, I know what you're saying. Sometimes those text-to-speech, they do it wrong. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Oh, wow. Just looked up, was listening only. Okay. I got super sick, but once knocked it down quickly. Yeah, and that's what happens. What did you do to your left hand? Well, I can tell you what happened to my left hand. This was a result of trying to help a friend of mine fix his truck. The truck wouldn't start. I went over there and look. I ended up burning myself on the battery terminal. Now, who would expect the battery terminal to be that hot? But that's what happens when you have people, they're using clamp-on, bolt-on battery terminals with the original cable. When I do my battery terminals, I solder them on. I only use brass battery terminals, never lead, and I solder them on. That's it. Yeah, and that's what Amy was saying. Couch Potato. That was Fur Elise by Beethoven. I use classical music also because it's copyright free and, best of all, I like it. You will never catch me using hip hop or this popular music they have now. If the music is constantly going, it's not going to be on my channel because I don't like that. That bothers me. I would rather have something with an actual orchestra. That's what I like. Even the old TV shows. You look at TV shows from the 50s and 60s and even 70s, they all used an orchestra because the different instruments and the different sounds is awesome. It really is. The crap that they make now, and again, I'm not against electronic music. Some of it's good. But that constant beat, don't like it. That's my thing. Then again, I grew up on elevator music. That was my thing. I always liked elevator music. And it was part of me rebelling because when I rebelled as a teenager, that whole rock and roll thing was really popular. And I just rebelled against it. I didn't like it. So I rebelled against it. I changed my fashion. I changed my music, everything. It was like, whatever everybody else likes, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to try to be as uncool as possible. And that's what I did. Mm-hmm. The egg wraps are good. No need for powders like milk powder gelatin. Yeah. The whole egg scrambled well. Exactly. Very simple. Always eat ground beef. Steaks are way too expensive. That's smart. The cheapest ground beef I can find now is $3.99 a pound at Gordon Foods. Gordon Foods is a bit of a drive, so I don't go there that often. I've been wanting to buy some, but I got a little money that I saved up, but it's got to go in my truck. So I'm not going to be buying any ground beef unless it comes up at the store over here cheap, and it hasn't. So I guess I'll be doing more of the pork and chicken, see what I can get. But I do what I can, you know. You just do the best you can. Ouch, Rick, not good. Well, it happens. We can all have accidents. Must be talking about the music. Classical music is lovely. Yes, it is. Happy weekend, friends. Heading out to the store to get my front right tire fixed. Well, I guess you got a hole in the tire. I get those all the time. That's why they invented the plug kit and the patch kit. But how many people have a tire machine in their living room? Just me. 100% CB. You must hate club music. Yes. This is one of the reasons why I don't like gyms, because they play that crap. And I really don't understand why. It's just really bad. Now, if I had designed, let's say, a nightclub, it wouldn't be dark. It would be sort of like the 1950s. You would have lots of windows. You would have good lighting. Of course, it'd be all incandescent lighting. And you might have a few of neon, a little bit of effect. And it would all be like old-fashioned music. It would be more like a supper club than anything else, because in my opinion, if I want to talk to, if you want to meet, let's say you want to meet girls or whatever, what good is it? A bunch of flashing lights and, loud noises, and you're trying to yell at somebody. What's the point of that? Just stupid. Have a supper club, have some delicious food like a buffet. That's what I would do. So it's like they used to have at the strip club. They used to give you a free buffet. All right, this would be the high class version of that. Well, who's calling me? Hello? 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 Oh, well. Whoever that was, it must have been a spam call. I didn't recognize the number. Right? You got that right. Hello, Boston Danny. Glad that you're here. I love elevator music. Yes, and I've seen that in your videos. That's another thing I like about your channel. I guess that's why you call yourself odd, because you're odd like me. I like that stuff. All of your musical choices are excellent. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Can't wait for the food live with you. Yeah, me too. In fact, if I could get the ingredients, if I wasn't broke, I would definitely make a burger as well, and we could eat heart attack burgers together, because there's nothing better than sharing a heart attack with one of your friends. Not this morning, but I can invite you all to catch my live this afternoon. 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. All right. So that would be 4 o'clock. I don't think, I don't know if, doesn't, who else has afternoon? There's several lives. I know Aaron was having afternoon lives. Thomas, I think, has a live at 4, but I have to check. But I try to get rid of my live by lunchtime. That way it gives everybody else a chance. I am not here to hog up all the time. Saturday morning is one of the least served in the live community, and that's why I'm here. I'm trying to give everyone a regular where they can communicate with each other, communicate with me, and that's great. And again, this is not just a carnivore live stream. The word carnivore does not appear anywhere in my channel name. It does not appear anywhere in the title of this live. This is not just carnivore. Now, do carnivores like to hang out here? Of course. If you're having a barbecue, it's going to attract all the carnivores. That's what I say. But again, there's nothing wrong with, I don't know, getting together. You don't have to. I got friends. I don't have any carnivore friends here. I mean, I got an ex-vegan friend who's half carnivore, but most of my friends, they eat non-carnivore foods, and I don't have a problem with that. It's fine. Pork is a good alternative to beef, yes. And I found in my case, I add sauerkraut to my pork, and it gives me a lot of benefits. If I eat just pork, my energy level is not as good. I start to fall asleep during the day. I get naps. But if I add sauerkraut and I eat it with the pork, it's just as good as beef to me. No problem. And in fact, one thing that I noticed, which I don't understand, I actually went pork free for almost a year. And I didn't feel as good as when I had pork occasionally. So, I don't know. What's that noise? Hey, buddy. Okay. I guess somebody's getting their dog groomed. They have the truck running a generator. People are just letting out lots of energy. By that point, might as well just go for a nice walk jog. I don't attend clubs, but I enjoy club music. Okay. DJ sets. A friend would go to Vegas, talk about buffets at strip clubs. Something nasty about naked people and food. There used to be a strip club here off of the Palmetto Expressway. And I don't like strip clubs because I find them boring and repulsive. But anyway, a friend of mine used to go there. He says, oh, they have a free buffet, but you got to pay $5 to get in. Like, okay, I don't want to be seen in a strip club, but, you know, people don't see me that often. I said, what the heck? So we go there to the strip club, and of course, you go there, and they had this buffet, and I got to admit, it was not bad. They had some kind of beef and broccoli, and I picked out the beef, and then they had fried chicken. It was probably seed oil chicken, but it tasted really good. And they had some kind of baked fish, which was awesome. And I was eating this stuff. I even sampled some of the duck food, and I go, this is a really good buffet. This is tastier than the Chinese buffet, which at the time, the Chinese buffet was probably $6 or $7 or whatever it was. And it was good. I'm thinking, how do they do this? Well, of course, people go there for the girls. And the girls are all trying to be friendly. And I was like, oh, now I got to deal with this. So then my friend's like, and this is funny. He says, you know, what's your type? I said, Rick's not interested in women. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should go to the Crazy Horse Saloon. I'm thinking, no. It's not that. Rick's just asexual. He's not interested in women. They automatically think when you're not interested in women, well, you must like the guys. I'm like, no, not Rick. Oh, there's a few exceptions, but whatever. Let's see. Hip hop hater guide lines and back talk just called to harass you. Carol of the Bells is a favorite this time of year. Well, it is a holiday season. Saturday morning traditional lives with Rick is my 8th one, I believe. Always a good time. Well, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you participate as much as you do, because the whole idea of the live stream is to participate. I'm not making any money off of these. I'm not monetized. And there's a story behind that, which I want to explain a little bit later. But that's okay. So I'm glad that you're here at DSM-11. There's a long-awaited replacement for Saturday morning cartoons. Yes, Saturday morning cartoons. For example, the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner show. Dun, 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 dun. And I would always look forward. Eventually, the Roadrunner and the Coyote. It was always good. I loved it. And they had other stuff, a lot of cartoons. I watched a lot of cartoons as a kid. I grew up with TV. As soon as I was old enough, and I still have the black and white TV that I used as a kid, my parents had gotten a new TV at Kennedy and Cohen, and they gave you free black and white TVs. They gave you 2 free black and white TVs along with the color TV. One of them went in my mom's room, and the other one went in my room, and I still have it. And I used to watch Sesame Street. So the first thing I watched was Sesame Street, and then The Electric Company, and then Zoom, and all these other TV shows I watched as a kid. And on the weekend, it was cartoons. Always Saturday morning cartoons. I watched so many cartoons. It was funny. I grew up as a kid thinking that TNT was the best way to solve a problem. So that's it. Yep. There's a UK band called the Dread Zone. Good electronic music. Some say that women are being exploited at strip clubs. No, I don't believe that. But the women were actually exploiting me, and I was complicit in this. The thing is, I've known people that had friends and relatives that were strippers, and they all had sort of, I don't know, they seemed happy with it, which I think is kind of interesting. So it wasn't like now when they get people from foreign countries and they force them to do it. These were people that just liked the lifestyle. So I don't know. Why anybody would go with them, I really don't understand. But yeah, Go Speed Racer. I remember that. I agree with you. That's why I removed the name Carnivore Jerry from the front of my YouTube channel. Yes, Pigeonhole. Exactly. Even Steve from Serious Keto regrets choosing that name, Serious Keto, for his YouTube channel. I haven't seen his videos in a while. When he got popular, I stopped watching him. But then again, another person I used to watch, which was Butterbob Briggs, one of my subscribers, and you may be here and you know who you are, sent me information that I think he's growing plants right now. So that's good. Cool TV, Rick. I have a Panasonic VCR DVD player active in my room. Well, guess what? I also have VCR DVD. And, where is it? It's over there with my collection of stereo goodies. And coincidentally, that one is also Panasonic. Okay. There we go. As you can see, and I'm looking at my highly delayed video, it is Panasonic. I got a couple of them because I use that when I get old videos, and eventually I want to make a series of like videos that I digitize. Let me move this camera up a little bit. There we go. To put on my channel. No wonder I'm so silly. I'm never removing odd from my YouTube channel. I'd be weird. Yeah, but that's what I like. I like people that are weird because when it comes to being weird, I think I'm the king of weirdos. Now my phone is acting up. Oh well. Cordless phones are funny. It's also Panasonic. Got a lot of Panasonic stuff here, but that's what I find at the dump. Everything I have is pretty much from the dump, as you know. And again, you know, over here, rotary phone. Put you on hold. There we go. I've never seen anybody else anywhere in YouTube that has a setup like this. There are no virtual backgrounds in this setup. Okay. I do have a portable radio. It's a Sony. But I had a cassette I was listening to. See? One of my old cassette mixtapes. I listened to a cassette there. I don't think there's anyone stranger than me. I am the oddball of all oddballs. Uh-oh. I knocked over my phone. Okay. Love that one. There you go. I do too. I was thinking when the internet went down, I wish I had a player still. Well, I have a lot of digital files. And I know Mitch had mentioned that he has an extensive media library, and I do as well, although they're all on hard drives. And I plug them into my server station, which is over here in the living room. So if the internet goes down, my life doesn't change. The only thing that I can't do, I can't use the phone because my internet's all voice over IP. But I do have some radios, and although I'm not active, I was in ham radio before. I need to get back into that. Something I need to do. But, hey, what can you do? We'll get it. Okay, I try not to be weird, which makes me seem weird. I don't care. I do what I need to do. I don't have TV channel. I don't watch TV either. Yes, you are King Strange. Yes, I am. You will never find anyone on YouTube even close to what I am because I'm the ultimate oddball. Rick's backdrop is pure studio set theatrics. This is always the reality. Oh, yeah. Still got my Sony Walkman. There you go. I got a Sony Walkman here somewhere. It actually broke. I had to fix it because the belt went bad, and then I haven't seen it since. I haven't had steak in over a year. My healing continues. Don't put too much weight in animal protein source, ruminant or not. 8 diseases in remission. Now with only 25% comfort. There you go. See? You don't have to eat beef. I know a lot of the rich carnivores. I mean, I was watching Dr. Baker live last night, and he was saying that one of the reasons he eats so much beef is that people give it to him. And I made a comment, well, how come they don't give it to some of us poor people? I noticed that whenever you have prominent people, they're rich, they keep throwing stuff at them, I guess, to promote their product. But I think they do better giving it to some of us regular people so we can eat it. But it doesn't matter. I eat whatever I can find. If it's in the grocery store, great. If it's by the canal, great. If it's roadkill and it's still good, it's on the menu. I don't have a problem with it. I eat all of it. And if I'm starving and I got no meat to eat, I'm going to hit the yard, and I know which plants I can eat without getting sick. And that's like a handful of fruits. I got bananas and mangoes, and I got, the plantains, which are bananas. I have the fermented banana flowers, the fermented cabbage, fermented tomatoes, fermented onions, fermented garlic, fermented ginger. I have all this stuff growing around my house. I could survive for a period of time until I can find some meat. And if the world gets really bad, I guess long pig is going to be on the menu. And that's some pretty toxic meat. So we may have to eat a lot more plant material to detoxify it. Okay, and what do you eat? We have a question here. And again, we've caught up with the comments. One thing that I like is that since I don't have a massive community, this is not the Dr. Berry community, I can easily keep up with the comments. You can see how even Mitch has to struggle to keep up with the comments. That's why I was so frustrated last week when the overlay stopped working, because I wasn't able to display the comments. What I like to do on my live stream is to display each and every comment and then give my response to it. And I figure that keeps everybody interested, and you can learn from each other. And again, 3 weeks ago, when I was at Hack Your Health, that was sort of the culmination, because people that I had chatted with, people that I had seen online, they basically became reality because now I could see them in person. I could reach out and touch, like they used to say with the telephone. Remember, get your phone book and reach out and touch someone. Of course, I thought that was funny because you couldn't. I mean, you can't. I don't think. I mean, I could try. I could try to get in the phone and maybe. Yeah, I can't. I can't really reach in there, so do what you can, right? Oh well. Just being a little bit basic here. All right. Anyway, that's good info for the record books. Yes, ground beef, chicken, thigh, drums, pork shoulder, chops, canned salmon, sardines, eggs, a little butter, bacon, sauerkraut, Greek yogurt. And you know what? That's about what I eat. It's the same thing. Look at my refrigerator. What do you find? You might find ground beef, although lately there's only a little bit in the freezer. Chicken thighs, drumsticks, chicken leg quarters are always in there. Pork shoulder chops. I got pork shoulder, pork butt right now in the refrigerator. Canned sardines. I got canned sardines. Eggs. There's always eggs in my refrigerator. A little butter. There's some butter in there. I don't have bacon right now, but I got tons of sauerkraut, and I make yogurt all the time. And it works. Okay. That was a dumb logo. Reach out and touch someone. Look what it's led to. Let your fingers do the walking through the yellow pages. That was another one. I still got a phone book here. There we go. This is the last time I could get my hands on a yellow pages. The roaches have eaten it, but the real yellow pages. I don't see the reach out and touch someone. What year is this? I wish I could get one from my payphone. The ones in there are at least 10 years old. Let's see. Where's the date on this? I don't know. Remember the yellow pages? Yeah. Oh, opens right up to a funeral home. Stanfield Funeral Homes. They've been around forever. Let's see. Yep. Good old yellow pages. Okay. And I don't know what the date is, because the roaches ate it. Stupid cockroaches. It's probably at least 10 years ago. I can't remember the last time they sent one. I don't even know if they make them anymore. Every year we used to throw these out, recycle them. It's over here. All right. Keep that over there. Okay. Whenever such roaches come, someone I jump, like something is suddenly on my arm to get a laugh. Well, when I was in the hotel at Hack Your Health on the second night, I had a roach flying around the room, which I thought was interesting. Thing was buzzing around. It landed on me. I was trying to kill it, and it got away. Well, when I got up in the morning, I was getting ready to pack up everything so I could check out. The roach was in the drawer. I was going to kill him, but you know what? I left him there so the next guest can enjoy the wonders of having a flying cockroach, and maybe they'll get a discount on the hotel room. So hopefully whoever was in that hotel room appreciated the gift that I left there. All right. Whenever the subject of roaches comes up, okay. Yeah, holograms in my room while talking on the phone. Okay. You probably could. Why is it a good idea to eat sauerkraut, eat some sauerkraut after eating meat? Well, I don't know if it's really a good idea, but for me, out of trial and error, I found that eating meat with sauerkraut, when it's a lower quality meat like pork and chicken, it seems to improve the benefit that I get from the meat. When I eat regular beef, I don't need it. I don't do it. I'll just eat hamburger patties. When I have when ground beef was cheap, let's say a couple of years ago when I could get it as cheap as 99 cents a pound, I was eating up to 6 pounds of ground beef per day because it was so cheap. I mean, if you're eating ground beef for 99 cents a pound, that's $6 for the whole day. That is cheap. So I ate nothing but eggs and ground beef and a little yogurt. But when ground beef is now $4 a pound, well, if I was to eat 6 pounds of that, that's a lot of money. So what can you do? You know? But anyway, I just find the sauerkraut, and I don't know if it's the vitamins in it. I don't know if it's the bacteria in it, but what? But when I eat, and I love pork. Pork is absolutely delicious. I love pork, especially when it's slow roasted. It's very delicious. I don't like cooking it dry, though. When you cook pork dry, it's not as good. But when I boil it or I use, a quick fry, it's very good. But boiling is my most popular way of cooking pork. In fact, what I may do, I think it will work. I did set up the phone that I use as a Wi-Fi, so I might go ahead and start in a little bit cooking lunch. I'm going to show you how I do it. It's very simple. And the other thing is the water that's left over after cooking the pork, I save that. I skim off the lard that goes to the top, and then the gelatin that's in it I use to make with the next batch of pork. It kind of makes it more tasty. So none of that stuff gets wasted. When you dry roast it, a lot of that stuff is rendered off, and then you lose it. So I like to do it in a pot. It's really nice. Okay. Yeah, look at this. Healed mental health off all meds after 2+ decades. Healed type 2 diabetes, hypertension, sleep apnea, GERD, IBS, IBD, diverticulitis, sciatica, wow. Neuralgia, wow. Improving various autoimmune and down 72 pounds. Have you ever been interviewed? I don't really know. But that's pretty amazing right there. And that's with a mixed meat cooked carnivore diet, not an elite lion diet. That's amazing. I didn't even know you could heal diverticulitis. I thought that was something had to be removed surgically. And sciatica, that's a nerve problem. What does that have to do with diet? I know 4 people that have sciatica. One of the guys that I know, he had to give up the work that he was doing with the bobcat because the sciatica was just so difficult to deal with in that machine. That bug in your room was so appropriate. It fit in perfectly. Well, there you go. I like sauerkraut. And it's fermented raw, so likely good for gut. Sure. The thing is, the world is full of bacteria and viruses. They're everywhere. Every piece of food that we eat has bacteria in it. And if you notice, the people that have gotten the most sick from food poisoning, they got it from plant material, especially salads. How many people have had E. coli or salmonella from salad? A lot more than ever got it from meat. And that's because the salads are raw. So when you eat raw anything, you take a risk. So you might think raw meat is the most dangerous, but no. Raw salad is actually more dangerous than raw meat because raw meat, when it goes bad, you can smell it and you can taste it. If you bite into a piece of raw meat, and I've done it before, and it's not right, it tingles your tongue, and you know it's not right, and you'll spit it out and wash your mouth out. But you can eat a salad, especially when it's all drenched with salad dressing, and you would never know the difference. You would never know that the stuff is deadly or make you real sick. But when you ferment that salad, what's happening is the acid-loving bacteria, the lactobacteria, they're living in the salty conditions that the other bacteria can't live in. And as they grow, they produce more and more of their own waste, which is an acid. And contrary to what the vegans think, acids are good because really nasty bacteria, like botulism and all that, they don't live in acid-rich conditions. So you have bacteria that are taking over, and not only that, they're breaking down the plant material, they're producing acids, and what does your digestive system use? It uses acids. And they always say, if you take vinegar, which is a weak acid, it can help with digestion. Well, it's the same thing. It's like pickles. How do you make a pickle? You get some raw cucumbers, you put them in vinegar. The acid kills off the pathogenic bacteria, and the pickles have a good flavor. Well, there's another way you can pickle cucumbers. You can ferment them. And I grow tomatoes, I grow onions, and I grow garlic, and I ferment all of them. So when we have a get-together and we make the sauces that my friends like, they are all raw, fermented vegetables and fruits. And then they're not really cooked. What I normally do, I will add them to whatever food. So if I make a pacemaker pizza, for example, and they want a pacemaker with the tomato sauce, well, I'm not going to buy the stuff that comes in a jar that's full of sugar. I'm going to go to my fermented tomato paste, and I'm going to put that in there with onions and garlic, and I'm going to spread it around, and I'm going to put the cheese on top of it and then bake it to melt the cheese. Well, up to the point that that stuff was cooked, it was live and fermenting. And everybody loves it. I never met one person that didn't like it. In fact, I've had several people ask me, I want your recipe for that sauce. That's the best tomato sauce I've ever had. And when I explain how it works, they look at me like I'm crazy. Like, you did what? Yes, because the thing is, when you're a gardener, you're growing fruits and vegetables, they don't last. When I grow cabbages, how long can you keep a cabbage? Well, a cabbage you can keep in the refrigerator for months because they sort of stay alive, but they will eventually rot. But if you turn that cabbage into sauerkraut, it can last for months. You're fermenting the thing on the desk or on the countertop for a month or more. Then you stick it in the refrigerator. It keeps fermenting, although slower, and it's still safe to eat. So how does that work? Wonder if he caught and devoured it. No, I didn't eat the roach. Milton would have. No, Rick, that's right. Actually, Milton doesn't eat roaches either. He just looks at them. Now, if I had a pet duck, that roach would only last 2 seconds. Slow roast pork shoulder. Yes, my family devoured it. One of my favorite cuts of meat. It's a good cut of meat. And what I'm going to do around 11 o'clock, I'm going to go ahead and enable the camera, what the heck do they call that? The camera application. And hopefully, if it works, I'll be able to use my phone as a camera, and I'll show you what I'm doing for lunch. My standards for women are down about the same range. I usually serve sauerkraut with any pork. I also like cottage cheese and kimchi together. Well, there you go. See? Looks like other people are using the fermented foods. I'm off to chef it. Good day, Rick. Good day, chat, Rick. Stay meaty, sir. Catch you in a talk and ride soon. Well, thanks, Tim. Glad you were here and participated. And the way you are, you're going to have some very satisfied customers because I'm sure that whatever restaurant you're the chef at is going to be delicious. Would be a good person to interview. Yes, Bryce Vicker, that's right. A good person to interview. If you haven't been interviewed yet, it won't be much longer, hopefully, that I'll start doing interviews. But I've been trying to get my truck done, and that's been my priority. Once I get the truck done, then I'll go ahead and get my new computer hardware and do it. It's going to be nice. You're going to see a big change in my channel with the little donations that I got, which are nice. I'll be able to get decent computer, decent hardware. I think I'm doing pretty good with the cheap junk that I have now, but things are only going to get better. All right, so sciatica, and it turned out he was driving too much with his seat too far back. Okay, well, there you go. Slow roasted pork roast is always so good. Yes, it is. Is fermenting process of aluminum oxidation? That I don't know. I really don't know what it is. But I think my theory is this. Fermentation is the process that many animals use to convert plant foods into usable food. Think about a cow. How does a cow, there's a joke they used to say, I don't know how a cow eats green grass and produces white milk or something like that. Well, the thing is, cows eat grass, but grass is not a food that has fat or protein available. So how in the world would a cow absorb fat and protein that it needs to make milk and meat from grass? Well, it does it through the process of fermentation. Fermentation is basically microorganisms eating this material. And what are microorganisms? Bacteria and viruses. Viruses can't exist without cells to hijack, but bacteria can. So you have these little bacterial cells, and they're digesting plant material, and then they produce their own structure, which is fats and proteins, and then they produce waste. Now, some bacteria produce toxic waste, like botulism, but other bacteria, like lactobacillus, they produce lactic acid, which is a material that we produce as well when we exert ourselves. So our body kind of knows how to deal with it. So the way I figure it, if you're eating this stuff, you're putting that acid into your stomach, which your stomach produces anyway, hydrochloric acid, and it's combining it. And I think that fermentation, since your body knows how to deal with it, your body can now break down those bacteria, which are not plants. Bacteria are not plants. They're the next step from plants to animals. And yet, they can eat stuff that we can't. Not only fresh plant material, but also dried plant material. Bacteria can break down everything. Any of us that are gardeners like me, most gardeners, they think, well, I need fertilizer to keep my garden going. And you do initially. There are certain minerals that you're going to need. And whatever food you eat, as you take that out, some of those minerals are being extracted and you're flushing it down the sewer. But if you're like me and you don't flush it down the sewer, you're taking a leak in your garden, and your solid waste is going along with your pet's waste and your friend's pet's waste and a bunch of plant material into a large plastic tank where it's fermenting into cooking gas, which you use to cook with, and you're also producing carbon and leftover minerals. So when the tank is cleaned out, where does all that material go? Right back into the garden. So you have a perfect recycling. So I think in many ways, the fermentation process is turning plant material into bacteria, which are then digested by animals, and then that frees up the protein and fats. And if that's what's happening, your cows are actually eating a high-fat diet because of all the fats that are produced by the bacteria. Okay. All right, so I still have social anxiety, which needs much work. Okay, I'm new to social media. Well, there you go. Well, when you're ready, somebody will be there to interview you. The animals eat fresh green grass, but also eat dry grasses, which is interesting as well. And if you've ever watched how farmers produce hay, there's dry hay, but there's also something called silage. If you're familiar, most farms, they used to have these towers, these large towers that were closed at the top. Now, farmers have grain bins, but they also have silos. The difference is the silos, they're basically enclosed, and you put the material in there, and it allows fermentation to take place. The grain bin, they're ventilated. You want the grain dry so it doesn't rot. But silo, you actually have a grinder. Sometimes if the corn crop isn't that good, they'll attach a grinder to the tractor and they'll pull it through the field and they'll grind up the corn, and then they put it into a silo and they let it ferment. Now the trick with fermentation, you have to minimize the oxygen, because when you have oxygen, that's going to cause it to rot. So that's where the oxidation takes place. Fermentation happens with low or no oxygen. And therefore, the byproducts produced, they protect it. Because if you think about it, let's say you cut an apple. If you're one of those people that likes to eat apples, you cut it open. What happens to the apple very quickly? It starts to turn brown because it's oxidizing, and then it decomposes. This even happens to bananas to some extent. Any fruit, when it's cut open, it begins to oxidize. Now, oranges don't do that, because oranges, they have individual little packets where the pulp and juice is kept. They also have segments, and oranges are acidic, so they're less likely to do that. A watermelon, it doesn't really turn brown because the watermelon has a lot of those plant antioxidants, and it will rot, but it takes longer. They typically rot from the outside in, but they don't generally oxidize. So you can have watermelon slices sitting on a buffet, and they don't go bad. But try that with an apple or pear, and it begins to oxidize very quickly. Fermentation can actually prevent the oxidation. So when you're feeding animals things like corn and hay, if you have just the right amount of moisture and you have a lack of oxygen, they can actually ferment into what's called silage. And silage, unlike the dry hay, the animals eat silage. They don't have to drink as much water, and it's easier for them to digest. Now, you would think that they would lose value because the material is breaking down, but the bacteria that are produced by the silage process, they can also be digested by the cow. And it's really kind of interesting when you look at the way goats are the same way. And even non-ruminant animals, such as pigs, if they have their choice, they will eat fermented plants. They will eat stuff that isn't that great. You know, you feed the pigs slop, they eat almost anything. And the only thing you have to watch out for, of course, is parasites. But other than that, they're able to digest, depending on where they live. If they eat a wide variety of foods, pig meat can actually be very good. Now, when you feed them nothing but corn and grain, it's not so good. But what they used to do here, they would slop the pigs with stuff that was thrown out from the grocery store. But the people that I knew that used to raise pigs, and you know, even a few years ago when I had that pork, they would give them silage. So they would have grass and then corn, all these things that weren't that great, and they would let it ferment in these wrapped bales. And then you feed it to the pigs along with their pig feed. And they make really good meat, and it's a very satisfying pork. So there's a lot going on here. And I think, as you said, maybe it also cancels out some of the anti-nutrients like the phytates. The bacteria break that down, and that's it. Okay, and here's an explanation. Diverticulitis is the inflammation infection. Diverticulosis are the pouches, which are correct, cannot be, cannot be healed through dry. Yes, so basically, it's like me. I got a hernia from a car accident, and I've been dealing with it for more than 10 years, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't bother me. So you're getting rid of the inflammation, and that's good. First live panel I was on Mitch's channel. I was nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. Once you do it a few times, not too bad. You need a good interviewer, though. Well, that's it. And eventually, now, I promised my friend Kurt, Meathead, I would be his first interview if he ever decides to go on an interview. If he does not, then I'll give everyone a choice who wants to be the first interview on my channel, which I think will be relatively interesting because I am the original carnivore. I am actually a relatively good interviewer. And other than the sniffling, my voice is pretty good. When I do a formal interview, I will edit that out, so it'll be very enjoyable to listen to. Now, right now, I'm dealing with a little irritation in my nose because as I talk, the vibration is pushing out some of the material that was from when I was sick. And again, this is just normal, and I tell people I would rather deal with these nuisances than have those respiratory infections. I've had friends younger than me that they get these respiratory infections, and it's really scary. Can't breathe, coughing, it's terrible. So dealing with these little things, it doesn't really bother me. I feel like it's a gift. You know, maybe it was in God's plan. I don't know, but I think it's a good thing. If your interviewer can't fill in when an awkward, quiet moment happens, it kind of ruins things. Well, that's it. Don't worry, Mitch will do the talking. Yes, because Mitch is very similar. I've had people tell me that Mitch is like an older version of Rick. And I think Mitch has a lot more experience than I have because I took care of my parents for so long. And our lives are different, but there's a lot of similarity. And I think that's one of the reasons why Mitch kind of latched out on me when he got frustrated, because he probably figured out that he can go after Rick and Rick will forgive you because that's what Rick does. The faster you fill a silo, the higher the quality. Yes. And what they've started to do, they've started to use bale wraps. This is a really good thing. The problem is you have to make sure the rats don't eat holes in it because they'll ruin your bales. But I don't know if anyone here is lucky enough to be in the farming industry or to live in a farming area and know a farmer. But that's really good because you can You can kind of see how the process goes. And yes, when the hay dries, it actually loses some value, but it's a trade-off that farmers make so it doesn't rot. Because if you harvest the hay too wet, it will decompose. And the worst thing that can happen, the decomposition can take place. There's nitrogen, there's nitrates in green grass. And if that nitrogen reacts too quickly, those nitrates can actually spontaneously combust. So if you had a barn full of hay and you put wet hay bales in there, you could actually get so much heat that it'd burn your barn to the ground. And that can happen. But thankfully, with the invention of plastic, you can put the bales outside. You don't have to put them in the barn. And that gives you a source. And if any of the bales go bad, they're easy to segregate out. Now, some people use a continuous process where they use a long row of bales that are wrapped. And that way they can continuously feed. And again, depending on the farm, depending on the conditions, that can work really well. But I know here in Florida, the best way to do it has always been to individually package the bales. Or if you do a silo, make small silos like they used to do here. People used to use those plastic tanks, the real big ones, and they would put their silage in there and close it up. And then that way, it would work really well. I left the house 2 weeks ago, and it nearly triggered an episode. Luckily, Dustin was live, and he talked me down with Chandra and Chat Family. Yes, Dustin's channel is really good. Those two are power couple. He usually pops in here. I haven't seen him yet, but maybe when we talk about him, it'll kind of wake him up, and he'll come in. I think they like to sleep late over there, although they do have an early live stream. Tomorrow morning, 7:30, look for Keto Simple, look for Dustin, and he's almost always there, unless he's on a vacation. I know he likes to go to Disney World. I don't know how anybody can afford going to that place, but they do like it. I always run like a sea for about an hour in the morning. I blow the crap on it. And you know what? That's probably clearing out a lot of allergens and saving you from other problems. I was there when you left and came back. You did good. Yes. Sciatica was due to discogenic disease, multiple L disc herniations, and pinching nerve. Scary stuff. Leg muscle just goes numb, and I would collapse. Stairs were absolutely treacherous. Well, I'm glad that that improved. Carnivore Helix coming in late. You're never late here. Hello, glad that you are here. Woman stopped smiling when I wiped rain off the bus, rain off her bench seat. That a chat and a prayer brought me back. Okay. All right. Sporadic scalia. I got a friend that has that problem too. They were trying to push surgery. I said, nope, bad idea. Wrap bales here are called marshmallows. Well, hopefully you live in the Midwest. And that's good because down here we don't have anything. The only thing that are marshmallows, they're the women that are wearing too tight clothes and they're going to the nightclub. I had nudial neuralgia too, which was one of the worst things I ever suffered from. That healed completely. Pretty amazing. It really is amazing. I grew up baling hay with my dad. Well, I'm sure back then it was all done on a hay wagon and the bales would come out of the baler and you had to stack them. That's how they used to do it over here. The trick was watch out for the rough part of the field because that's usually where you'll fall down on the wagon or fall on the ground, which was never fun. It was that first attack trying to go up and down stairs. Your leg just quits, no warning. If you aren't holding on, you will go down. That's not good. At the farm, I pick up the twine while the family does hay. Okay. So, are you doing round bales or square bales? Wow, I caught a live. Hello, everyone. Hey, Grandma's Crochet Corner. I wish I could catch your lives. I can't find them. And then on top of that, I'm probably asleep because I've heard that you do yours late. But after 9 or 10 o'clock, I don't even go on the internet. I'm pretty much done. Barbara GM, or why you put me to sleep last night. And that's a good thing. It seems to be why a lot of people go there. I had trigeminal neuralgia and wanted to die. I found a surgeon who did an amazing brain surgery on me. I remember you mentioning that before. And you have a fan. Everybody likes Grandma's Crochet Corner. I've never seen it. I don't know. Round bales in my lifetime. Okay. Well, round bales are easier to handle if you have a tractor. Most people, they will have a hay spear on the back of the tractor. And if you have a loader tractor, you can have one on the front. And if you're a smart person, you get yourself a skid steer and you'll move the hay bales with that because it's a lot faster and it gives your tractor a break. All that forward and reverse on your tractor wears out the transmission. Your tractor lasts the longest when you basically use it to go forward. You're pulling something, you're plowing, you're mowing. Tractor is the number one machine for a farm. But the tractor's best friend is a skid steer or a bobcat. So if you don't have one of those, keep your eye out. You may be able to get one. They're very handy. And I use one in my yard. My yard is very small. I could never use a tractor here. Tractors are way too big. But as you can see in my videos, I got little Bob, which is my bobcat. And Bob can do everything. Bob can drill holes. Bob can dig a trench. I even have a backhoe, which I need to fix for Bob. I can pick up an engine. I can move my trailer, my truck. Everything I need to do, I can do with Bob. But again, not everybody likes them. They are a little bit tight. But if a 6'6" guy can run one, anybody can. Getting in and out of them can be a bit of a trick for some people, especially older people. The tractor is a lot easier to get in and out of. You can step up and get up on the seat. You got good visibility from a tractor when you're doing mowing or towing. But when it comes to moving things, I prefer the bobcat because you're closer to the ground and I can see exactly what I'm moving. So it all depends. But if you are a farmer or rancher or whatever, number one, you get a tractor. Number two, get a skid steer, bobcat, or whatever you call it. So, in my opinion, that is the winning combination. All right. Hey, hey, hey. All right. Key to Rockstars. Amy's getting a hello. All right. It's 1:40 a.m. You know, when you got to go, you got to go. That's fine. Yay me. I can never catch you live either, Rick. I catch the replays. Well, I'm glad you do. I am glad you do. I have to seek out your live. I get live streamed out by the time the night comes around. Good morning to Amy. They have front and back, and I've used a skid steer. So you do have the tractor and the skid steer, and that's good. The winning combination that I always remember, if you can get your wagon attached to the tractor, a lot of times they'd get two wagons, and get somebody else to run the skid steer, pick up the bales, load them on the wagon. It's a lot faster. When you take them back to the storage area, then you either have to have a dumping trailer or you have to have another machine, tractor, skid steer, whatever there. But if you don't have a big field, you just get the person to follow you back to the storage area and that's it. Pretty handy. And some people do bale wrapping as well. Your singing last night was adorable. Your piano recital was cute too. My granddaughter plays. Oh, somebody had that. My skid steer is a bobcat. So you got one of the older ones or you got one of the newer ones? I have a Bobcat 763 and I have an 863, which the engine is blown up on and it's rusted out. If I could find another junk one, I'll build another Bobcat out of it. Hi, Rick. Hi, everyone from New Mexico. Well, hello, Venetian Cat. I'm glad that you're here. Terry is here. And, yep, saying hi to Carnivore Felix. That is great. So anyway, well, that's good. I'm glad that there's some people here that are in agriculture. We're not all stuck living in a city where they can starve us out at any time. If you are around people that raise cattle, sheep, goats, whatever, at least you have a local source of food that you can fall back on, and that's fantastic. All right, so let's see. How is the chat? Oh, wow. We got 45. Okay. Let's see. Oh. There we go. I'm looking at some of the comments that I had. Okay. All right. Grandpa has a huge semi truck and a very oversized trailer to haul them. They get hauled pretty much immediately. Well, that's good. Yeah, some of them they do that too. They'll have the semi truck and the trailer, and then with that, again, you can use. Hopefully, you have a bigger bobcat so you can raise the bale up. Otherwise, you'll have to do the upper bales with the tractor because they usually have a higher loader on them than your typical small skid steer machine. My neighbors across the street raise goats. Well, there you go. Around here, the only cattle we have 2 legs and live in apartment buildings, and they're not really edible, so that is a problem. Too many toxins and probably just not suitable. Hit the like button while you're here, whether you like it or not. Well, there you go. And it seems like I have a lot of likes. Let me look and see how many I actually have. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. Let me switch scenes here. Over here to the chat. And let's see what we got going on here. Now, around 11, what I want to do, I'm going to switch cameras, and I'm going to show you what I do for lunch. I've done a few away from the couch videos before. I might even do a little tour of what I'm doing with the truck. So let me see if this, where's my phone? It should be here. Hold on a second. I'll find it. There it is. All right. See if I can get this thing to work here. Okay. Cows, we have a grass feed and feral. The cows watch you as if they're watching a television show. They can't take your eyes off of it. It creeps me sometimes. Well, that's true of most animals, I think. All right, so let's see if I can get this to work. Can I get it to work? Shows a temperature of 82 degrees already. Well, that's not what I like. Okay, let's see. There we go. There it is. Searching for IVCam PC. I guess I have to run this. Okay. All right. Where did that go? Oh, here it is. Hopefully it doesn't crash the system. Oh, there we go. All right, so that is functioning. There we go. Yes. Okay, looks good. So that is now working. What I want to do is take you on a little bit of a tour. Try to keep this thing, you can see over here, it does work. So we're going to do that. And, okay. Let me do an experiment and see if this works. Okay. All right. Okay. Dried cat food. That's actually pretty simple, which I'll explain. Let me test this out. Let me switch cameras here. I'm going to go to the other video capture device. All right. Let me do this. And I got an advertisement, of course. All right. And it stopped working. Okay. That is interesting. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Let me switch this. Okay, there we are. Now, let me see the audio input device. Let me change this to the. There we go. I have no sound. Okay, what is going on here? All right. Okay. Huh. Okay. Well, that is interesting. Let's see. Why do I have nothing here? Oh boy, come on. Oh boy. Okay, let me just switch it back. All right. What happened to my sound? Oh, great. Well, that's not good. Oh boy, hold on. Okay, why do I have no sound? What is going on here? Ugh, this is frustrating. Let me see. Okay, there we go. All right, so I have sound on this one, and I have sound on this one. Okay, so why didn't this work? This is interesting. Let me try again. I'm going to try this again. I don't know what in the world happened. All right, we got this. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, that works. Okay, so that does work. Let me go and change this. You can see this picks up a lot more background noise. Okay. There we go. So I have audio and I have video. Okay. Now, I'm going to be like Mr. Rogers and I'm going to put my shoes on, as you can see. My computer has sped up quite a bit because its CPU has to work harder now. So hopefully I don't get crashed out with these shoes on here. All right, there we go. I don't think Mr. Roger wore size 15, though. That's a little bit different. I don't have the sweater, and I don't have all that, and I don't have the piano music in the background. Well, anyway, here we are in Rick's dumpy shop, living room, disaster area. And let me see. Okay. There we go. Now, I'm going to go outside and see how well this works. As you can see, I put in a double door. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit the remote control to put the light on. All right, so we can see a little bit better. You know you're in Rick's house when you have tanks and... Yep. Okay. Got a broom. Open the door. This second door is to keep Mr. Milton out. I mean, in. All right. So here we are in the front yard. And here's the truck. Why does this camera look funny? Okay. Open the hood. Come on. Yeah, there we go. All right, here it is. Now, this is what I was doing. Some rodent was trying to make a nest here. I got that cleaned out of there. It smells like a rodent was in here, so that was bothering me. Look, there's some more crap back here. I've been trying to get the exhaust manifolds disconnected. The bolts are rusted where they go to the exhaust pipe. Here is the engine in my truck. Got everything pretty much disconnected except the wiring harness. This is melted, this connector, so I've been trying to find another one, which I can't. So something equivalent. And you can see the engine is mounted way back. Now, if you look at the truck, you say, why did they put the engine so far back? The reason they do it, because right here, this engine is extremely heavy. If you put the engine more forward, it would make the truck a lot more unstable. So they have to push it back. So this thing goes all the way back to this. There's insulation in there. It's hard to get to the bolts. And then underneath the truck is where the torque converter is. I'm going to unbolt that. As you can see, right up in there. So hopefully later today, I'll get some time. I'm going to take this out of here. I removed the little spout that was from the radiator. There's some dirt. There's a lot of like dirt and stuff. This engine was clean at one time. Last time I worked on it, I always paint things when I work on it. But it's broken for 2 years. I've only run it a couple of times. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to remove the fuel pump and a couple other things so they don't get broken when I take out the engine. Back here is one of the lifting points. You can see this little hook right there by the dipstick. There is no lifting point in the front, so I may just use a couple of bolts and the chain. And I got plenty of chains. So we'll take this out of here. You can see it's an older engine. It has the V-belt pulleys, which I like, whereas the newer one, like in this van, it uses serpentine. But anyway, this is what I'm dealing with. I figure another hour of taking bolts out, and then over here, and I can get Bob, pick it up. Now, the yard is small, but there's enough room over here. Why is this thing so white? Oh well. Let's see, come on. Oh, is that an iguana? Something was up in the tree. It looked like an iguana. For some reason, this camera is really bright. Oh well. I guess because it was inside. There's a Federal Express truck. You remember this. And this. And this. That's what's left of the phone book. Good old van. Anyway. My project. See, across the street, they're too lazy to do their own cleaning, so they hire somebody to do it. Let's see out here. Mail's empty. Can't see nothing. What is this? There we go. That's better. Okay. Banana trees. They like bananas? There they are. Look at all those bananas. I had one banana plant get blown over in a storm, and the bananas, they got cut off, so here they are. They'll never get to develop, so we'll just compost those up. Got our native plants, mix of plants everywhere. And by the way, in my yard, we're actually fully native, well, in some parts of the yard. Oh, wow. Somebody gave me a compressor. Cool. Look at that. That is cool. I'm the neighborhood collector, so when something breaks, they're nice enough to give it to me. I like my neighbors. They don't bother me, and they're good people. There's a lot of good people in this neighborhood. It's a shame that Miami is so corrupt. Awesome. That is fantastic. What a nice little surprise. Pancake compressor. If I could fix that, it's good for the air nailer. Nice. Harbor Freight special. Okay. We'll come over here. And there's the Menace. Hello, Mr. Menace. Look at that. What? What's the matter? You silly kitten. You're a silly little kitten. Yes, you are. You're vicious. You're an attack cat. Yes, you are. You attacked me. What? What's the matter, Cuddles? You soft little kitten. Look at that. You want to go out. That's what it is. I'll let you out, but not now. No. I will let you out. Oh, look at you. Come on. Come on. Come here. Stand up. Come on. You're so cute. Yes, you are. You're a sweetie. Look at that cute little kitten. Aw. What? You're a bad little kitten or a good little kitten? Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. Dangerous animal. Okay. Come on. That's why I keep the crappy rug. He loves the rug. What? Okay. Let's go, little Cuddles. You're so cute. Yep. All right, let me change this back. What? How do I change this brightness? There we go. Okay. Watch the paws. All right. There we go. It feels hot in here. Put this AC down a little bit. There we go. Starting to sweat. It's hot out there. Okay, let me go back to the camera. Okay, why is this not working? I'll get it. So we'll switch over here to this camera. Okay. And then we will switch the audio. Everything is working. That's very good. All right, there we go. There we go. Milton. Milton is a menace. That's what he is. Okay, Milton. Well, I like that. Okay. Excellent. Let me see the comments. I've got fallen behind on the comments. Come on up, Milton. Come here. Come on. Come here, Milton. Don't you want to be on camera? It's like, no, I want to go outside and get in a cat fight. Come here, Milton. Come on. You a silly little Milton. You're a little monster. Look at that little Milton. He's cute. What? Cute little kitten? You're a sweetie. You're cutie. Kissy, kissy. You're a good kitten. Look at that long tail. Now you're smelling. What are you smelling? The other cats? We're going to get you fixed, and you're going to be a nice, fluffy little kitten instead of a little menace that's always after me. Okay, good kitten. All right, let me get these comments back up. Where are my comments? Here they are. All right. Okay, let's see. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of comments, so we don't want to fall behind. Yeah, it's happening now. Okay. Automotive classes are going to be a quiz. Yeah, right. The RG, yeah, they were. The settings are a little wacky. Homeschooling session is on. Looks like an old 1980s family video effect. Look at that now. That's way better. Yeah. Like working on a truck in the middle of a jungle. That's my yard. And Jurassic Park was one of my first movies. I slept through it, Mom says. It's not a compressor, Rick. It's a bomb. It was ticking, tick, 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 tick. Boom. It's like the camera filters they use shooting CSI Miami. Well, you already touched it and nothing happened. Must not be active. That's true. I brought it in the house. So Milton is the time bomb. There you go. Most don't understand the tech well enough to make it go boom. Well, the thing is, there's no way with the compressor tank the way it is, how would you pack the explosives in it? And there's no detonator. So I think it would be impossible. Now, if it was bolted together, yeah, there could be a bomb in it. But being welded like that and with the paint being old, I never even thought about it being a bomb. But no, it's probably my neighbor down the street. You know, the one thing that I have always liked, when my parents were alive, my dad used to argue with people, so he would make enemies and hold grudges. The neighbors that he got really aggressive with, they've all died. So the new neighbors, I'm a little bit of the oddball, but they give me stuff. This is the thing. I know they don't hate me. When my neighbor bought a new fence, they gave me the old gate I put in front of my house. I've had them give me tools, you know, a machete, trimming shears and all that, old lawnmowers. They drop it off here because they know that if I can't use it, I'll scrap it or I'll give it to my scrap friend. So that's really good. But most of the time I fix the stuff and I use it. The pressure washer that I use, my neighbor gave me. I fixed it. I'm going to fix my truck. Amy's cat. Confused. Okay. Milton is Rick's cat. He runs Rick. Yes. I got confused on whose cat is whose. Okay. That's neat. Your neighbors drop things off. That's right. Pies. PLS. Okay. Please tell me how you make your cat food. All right. The way that I do it, I get ground beef and I spread it out on a pan and I put it in an oven or I put it on the stove and basically heat it up slowly, keep stirring it until it sort of cooks a little bit, and then I just let it dry. So I have a food dehydrator, one of those metal ones. You just put it in there, let it dry, and that's it. Very simple to do. And I have it in a container. It's almost like regular cat food. The thing is, you want to cook as much of the fat out as you can. First of all, cats don't do well with fat. My cat, the cooked fat will give him diarrhea. But that's good because the fat that I cook out, I add to my beef tallow block. And that's it. So you cook it a little bit. You get it where most of the fat is out of it. And then you put it in the food dehydrator and let it go for hours or whatever it takes. Once it's dehydrated, what? Come here. Milton, come on. What? What? Why are you meowing all the time? You have food in the kitchen. I pet you. I don't know what else you want. Okay, so that's how I do it. A video about cats I watched yesterday said they think of the owner as a parent. Well, if I'm a parent, Milton's in trouble. I have time to chat while waiting at the dealer for my tire repair. If my tire goes bad, I always have to fix it myself. What? Milton, what are you doing knocking all that down? What a menace. I have 4 cats, Helix, and one of them is black like a Milton, but he's long-haired. Well, that's unusual. And Carnivore Jerry says, hello, Amy. Well, hello. Okay, now, it's getting close to lunchtime, so what I want to do, I want to show you what I'm having for lunch, and see how many people we lost. I'm down, I think, to 36. I hope that works now. There we go. Okay. I guess when you change cameras, it automatically disables the audio. Very interesting. All right. Let me go back to the comments here. Let's see. Okay. Where did my comments go? They've disappeared. There we go. All right. I boil my ground beef in an Ninja and let it dehydrate. Yeah, there you go. You can do that too because you want to separate the fat and then that way it'll dehydrate much better. I put it in glass jars. Exactly. Dennis the Menace. Audio goes away. Yeah, that's what it is. My husband's named Dennis. No sound. Okay. And I fixed it. Yes, we can hear you now. He was a menace. Good now. There we go. Another name for silly pet is a dog's name on Family Guy. Brian. There you go. And then you got the kid that looks like a football or something. We had a female German Shepherd, and my husband named her Bob. There you go. Oh, wow. Look who's here. Talk about celebrities. It is Russ Mitchell, Homesick Buckeye, the singer in the carnivore community, the one who is always funny, even when he tries not to be. So we're glad that you're here, Russ. And I think on Tuesday, I will be with you in the Keto Cookout every 2 weeks. He has to lower his standards to bring Rick into the chat. And we can thank our friend Russ for making it possible for me to attend Hack Your Health. So again, that's one of our celebrities. And Russ was the very first person to ever meet me from YouTube. So you will always have that distinction. We had a really good time eating at the steakhouse down the street. Now, I may be able to go to that steakhouse again because my friend that's moving away, he says before he moves, he's going to take me to the steakhouse because, again, when you're as poor as I am, you don't eat out unless somebody takes you out. So we'll go down there and eat at the steakhouse, and that'll be super nice. All right, now here's a good question. Is grass-fed beef leaner? Sometimes. Now, back when we had cattle here in Florida, because of the fact they could graze year-round, a lot of them were quite fatty as long as they had enough to eat. The grain-fed cattle typically get fatter because they move less. If the cattle are moving around eating grass, they will naturally be leaner. But when you put them in the barn and you feed them now, what they used to do to fatten up the cattle here, they fed them sugar cane. And sugar cane is a grass. But sugar cane will fatten up cattle relatively quickly. And then you have the mangoes and the bananas and all the other food that goes bad, they give it to the cattle. and they'll eat that too. And as long as the cattle can eat without moving much, they will put on fat relatively quickly. I think humans are kind of the same way too. But generally, yes, grass-fed beef is leaner. However, in the conditions we had here, it was not always the case. They would have cattle that ate corn and other grains, and they were lean because they were still moving around and they weren't eating as much. Okay. And we have some hellos to Russ. And there you go. And Terry. And hello, Russ. You can't eat the blonde. OFC. Okay. Not sure what that meant. And we have another hello for Russ. And another hello for Russ. Russ is funny. Not funny looking, though. Well, that depends on your perspective. Russ, it was a great gift for all of us for you to help Rick go. Yes, I agree 100%. I had a cousin named Bobby when he was a kid. Then he grew up and we called Robert. One day someone on the road made a wild move and he yelled, "Okay, Vav." Okay, got some humor going here. Yup, made it to alive. Well, usually you don't get up till afternoon, so this must be a special occasion for Russ. And there we go. Hello, everyone. I see you, Russ. Well, there you go. Lizzie is here. Retired Rick. It is very addictive for me. My weakness, fried plantain in lard, cut like potatoes. Well, if you're addicted to it, you might not want to eat it because you'll be eating so many. Okay. All right. You have to do, 500 push-ups for them plantains. There you go. Milton, what do you want? You keep meowing. You keep running around. And now you're showing me your teeth. What do you want? I feed you constantly. What? Okay. You are one silly pet. You know that? I'm going to have to try to incorporate a fried plantain into a hash browns type thing. See what happens. Potatoes kill my stomach these days. Potatoes are just not good. And try the plantain and see what happens. Very addictive. The plantain, I advise you don't do it. Well, not to everyone. I pair it with yogurt now to blunt the blood sugar spike. Well, that's a good idea. Milton, what are you doing? Get out of there, Milton. Milton, no. Bad Milton. Oh. Milton is scattering trash out of the trash can all over the place. What? Milton, come here if you want attention. Jump up here. Come on. Milton, what? Come here. You're a silly puss. You are a silly kid. Look at that cute little animal. You're a vicious beast, aren't you? You're deadly. You tried to kill me a couple weeks ago. You cute little thing. Look at that cute little face. Look at those little teeth. Well, those are sharp little teeth. Okay, let me show you to my friends. Here you go. Look at Mr. Milton. Look at Mr. Milton. What a cutie. Look at that cute. Look at those eyes. Milton. One thing I like about Milton, when I pick him up, he calms down. A lot of cats, when you pick them up, they get aggravated. Milton calms down. Yeah. And there goes Milton. Okay. Milton wants attention, and he doesn't want attention. That sounds like a cat. That's the way cats are. He follows me everywhere, but then when I try to get him to go somewhere, he won't go. So he's like me. There you go. I just started feeding my dogs GSDs, German Shepherds. Kefir. Okay. It's good. Milton likes yogurt, by the way. Milton is stealing the show. He's good at that. Being a Saturday morning cat. He needs cat cartoons. My cat used to love watching bird and squirrel TV. I didn't know they had such a thing. She'd never jump at the screen, but she made noises. And Milton makes funny noises. He's cute. I feed my dog Russell chicken and beef. He loves it. Well, there you go. Yes. He's gorgeous, Velvet Kitty. He's a black Vetus, but he's cute. He looked just like Thomas did. Milton is just glad he is not an iguana. Well, there you go. I don't think I could have a pet iguana for long because the temptation to cook it would be too great. But I have had pet iguanas in the freezer for a while when I didn't have time to eat them. I'm going to go iguana hunting. Hopefully, if we get some more cold weather, or at least a little bit of it, because right now it's so hot. Just in the time walking around outside, I was starting to sweat. I had to turn the air conditioner down. It's just not a pleasant place to work, but hopefully, they said it would be 86. It might be 87 the way things are going. That's too funny. There we go. Just about 1 shotgun's full of kefir a day. They do love yogurt too now. That's right. Animals like that stuff. Milton is mixed family. There, I said it. Okay. Clarify. Thomas was my cat from years ago. Okay. Well, black cats all look very similar. I had a black cat when I was a kid, my little menace, and he looked very similar. I'm the one that looks a lot different. I got my photographs. I started scanning some of them, but you probably have seen some in the intro. Let's see. Shot glass. Okay, not shotgun. There we go. Kefir is yogurt with steroids. It's just a form of yogurt that's lumpy and liquid. It's a little bit different bacteria. Kefir is pretty much what I make with the natural bacteria that you find on plants. Sauerkraut juice and peppers and stuff like that. And yogurt is a more homogeneous mixture of bacteria. So yogurt tends to grow more consistently. Most of the commercial yogurts are designed to have fast-growing bacteria so they can basically get done faster. Now, my yogurt takes about 24 hours to ferment, but I know commercial yogurts can ferment in a lot less time. Yep. Wonder if it's rendered fat that gives my cats diarrhea for raw ground beef. Yeah, it probably is. Definitely going to try a recipe. Because I've given my cats raw meat and they don't have a problem. But when it's cooked, the fat gives them diarrhea. In my case, I can eat all the rendered fat I want. I used to eat lard right off the block, and I never had a problem. So I think a lot of it depends on the individual that's eating it, how you've adapted to it. And Rick needs to put a big gold necklace on Milton. Well, there you go. I've heard kefir is much easier to make. It actually is. You buy the little lumps. They call them kefir grains, but they're just lumps of kefir. You can actually get from the store if it's live and make it from that. But it's different. It's going to be more like a drink than a solid. And buy him a caddy. Must be talking about Milton. Terry girl, yeah. Yes, then maybe give your cat too much. The new dog Squeaky loves raw turkey neck. Well, there you go. I got to go to the bank now. Love you all. Fun live more power. Well, thank you for being here. Carnivore Helix. Enjoy the bank and enjoy rural living because very few of us get to live in a place where we can see our food being raised. All right. And that's one of the problems that we have to deal with. As we get more and more people, and although the banksters are trying to tell you that the population is decreasing, the population is not decreasing. It's increasing everywhere, which means more and more farmland is going to be turned into development. So what they want to do, they want to sort of warehouse all the people in apartment buildings, and that way they don't use as much farmland. I have a different approach. What I would like to see is more people living in rural areas, but people in the city getting rid of their lawn. I would like to see every suburban home eliminate their lawn, like I did. My yard has no lawn. The only grass I have is by the street. If every suburban yard eliminated their lawn, especially if you have one of those really big properties. Now, if you want to have grass, you get yourself some animals, sheep, goats, whatever. You have grazing animals that you can keep your grass going. And then small yards like this where you can't really have animals, well, you're going to have to change the stupid government because they won't let you have birds. So you got to go to your county commissioner and tell them either you get rid of the ban on poultry or you are going to be thrown to the alligators. And then maybe they'll do it. People should have chickens, ducks, or whatever meat. Some of the bigger yards may even have a goat or sheep or something like that. And if you have an iguana problem, just cook them. Muscovy duck, people should be feeding them, not running them over. The Muscovy ducks that are wild, people should be taking them into their yard and then cooking them on a regular basis. That way you don't have to worry about any, any problems with overpopulation. That's the biggest complaint they have here with Muscovy ducks. They tend to grow large amounts. They poop everywhere. But if you didn't have cement yards and lawns, you wouldn't care about the duck poop because it go right into the mulch. If you were growing your own mangoes and bananas and avocados and whatever, even if most people were carnivores, some people are still going to eat that stuff. And they destroyed all the mangoes and avocados and everything to build these homes. Instead of building these stupid wooden roofs, build a concrete flat roof, and then you can put your garden up on the roof. So what used to be farmland and has been turned into development could be turned back into gardens. What? And for those people that don't want to raise food, put native plants in your yard. Be like me, belong to the Native Plant Society, who, by the way, will give you 5 free plants every year, and you don't have to pay anything to join their group. All you have to do is plant some native plants in your yard. So there's a lot of things that you can do. Instead of warehousing all these people in apartment buildings, which I think is a disgrace. Now, am I saying that apartments are bad? No. If you work in the city and you like living in the city, then you're going to need apartments to live in. But the city apartments are too expensive. They're all so-called luxury apartments, and they're all garbage. They're all built cheap, ugly boxes. There's nothing there to appeal to anyone. They're just sad. They're like sad diet, except they're sad homes. If you're going to build apartments, make them look good. Milton, why is there... That's interesting. What? What is it, Milton? Milton, no. Milton, the extension cord is not a cat toy. Do not eat the extension cord. No. No extension cord for Milton, okay? Good, Milton. Go over there and look out the window. All right. That's really good. So anyway, if you're going to have people living in the city and they're going to live in apartments, you got to stop building these stupid Miami apartments where you have the big parking garage and you have all these idiot losers, 20-somethings, renting Lamborghinis to drive around downtown Miami and act like you're important, making a bunch of noise. It's really stupid. Everything is so stupid, and it's all based on debt. So the secret is this. First of all, stop bringing more people in this country. We're full. We don't need any more people. Let them fix their own part of the world. Have kids and take care of them. Don't just have kids and dump them on somebody else. If you're going to make the investment in raising a family, you need to get married, you need to be committed, and you need to use your head, this one, not the other one, and produce children and take care of them. Don't give them duck food. Don't send them to the government prison. That's called a school. Learn how to educate your children so they realize how things really work. Don't go into debt and try to discourage other people from doing so. Business debt is perfectly fine. Business debt is desirable. Personal debt is a no-no. Milton, what? What? What is it, Milton? I know. I fed you. I fed you. I know it's lunchtime coming up. What it is, you want to be in there when I'm cooking my food so you can eat the meat scraps. And I will give them to you, but you got to be patient. You're not going to die if you go an hour without eating. Come here, Milton. Oh, you're cute. Look at how cute you are. You love attention. To think, my friend told me I should get rid of you. I should take you for a ride and let you go after you attack me. But you're so cute. I can't resist. You're such a cute little kitten. Look at that little kitten. You really do like me, even though you're a mean little monster when you're upset. I'm sure if I bit into an extension cord, I would tear up anyone that got in my way, too. Look at that pretty cat. Oh, my goodness. You are so nice when you want to be. All right. Okay. Let me go back over here to the chat, which is where I want to be. And we got a bunch of chat. And we only got about 38 people, and yet we got a ton of chats, so that's good. Do my cholesterol goes 99 now with this recipe? I don't know. You're going to have to try it and see. See how high it can go. See if you can beat your last record. Kids pulling the turkey neck out of raw turkeys. And it's so funny to see their expressions since they think it's a different body part. Okay. That's funny. All right. Someone got to send him money. Do it now. Okay. Many suburbs fined for growing food in place of lawns. Yes. You need to stop. You're paying people 30, 40, 50 bucks to cut grass that you can't smoke and you can't eat. So what's the point? Why are you growing lawns? I use my yard for a lot of things. If I had a lawn here, I couldn't use it for anything. I couldn't take things apart. I couldn't cut up scrap metal. I couldn't pot plants. I would be restricted as to what I could do. I couldn't even take my bobcat from one side to the other without making a mess. But thanks to my mulch, I have total freedom in my yard. And if I go away, I don't have to worry about the county. Oh, your grass is too tall. There is no grass. If my house always looks the same, whether I'm here or not. So I think that getting rid of the lawn is the best thing you can do. Just get rid of it. And someone agrees here. Aha, there we go. There should be a lawn effect that has a growing oxygen-producing foliage and also some fruit trees to save the bees. If our bees leave... And I got some news for you. There's a wild beehive in my backyard growing inside an old traffic light and some scrap metal that I haven't moved. It's been there almost 12 years, and the bees are still there. People were telling me, oh, the bees are going to go extinct. No, they're here. And Thomas has returned home. Look at that. We've been on so long that Thomas has returned home. I hope work went well, and I hope you're feeling good. And I'm sure that you'll be doing a live later, and I'll be off by then. I love living in the forest, but these people here are ignoramus. Yes, I'm a city girl. Well, there you go. To Thomas, yes. Fried in margarine. Okay. I love our apartment because it is above a carport and no one above. That sounds like one of those California dingbat apartments. They used to make those. They don't make those anymore. Nowadays, it's all stack and pack boxes. I came from Southern California, mountain folk life. What, Milton? What? Milton, what is wrong with you? What? You're licking. I fed you. What is wrong with you? You want me to go in the kitchen now and feed you? Is that what it is? You got me so well trained. You're going to sit on the floor like a little kitten and look at me with the sad eyes. I'm hungry. I'm starving. You're fine. Okay. City life, yeah. City people are a little strange. Fried pork and margarine. There was a black stuff sticking in the pan that can't be removed. Okay. Probably all that oxidized, nasty seed oil. Everything is in slow motion in the hill country. That's good. That you'll live longer like that. Mind-blown moments are what they pull their teeth as opposed to going to the dentist. I haven't been to a dentist since 1986, so my teeth are fine. I haven't had to pull any. Margarine needs to be removed from the store. I swear it does. So crazy people eat that. It looks like axle grease to me, but I could be wrong. You get one of those margarine tubs, I'm thinking, is that high-speed wheel bearing or is that waterproof? Don't get me started on the diet they eat that causes their teeth to rot out. That's right. When Milton is superpower electrified mode, stand back. That's right. Cat scratch fever. My brother is a cook. Told me seed oil smoke turns the roof black. Yes, it does. And if you look at my ratty kitchen, you can see it doesn't do that with the animal fats that I use. Now, I have hundreds of gallons of seed oils in the backyard. That's for my truck. And I'll be burning that once I get my truck back on the road. And by the way, when the seed oils leak out, you can find the leak very easy because it turns to something that looks like tar, black and tarry. Ew, yep. And Jonathan has returned. Good. I'm glad that you're here, Jonathan. He also tells me seed oil smells bad even after use. Yes. Why don't you eat it? And he didn't respond to me, just plain silent. Well, there you go. Dingbat reminds me of Archie Bunker. Yep. Hi, Jonathan. He's a growing boy and needs some protein. He'll get his food. Don't worry. Milton, you can see, is sitting next to me. Look at that. Milton. Look at that pretty face. Life is never dull when you have a pet cat. Hi, Wendy. Small carnivore here. I eat every 12 hours. Milton eats more frequently than I do. That's backwards. Well, if it works for you, it works for you. Milton is bored and wants, he wants to go out. Maybe a catio. If I had the materials, my catio is what I used to call the duck fattening area. It's full of junk right now. I got to clean that up and I got to replace the screen. So I may do that as well. The problem is once I have the catio empty, then I'm tempted to use it as a duck fattening area, which is kind of funny because every time I've had a pet, I always let them out there to see what will happen with a large Muscovy duck. And you got to realize some of them ducks are 15 pounds or more. And if Kitty tries to catch the duck, Kitty finds out the hard way that ducks are fast and they peck. So, but yeah, eventually I'll get that cleaned out and then I'll let him go out there. He'll enjoy it. That's what Bill Knott does with his cat Daisy. They love to go outside. But normally I go out there with him supervised. I let him run around outside. I just keep him out of trouble with the other cats. I don't want him getting hurt. I can't afford to take him to a vet, so we got to keep him from not getting hurt. Okay, what else we got here? Yep. I heard somewhere retarded people live long lives because they don't worry. Huh, I should be okay. Okay. Are you retarded? That's what Bar K's channel says. I believe that to be true as well. Okay. I did upload a video of the pan with black stuff sticking in it. Okay. My game YouTube channel tomorrow. There we go. Those yellow eyes. He wants some bacon. I haven't had bacon in a couple of weeks at least. So maybe one day. The only time I got bacon is when someone gave it to me. Other than that, I generally don't buy it unless it's on sale. I'm in Los Angeles. Where were you before? Day 5 years fast. I'm super chill. Okay. You can use brown margarine bites to repair a leak in the roof. Yeah, or do what I do. Get used roofing paper, soak it in gas, and patch the holes with it. Prove too much for the man. Yep. That song. My teenage years were spent in Harbor City. Lived down by Disneyland when I was little. Interesting. California people. Love Bill Knott's catio. Can't blame you for needing to keep him in. With the stray cats around here, Milton is a total menace, and he is one of the fastest cats I've ever had. The animal is an absolute beast. And he's left the room. So he might be over there eating the food that I gave him instead of complaining. Let's see. Oh, I see what's going on there. My neighbor. Neighbor's over there shuffling the cars around while they got the car wash guy over there. I think it's pretty funny. How lazy do you have to be not to wash your own car? Now, I need to wash my truck and van. In fact, I may do it today, but I use a pressure washer. Hopefully, I don't lose too much of the car when I wash it, which is usually what happens. I have a lot of cousins down there still. Okay. Well, California is a place everyone leaves, just like in Florida. Miami is a place everybody leaves, and for everyone that leaves, to replace them. Hey, Milton, you like that new entranceway? Let me turn that light on for you. There we go. You are one silly cat. I'm watching you. I see that tail. What? Milton. Milton. Oh, well. He'll manage it. Okay. Here comes Milton. Let's see. Last time our cat got out, we were calling for him. Something shot down the alley at the end of the driveway. It was so fast. I guess it was him, but it was out of California. Oh, there goes Tennessee. It'll be another disaster. Hey, Milton, I see you've settled down now. Look at Milton. Back over here. Hey, Milton. Milton the Black Menace. I love my Black Menace. I really do. Anyway, so that's good. So anyway, let's see how our attendance is doing and see when we need to wrap this up. We have 38 people, it looks like. Okay. Oh, why did I do that? Okay. I went to Tim's channel. Let me go back here. Up. All right, there we go. Okay. We have 36 watching now. We have 44 likes. So that's actually pretty good. Yes, it is. Okay, let's see here if we can get into this. Maybe wrap it up at noon. Okay, I can't leave. I won't have a job. All right. I don't think a born and bred Californian can handle Tennessee weather and bugs and snakes and such. That's a good point. But a lot of people from California seem to come to Florida and deal with the bugs here. And the heat is brutal. It's rough. But then again, it's like my neighbor across the street. They get somebody else to wash their car. I don't think they spend a lot of time working outside anyway. In our modern world, the low-paying jobs require you to be in the heat, and the high-paying jobs, you're indoors. Of course, that's why a lot of people are overweight, although even the people that work outside seem to be overweight. So I guess it's just the low-quality food they eat and the stressful lifestyle that makes you fat. All right, so let's see. Is that all the comments we got? Nope, we got another one. My 17-year-old daughter is currently looking at colleges and mentioned South Carolina. I told her we have the best weather in the world. She is dreaming of pissing me off. Okay. Old people like Florida for that humid, warm weather, I guess. I don't think it would. No, you wouldn't. But most people here, the air-conditioned car, air-conditioned house, they don't work outside, so they don't care. Being sweaty ain't my thing. Well, when you live here, that's all I ever do. That's why I complain so much. Friendly reminder, if you don't know, I'm doing a prize contest. 12 Days of Christmas on my channel. Join in the fun, Rick. Well, I will have to check that out. That's interesting. Although I'm to Christmas what Ebenezer Scrooge was to it. I find it more of a bah humbug thing than anything else. I don't have to wait for a particular day to give somebody a gift. I just have to wait until I'm not broke. That's all. Anyway, all right. But I will check that out. So, is that it? Are we pretty much done now? We've been, 3 hours, going on 4 hours. It's 9, 10, 11, 12. Will be 4 hours. My longest ever was 12 hours. We're not going to go to that unless we have another hurricane or storm. But who do we have on the agenda today? Who has a live stream on Saturday? Let's check. Thank you. No, thank you for letting me know. Let's see who is on the live stream parade for today. So it'll give me an excuse to pass you off to them. All right, let's try my channel. Okay. Looks like Chris Cooking Nashville had a video out. There's the finance video. I'll watch that later. So who do we have? I get some weird videos. Oh, there's another. Okay, they're getting winter over there. Don't forget tonight, you have at 8 p.m. Saturday Night Live with Mitch. Let's see who else. Okay. It's got to be some of our regulars. Let me see who we have here. Okay. What about Thomas? Does Thomas have a live today? Let's see. Okay. Looks like he does. Thomas has a live at 4. All right. So we have Thomas. So what about the rest of our carnivore friends? He's got Juliet and Doug, by the way. We love Juliet and Doug. There's some awesome people. That's what I like about this space. We got some of the best you'll ever find on YouTube. I like that. So you got this at 4. Who else do we have? What about Aaron? Does Aaron have a video? Let's see. All right. Okay. Live. I don't see a live for Erin today. She tends to have them during the week, usually around 8 o'clock. So that's good. Who else? Anybody else have a live? Robert Kiltz will be tomorrow morning. Dustin is tomorrow morning, right? He doesn't have it posted yet. Okay. It's usually like 7:30 in the morning. Who else? Well, we know Bob Carnivore Talk. Haven't seen him on here for a while, but he's Monday night at 8. Amy has one as well, usually on Sunday. Let's see, it'd be Sunday, what is it? 7? Oh, okay. Oh. December 7th. That's tomorrow, right? Yeah, today's the 6th. So let's eat challenge with Amy Davis. So tomorrow, and it looks like it is at 3 o'clock. Interesting. So we have one with Amy. Who else? Oh. 12. Okay. So Amy's got several of them. I know Juliet usually has one before her. But I don't see too many other people today. So I guess Saturday is not the most popular live day, which makes sense because how many people want to spend their Saturday morning on a live stream when they could be out enjoying their life? What I'm going to do, I think as soon as I finish this live stream, I'm going to put some money in my pocket and I'm going to ride over to the Winn-Dixie and I'm going to get some of the delicious pork butt that they have there before they run out, because they do have a tendency to run out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, everyone should know about Winn-Dixie. All right. That's the closest store to me. Fresco y Mas used to be Winn-Dixie. Same company, basically. And I go to both of them. And let's see. Where is... okay. This annoying little thing here. Weekly ad. There we go. All right. Okay. Well, we have top round for $6.99 a pound, which is expensive. And let's see what else we got. Weekend sale. Turkey breast, $179. Here it is. T-bone steak, $6.99 a pound. That's a little bit more expensive than what I can pay right now. So we'll skip that. That's probably from South America. But for us super poor people, where is that other thing here? I hope they didn't take it off. I know it was 99 cents because I bought some yesterday. Weekend sale Friday through Sunday. Maybe I'm in the wrong location. That's what it is. Okay. Federal Express. They're driving by. And let's see. Concord Shopping Mall. There we go. All right. And then we will check the weekly ad. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, there we go. Weekly ad. I got the ad here somewhere. 10% back on meat and seafood. Okay. That's interesting. Huh. There we go. This is it right here. Look at that. Boston butt roast. I guess when they say you eat butt, is that what they mean? But Boston butt roast, it's actually very tasty. It's a limit of one, but that's limit of one per transaction. So the rest of the week, it's $2.29 a pound. So I better get it today because by Sunday, they don't have any. That's the game they play. They always run out and then they hide it. But that's okay. And they even have a special flyer for poison. If you want to make yourself sick, you got Crown Royal. I don't know what this is, but it's a lot more expensive than a nice piece of beef, I'll tell you that. Hard to believe they have that nonsense. All right. So that's what the ad looks like, and I do have it here somewhere. Where did that go? Milton's been playing with the papers. But anyway, that's where I'll be heading to. If you have a Winn-Dixie nearby and you're broke like I am, just go ahead and hit the weekend sale. And you can see over here that 99-cent pork is a good deal. It's really tasty. So even before I eat my lunch, I guess technically I'm fasting because I've only had breakfast. I'm going to get on my bicycle and I'm going to ride down there and I'm going to get that delicious pork. The problem is, where's my money? Oh, boy. Oh, wait a minute. It's in the file cabinet. I put the money in the file cabinet. I got $10 in there, so I'll be good. All right, so let me go back over here to my scenes, and let's see how many comments we have. And we're going to start, as they say, landing this airplane or crashing it or whatever you want to call it. So we will go here, and we will go here. And I don't have my chat. There it is. Okay. I'll be live twice tomorrow doing the cooking challenge on Club Carnivore at 3. Well, that's good to know. So if you happen to be by a computer at 3 o'clock, check out our friend Amy. Because Amy is the one that created not only the Duckman superhero, but also the strawberry poop gas, which, as you'll notice, is on my intro. I had a friend of mine said, "What in the world is that?" I said, "It's one of my carnivore friends from online. She created this to describe my biogas process." And he was laughing. He says, "I remember when that exploded." Yes, because he came over right after the explosion. "What is that smell?" "Well, I had a little accident in the biogas digester. Walked in the backyard. There were flies buzzing everywhere. It smelled terrible. And I was out there with a hose trying to hose it down." Very unpleasant. But what do you get for free gas? Okay. Interesting. Oh, well. Seems like everyone I watch is all 2 or 3 hours ahead of me, so most of my viewing has to come around dinner time and after. No, it's just time changes. Aaron is pretty spontaneous. Yes. I am not spontaneous other than uploading videos, but my lives are always at the same time because I want people to participate. That's the trick. Carnivore Jerry is spontaneous. Yes. I'll be live twice tomorrow. Okay. So many lives on Sundays while I'm watching football with my husband, so they get hard for me. That is true. That is true. I will need to not do a live today to not compete with my friends. Tomorrow I go live before Amy. Okay. I will do the live as a cooking video and hot topics tomorrow. Awesome. The 4 a.m. slot is now blank here. I think Mitch said something about going back to a 7 a.m. show, which would be 4 here. Yes, and I was going to talk about that as well. Glad you reminded me. Being a second shift worker, try to do lives because I didn't want to sleep. Yeah, other people's toes. Exactly. 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. I'm live. I don't want to tick off my fellow carnivore people. Stepping on toes is an issue. Getting views when someone has already established himself into another live is where the issue is. The audience gets thin, but replays are cool. Right. I just changed my life, took it out completely for today, now to compete with Thomas and adjusted the live. I'll do it tomorrow night before yours. Not live. Life sounded better. It made me laugh. Okay. When you read a book, okay, yeah, that's right. Booze was to TS to make me hurl. Yes. Wow, still here. Played 18 holes indoor and you're still on. Yes, I am still on. And I knew I saw Barbara was streaming at 4 a.m. Okay, good. Now, you mentioned Mitch, and yes, Mitch said he's going to go back to the 7 a.m. live. When I first saw Mitch, he was 9 a.m. every day, and then he was like Saturday afternoon at 3, I think it was. So that's when I decided Live at 8 with Rick would be in the morning. Then Mitch changed. Then he moved, I think he did Saturday at 9. And then I know a couple of people would say, well, why do you have yours at the same time that he did? I said, well, mine's an hour earlier. Of course, they did tend to overlap. Then Mitch had a stroke. He was not putting up any videos, obviously, because they were trying to poison him with duck food. Then he went 1 day a week, then 2 days a week, then 3 days a week. Eventually, he went to every day, but he skipped Saturday. So he was every morning except Saturday. And then he went ahead and went back. He decided that since everybody's already watching Dr. Kiltz, he would put his live stream right after Dr. Kiltz and would also prompt, because Dr. Kiltz is busy, he can't be on all day like I can. So it would limit Dr. Kiltz's video to about an hour, and then he would switch over to Mitch. But the problem is, Mitch started doing it every single day, which I mentioned was a bad idea. And I got criticized for it. You know, why are you saying that? Because Mitch had a stroke. Mitch has other things to do. And he just went day after day after day. And it burned him out. He got mad, struck back against a couple of us. And then I think he realized that we're gonna be flexible about the time. So doing the every other day thing is really good for the daytime. Then he does it late at night. I think that's very smart. So Mitch was going 9, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then Saturday night at 8. He was also doing Tuesday and, what was it? Yeah, Tuesday and Thursday night also I think it was at 8. Because I know I would go on Tuesday. Oh, we got a call. Oh, it might be an actual call. Let me pick this up. Hello. Do I have? Yes, I have sound. So what's going on? Enjoying
I'm
your
just
meat?
heartbroken about you not having bacon.
Oh, okay. That's okay. When it's on sale, I'll get some. No problemo.
But I got your digits. I figured I'd call in and get the rest of it.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So you might want to silence that part because you're online.
All right. Okay, there we go. That should be working now.
Yeah, I have the fur-covered demon trying to get to my bacon and eggs.
Ah, the little monster.
No, demon. The house panther is in another room at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, mine...
So we have one of each.
Really? So you got
Yep.
one that's bright colored and one that's dark?
One goes woof and the other one goes meow, yeah.
There you go. Oh, they're funny.
The funny thing is the dog was raised by the previous cats, and the cat was raised by the dog, who, being a neurotic chihuahua, did not do a great job.
That's funny. Oh, you know, I don't know. Animals are just something else, let me tell you. The funniest is when you have a mama duck with ducklings and then the cat trying to go with the ducks. And they start out fighting. Next thing you know, the cat's sleeping and all the ducklings are up against the cat.
Yeah. Well, cats are usually pretty warm, and baby birds need something to support that warmth that they aren't making enough of. But I've heard of chickens raising kittens and chickens raising ducks. Like, if you slip the eggs under them at the right time, they'll raise it.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if I've heard of swans doing anything like that.
No, but if you think that's funny,
they're pretty good about sticking to their own.
I had a cat that used to sit on eggs.
Oh.
Yep. When Mama Duck, she'd get off her eggs, my cat would sit on the eggs. And then when she came back, he'd walk away. It was so funny. And then when the ducklings hatched, they were all hanging around my kitty cat, my Garfield, the big orange cat. So you had an orange cat with yellow ducklings, and the little duckies, they'd get up like with the little ducky butts sticking out. So you have all these little ducktails sticking out, and underneath the cat. It's so funny.
That's awesome.
I should have made videos of some of these animals.
I'm not sure if I saw it on YouTube or some other source, but there was a video I saw of a pair of lions, and she wanted to stop and kind of take care of a small animal. I think it was like a fox or something. He wanted to eat the small animal.
Really?
She kept him off it until it got stronger. Yeah.
Wow. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Comments are still working. I'm surprised I haven't had any technical issues today. This is like a miracle.
Maybe Milton's just being really good until he's all the way forgiven and stops hearing about the bruise and the bite marks, claw marks.
Well, those bite and claw marks are pretty much gone. I'm sure by the time it's 2 weeks, it'll be gone. He's been super chill. You see he's sleeping on top of you can see right there on the recliner, he's sleeping over there in that mess that he made. But he's a content kitty. All week he's been friendly. He sleeps on the bed next to me at night, although sometimes he makes noises and gets up and goes to the window. But other than that, he's never bit me or attacked me. It seems like it was the extension cord that set him off. I don't think he's a dangerous cat at all.
House Panther was trying to bite some of my fingers off yesterday.
Really?
I mean, not making a serious effort. I reached out to pet him, and he took a little nip. I'm like, cut that out, you.
Oh, boy. Let's see. Sounds like Rizzy Gang said, yep, that's true. I had a great time today with you, Rick, and the gang. My car will be done soon. Hey, you know how it is. With me, it's always the tire goes bad, I got to fix it myself. I even mount my own and balance my own tires. That's extreme, though.
I will admit to having a tire repair kit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my husband, who is same first name as yours, so I call him Loki when I'm referring to him, on purpose. And that was his choice from years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got the bars for taking tire off the rim and everything, but prefers not to use them.
Right. Yeah, I got an actual tire machine in my living room.
That kind of work can take a finger off.
Probably. I've never had a problem. I don't think I've ever been injured. And I've changed everything. I even have split rims on my bus. I've handled those myself, and they're dangerous. They'll take your whole head off if you don't know how to handle them.
Split rims will do that.
Yep. So what I do,
I've never had to worry about them.
I have my old school bus is my camper, so I've had to take them off before, and I could have put the newer rims on. I'm like, yeah, I got plenty of the split rims. I just keep using them. I put them on the truck before I inflate them. They blow up, I'll be on the road. I don't have to worry because they can't blow off. The way they're made, the part you bolt on is on the outside. So if they blow off, they blow on the inside. But when you're putting them on, before you bolt them on, if that thing goes off, it'll take you with it, and you're basically done.
Have you ever seen the steampunk campers people have made out of buses?
No, but my camper is an old bus.
When they decide to steampunk it up on the inside, it is so pretty.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine looks like a 1950s camper. Everything I build is 50s style.
Okay. Over here protecting my food.
Well, at least Milton fell asleep. I'm happy about that.
Okay, I'm going to jump back in the chat.
Okay.
All right. Nice talking to you.
Same here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Excellent. So, my first phone call in months. It goes to show the phone line still works. Hopefully the sound was adequate. It did show up on my sound meter, so it was probably working just fine. And Carnivore Jerry says, Rick, you need to buy me some bacon button. I am going to work on that. I have a problem. YouTube demonetized me, not because I've been a bad boy, but because my bank account went away. My bank basically took away my bank account because I don't use it that much because I don't have any money. So I'm going to have to start a new bank account and start all over again. That's what happened. So I will do that. All these donation sites, they all work with a bank account, and they took mine away. Interesting. I thought maybe I was on the FBI's most wanted list, but when I contacted the bank, they said, well, you had a small balance and there was no activity, so they canceled my bank account. If your bank account is inactive for a period of time, I'm like, what's a period of time? We don't know. Well, that's silly. How do you not know? But anyway, I'll deal with that. After I fix my truck, I'll deal with it. No big deal. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Wendy. Something Someone Blonde wants me to hurry up so he can have my plate. Sounds like your pet. You got a little canine, or in my case, it was a feline, Garfield, the big old orange cat. And he was a big eater. Milton has fallen asleep, so that's a good thing. So what I'll do, as soon as I go to the store, I'm going to get some more of that pork while it's on sale. And then, hopefully, and I do mean hopefully, I will be able to add more, and I'll just make my lunch after that. So anyway, we've had a very nice chat. How many people do we have in the chat? This is going to be... Oh. Okay, there we go. We have 30... Is it 31 people? I can't really tell. It's not many. You wonder how you could be... Yeah, right? They just do that. I think they're just naturally greedy and they want to eat all the time. That's the way that they are. So, let me see. Okay, so we did pretty good. I got 44 likes, 32 people watching. There may be more likes because a lot of times it didn't do that. Let me go over here. Refresh this. Let's see what we came up with today. 47 likes, and we have 32 people watching right now. That's pretty good. So I think it'll be pretty good. Let's see, 32. Yep, 32 watching right now. That's what Sandy has put into the chat. So anyway, does anybody have any additional questions, additional topics, or something else that you'd like to see? Go ahead and let me know. And as always, you're always free to call in the call-in line. 48 now. Okay, 48 likes. Well, there you go, Thomas. 48 now. That's awesome. I'm off to make a ham and cheese omelet. Catch you on the rebound. Have a great day. Well, I'm very glad you were here. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. And again, very happy to have the participation. And now we have 49. That's it. If you forgot to click like before you leave, don't forget to click it. Let's see if we can get that big 5-0. It'll be like Hawaii 5-0, except it's Florida 5-0. All right. That's excellent. That's a really good ratio because the most people we had at one time was around 50. Now 51. See? Look at that. So not only do I have a really good set of viewers, everybody clicks like. That's probably 100% likes. That's really good. So thank you so much for doing that. And again, let's see. And again, in my chat, this is now 52. This is it says 51. It has to update. This is the centerpiece of my live stream, and that is the chat. That's why last week when it wasn't working, I was pretty disappointed. But now it is working. So I can't be disappointed. Because other than that, all you have is me talking, which is nothing special. There's a lot of talking heads on the internet. But when you go over here and you have the chat now, a lot of people, they use streaming software. They'll use something like StreamYard, or they will use EVMux or one of these other services. But since I'm very poor, I do it locally on the computer, but I think it's pretty good. I kind of like this. And it does block, if I sit up a little more higher, it doesn't block my face. But you all know who I am anyway, and the camera's blurry. So this puts your comments into, 53, there we go, into front and center. And I have a lot that I need to do today. Again, I'm going to go shopping. And I'm hoping, if it doesn't get too hot, oh, excuse me, I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to change my clothes and get underneath that truck, try to get those bolts out of the torque converter and get the remaining engine bolts out. I may just hook up the chain to the Bobcat and pull that engine right out of the truck. Then what I want to do, I want to make a video as to why I had so much trouble with my truck. Do a compression test and then take the engine apart and see what it looks like inside. I'm very curious. Those are very durable engines, and the fact that the thing got to be so problematic just baffles me. So we're going to figure that out together. All right. So let's see. We have 35 people watching now. I guess everyone is remaining around. Comments? Well, anyway. So since the comments have seemed to have wrapped up, let me make some comments of my own. First of all, I know a lot of people, they make a lot of comments in the beginning of the video. I don't do that. I like to mix them in when the chat is slow. And as someone had mentioned before, when you have an interview and the person you're interviewing runs out of things to say, it is up to the interviewer to start to say things and try to liven up the conversation again. And Carnivore Jerry says today was fun. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad that I'm not boring you. I taught college courses for years, and no one ever said they were bored in my class, so that's a good thing. Now, what I want to talk about right now before we go is that there are several things that are happening during the week. And again, I tried to go through some of the live streams. Keep an eye out. I will be live with our friend Russ Mitchell, who was here earlier, may still be here. I'm not sure if he's still listening, but he was here. And the show is called Keto Cookout, if you're not familiar with it. It's on at 8:30 on Tuesday night. So look for me at 8:30 on Tuesday night. And unlike this show, where you have to call on the phone, on that show, you can simply join in by using the StreamYard link that is provided on his YouTube channel and mine. So feel free to drop in if you're not shy. I believe that most people do not want to go out on and be in a chat, so that's fine. I've never calculated the percentage. Somebody told me it might be 2 or 3% or something like that. So I don't expect everyone to be on the chat, but at least you can participate by typing in the chat. You don't have to be on video. And let's see. Let me see the rest of the comments here. It seems like my comments are not updating like they should. There we go. Okay. Your video style is smooth and polite. That is the Mr. Rogers influence. So I always tell everybody, if Mr. Rogers was a carnivore, then this would be what you would get. So there are similarities between me and Fred Rogers. I don't have any piano music, and I don't have any little model, but I'm going to do that eventually. I was thinking about getting out my old train set and model, and if I had the time, I'd build a model of the neighborhood, and you'd have like normal little houses there, and then this one house that's like a forest with a bunch of junk cars on blocks, cat roaming around, ducks waddling all over, and I call it Mr. Rodriguez's neighborhood. And then I have to make my own version of the song, which would be funny. Put the piano in the background. Come on down to Rick's place and see the little duckies, or something like that, and make it funny, like the parody they did on Saturday Night Live. I think that would be a good one. And then, open the door falls off, and then, go to change your clothes, toolbox falling down, all that kind of stuff. It'd be kind of interesting. Love your lives as well as your ride and talk videos. Thanks for what you do. Well, thank you so much for being here and watching. I don't have the most popular channel, but I have the most unique. And Carnivore Jerry says, Where is your address posted, if at all? I don't post it. I have given it to some people I know, but I'm going to come up with a way to make it possible to make donations. The thing is, I don't do the super chat because I don't like discrimination. I really don't want to discriminate I don't discriminate based on race, color, sexual orientation, or finances. Everybody discriminates based on finances. I don't. So I take it to another level. Now, I will criticize somebody if I think they're ugly. So I do discriminate based on looks, but not in a bad way, because you can be ugly and be very successful. I mean, look, you want to see somebody who's ugly and successful? All you got to do is look in the White House, and you'll see several of them. So that's just one of those things. Looks are not that important. But discriminating based on how much money you have or don't have, to me, is wrong, because I think that that is something that is out of your control, basically. Now, you could be a lazy loser and have no money. Sure, that's one thing. But I'm not talking about those people. And yes, I do discriminate against losers. And I have to admit, when I know people are losers, I avoid them. I'm sorry. But other than that, I'm not going to discriminate. I would totally watch Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. Yes, I have a feeling it could be quite interesting, because I grew up watching PBS as a kid. Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood were the first TV shows I ever remember seeing. And back then, they didn't even call it PBS. They called it NET. They had some weird electronic theme and this funny-looking house symbol. That's what it was when I was a kid. And then they changed it to PBS with the little P shaped like a head and then the BS next to it. And boy, when it comes to BS, there's nobody like government that knows BS better than anyone. Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. It was Eddie Murphy, I think, did something called Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. Remember that from Saturday Night Live? That was pretty funny. So I thought about doing that. Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. That would be quite an interesting live stream. And then you have the door open, have the neighbors come over, neighbors dropping off a bunch of garbage. Oh, hi, neighbor. And you hear the trash falling out when they dump all the scrap metal. Hey, Rick, I got some scrap metal for you. Or somebody else comes over. My Bobcat's broken again. I'll put it over there. That would be Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. Oh, we're going to go to the landfill today. Or we're going to go to the scrap yard. Go to the nursery. Or we're going to do some tree planting today. It would be kind of interesting. I think it'd make a nice show. And one thing about me, I may not be the prettiest dude in the world, but I ain't the ugliest either. And my voice is smooth enough and I can talk long enough where I can make anything work. A little bit of editing and a little bit of eliminating the sniffling, which I can't really get rid of. It's just one of those things that a little bit of editing could fix that very easily. Somebody has their software set up just right, it would work. And I think it would be kind of funny. It might even go viral, who knows. But definitely I want to do the neighborhood thing where you have the model houses and all that. I'll just do like a regular Miami neighborhood with a bunch of black, white, and gray boxes with the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris and all that stuff. And then my house with a bunch of trees, a truck up on blocks, a rusted out 69 Charger, a cat with the Halloween pose with its claws up, ducks all around. That would be kind of funny. I think that would, I'll probably get some help from some of my viewers. They could help me do that. That'd be pretty funny. Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. All right, let's see. Yes, thanks. Yes, that'll be the start of something great. I hope so. A fun intro, yes. And Little Demon loving the egg yolk and avoiding the bacon until he's done. Well, that's good. Pets can be very interesting. My little Milton sometimes will avoid certain foods, eat the ones first, and then eat at second. Even a duck. I've given ducks meat and duck food. They usually hit the meat first. The one thing that a duck cannot resist is an insect. If it's moving, a duck will grab it. If it's small and moving, the duck's going to eat it. And then they'll move on to the duck food. All right, so we have, it looks like 4.5 hours almost on the live stream. That's a pretty average one. 4 hours seems to be my average for live streams. And that's great. And the other thing about the live streams, they give me ideas for longer form videos. Eventually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make, I like the 10 to 12 minute subject videos. We have several people that make shorter videos. I've never seen him in my live stream, but you probably know John Laspina, carnivore teacher. He makes short videos, and he is in the live stream along with George Goodenough and what's her name? Happy Sexy Health. I forget. But yes, so you have some of these other live streams, and they do short videos as well. So I think I have the longest live streams, but I will also do short videos. And again, Rick's live stream will always be 100% free and open to everyone, including vegans, if they dare to come here, which is not a problem. You are free to comment. You are free to call in at any time. The phone number is there, and the phone number always goes to a genuine, and I mean genuine, rotary phone. This is not fake. You can see it right here. When you call me, it goes straight to the rotary phone. We don't mess around here. This is the real deal. And there's no virtual background because unlike a virtual background at any time, I can modify my background with no electronics involved. So I have just removed part of my background, and at any time, I can put it back in. So that's one of the beautiful things about it. Although putting it in is a little bit more difficult unless you're one of those people that's really good at doing things backwards, and I'm still trying to put it in. It won't go in. I just turn around, and there we go. It's back in there. Who else also keeps duck heads? You know you're a quack when there's duck heads around. And as always, what does that say? I don't know if you can see it, but it says Charger. Those are from 1969 Dodge Chargers. They're the real deal. And my stupid cordless phone keeps beeping because it's got a bad connection. What is wrong with you, you silly phone? Anyway, there's only one Live at 8 with Rick. There will only be one Rick ever. I don't think anyone is going to imitate my videos. I can't imagine somebody doing AI. It would be very difficult to imitate all the flaws, the poor quality camera, the issues that I run into. Would not be easy. All right, so let's see. Let's see if we can get this going. I may even do a ride and talk when I go to the store. Okay, so Carnivore Jerry has got some smiles. That's awesome. Iguana and duck hunting in Mr. Rodriguez's neighborhood. That is correct. Stephanie, yes. Stephanie is her name. I keep forgetting. I think of her YouTube name, Happy Sexy Health. Her name is Stephanie. And you have George, and then you have John, and then you have whoever the guest is. And I was one of the earlier guests. I tell everybody, all the great carnivore channels are easy to spot. Just look for the channels that pick Rick as an early guest. In fact, even famous people like Dr. Kiltz and his most excellent associate, Alia Wells. Who was one of the first people that she picked when Dr. Kiltz went to regular morning live streams? It's me. And why do they put me on their channels? I don't know. Why would anyone lower their standards low enough to put me on their channel? It's hard to imagine. But you'll notice that all the great carnivore channels, even the one that has the most carnivore interviews ever, picked Rick to be the first interview. I think in some ways I inspire people, maybe in a good way, maybe in a not so good way. But it's hard to say. But anyway, that's what I said. I've been, every one of these carnivore channels that I promote, I've been on. And continue to be on. I didn't mention Brian and Johnny. You know their channel. Brian calls himself Wicco's Carnivore, and Johnny the Carnivore Champion. I've been on their channel several times. They don't get enough viewers, so on, what is it, Wednesday night, check them out. There's just so many channels out there. We have Retired Rick, who was here earlier. He does Wednesday night chat. Check him out. No one should be watching TV I know a lot of people like sports and they can't resist it. I can't say it because I hate sports. But if you're going to watch a TV show and people say, Rick, why don't you watch TV? It's very simple. I have no desire to watch people that I will never meet and that don't know that I exist get in front of a camera. I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's like the whole celebrity thing. You know, people like celebrities who play music, but all the music I like is from people that are basically dead. So I have no reason to go to a concert. And when it comes to movies, people used to go crazy over these movie stars. What do I care? I will never meet these people in my life. I've never met a celebrity. But on the other hand, how many of the carnivore celebrities have I met? Quite a few. When you think about who's the most famous carnivore personality on the internet, who do you think of? Well, you think of the carnivore doctors. And I've already met a few of them. Hack Your Health. What about the carnivore YouTubers? I've met a few of them. Who's the most famous carnivore YouTuber of all who's not a doctor? Well, we know who that is. It's Kerry Mann. He has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And I met him in person too. And his most excellent assistant, Adam Lacey. Not only did I get to meet with him, but I got to talk with him when I was eating breakfast. So these are not, while they may be celebrities, they are not out of reach. These are people that I like. And I have no problem promoting their channels because I know they'll promote mine as well. So that's something really good. And there's other people I still want to meet. And you know who one of them is? It's Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore. Sooner or later, I will meet him in person too. And I know it's going to go really well. Because even if someone may be a little adverse to me on the internet, when they meet me in person, they do really well. I was really impressed that the very famous original carnivore doctor, Dr. Sean Baker, knew exactly who I was and actually said, "Hello, Rick," before I could even talk to him. Pretty amazing. So that goes to show a lot. And it shows that my investment in taking time to talk to other carnivores, to be interviewed by them, and to share my experience has been worthwhile. And every one of you confirm this every time that I have a YouTube Live, because I know that you're here. And Lizzie says, let's go Texas Tech. Well, there you are. There's the sports. And Sandy says, Adam Lacey seems really nice. I was very impressed with him. And I actually recorded part of the time I was talking to him until I realized I was talking to him, and I turned off the phone because I didn't want to record anything that he said without him knowing it. But from what he told me about what they've done with the Healing Humanity movie and all the places they've been and all that, my opinion of Carrie and Adam went way up. I mean, way up. So, and I know that earlier in the year, there was a little bit of controversy where people were thinking that I was trashing his movie. I was offering constructive criticism because I was very concerned about the price of meat going up. And guess what? I was right. I was 100% right. The price of meat went way up. And I was telling people, instead of worrying so much about a movie, they should be thinking about what to do about the price of meat. But the thing is, I know that they're going to make the very best effort in getting the movie. They say it's going to be out there next year. Let's see if anyone is nice enough to send it to me, and I will definitely give a critique on what I think about the movie. And again, it was really nice having Kerry himself personally invite me to the preview that he was showing in the breakout room, and having our most excellent friend Lewis go over there and say, Rick, you have to be there. And of course, I had told Adam earlier that I wanted to be there, but then Lewis confirmed it. So I was there, and then Lewis was smart enough to take a video of me reacting to when Carrie called me out. So, and again, how many other communities would bring people together the way that they have? And again, how can we not thank our friend, the carnivore motivational speaker, and we know who that is, the one who's always talking about rare to raw fatty meat and eating once a day, We know who he is, right? I'm sure somebody can tell me, or I will tell you. But I consider him to be sort of the let's all get together. Oh, come to my dinner with me. Let's go. And if you don't know who it is, that's Dr. Robert Kiltz. So, with all these people out there in the carnivore community, it's really nice. There's no competition. We're not fighting each other for the viewership. And I've told you, 2023 was the peak of the carnivore trend. We're now into the leveling phase, and then we'll be going into the decreasing phase. The carnivore trend is going to, it did this, it's doing this, now it's going to do that. And yes, Sandy mentioned there, it is Dr. Kiltz. That is correct. And most of us, including me, have now, he used to be at 5 a.m., which was before I got up. Now he's at 6 a.m. I get up between 6 and 7, so every single day I get up in the morning and I watch Dr. Kiltz's latest live. So he very quickly was able, not only did he set up the Kiltz community, which is the only one that has, well, not the only one. It's not the only one. There are 2 carnivore communities that are open to everyone. One of them is Carnivore Talk. That's the original free carnivore community. Our friend, and you know who that is too. It's our friend Bob, Carnivore Talk. And you can find Paul there, and you can find Geezy, I forget what his name is, it's there. So Carnivore Talk is Monday night at 8. That's the original free carnivore community. And I think he was actually trying to get the carnivore community that Joey, the original carnivore kid, set up, but he couldn't get it, so he started his own. So Carnivore Talk is the original, and then Dr. Kiltz's Mighty Tribe opened up to everybody. That was the next one. So Dr. Kiltz, I think, has the largest community. Dr. Kiltz is also the biggest donor to the carnivore cause. And it's a good thing that he has been successful in his business. That's one of the reasons I want to become successful in my endeavors, so that I won't be poor all the time and I will have plenty of extra money that I can go and donate to the carnivore cause. And one of the biggest things I'd like to do is set up a carnivore-based food network where people can make contact with farmers and ranchers, and instead of having to pay a premium more than you pay in the store, get it for the grocery store price or less. That would be my thing. So instead of having to promote the most elite meats, I'd be able to do it at a competitive price, something that the average person would be able to afford. And at the same time, it'll give the farmers and ranchers options. They won't have to settle for what the auction gives them. Sometimes the auction's high, sometimes it's low. There may be a cooperative. The biggest problem is that when you're dealing with animal-based foods, you have to have a way of slaughtering and processing the animal. And I don't think there's too many people that want to take on the challenge of processing their own cow. I am willing to take on the challenge. First of all, I'm a really tall guy. Second of all, I'm pretty strong for a skinny guy. And third of all, I've been butchering so many ducks and iguanas over the years. I think a cow would actually be a little bit simpler because you don't have to have so many small animals. You got one large animal and you can carve it up. Now I'm going to need a walk-in cooler, but I can get those from a restaurant that's going out of business relatively cheap. Those things are dirt cheap. Once I got a new place to live and I got plenty of land, I don't think it'll be too difficult for me to set up my own sort of slaughterhouse. Okay, now, Sandy prayer request. There we go. Oh, a channel. There's Grandma. Yep. The Buckeyes are playing tonight. Thought Russ team, Ohio State. Russ's team, yes. We're talking about kilts. Yep, exactly. Like you, Rick, my mind was changed about the Man Clan. Yes, the thing about Carrie Mann, when you first look at them, it kind of gives you that sort of telemarketing vibes. It's like, what are these people selling? And then they go and sell overpriced soap and, overpriced whatever. But the thing is, once you get to know Carrie Mann and his family, you realize, and I got to meet Jen as well, you realize that they are good people. They're absolutely good people. They may not have the most economical products, and they do a lot of different things, but the reality is, and when I talked to Adam, that was the real wake-up call, because Adam admitted the movie may not be a financial success. And he accepts that. And Carrie accepts it too. I mean, I don't think they want to think about it failing, because obviously Carrie's had issues with depression and all that. So they're trying to keep that positive mindset. And I understand that. I understand, because I don't have a problem criticizing, and people criticize me. I take that as a compliment, because they're telling me the possible things that could go wrong, and I appreciate that. But not everybody wants to think that way. So the thing about the movie, I am confident they're putting their best effort into it, and everyone that donated to the movie donated to a good cause, because even if the movie bombs in the box office, it's still a very important record of what's happened. Carrie rose with the carnivore community. The carnivore community was on the uptrend when he jumped into it. And Carrie is a very big part of why the YouTube carnivore community exploded so quickly. And he's still a driving force in the carnivore community. So not giving him the credit that is due is wrong. And that's a reason why. Now, my opinion of him has always been a positive one. I've never been critical of him. I was just skeptical about some of the claims they made. But I realize that we're all on the same page. And if it does succeed, good for him. I appreciate it. Any financial benefit that he gets from this is well earned, and it won't be enough to cover what he put into it. And all the people that donated to it, and again, Dr. Kiltz, I think when he did his first fundraiser, he threw $1,000 at it at first. So Dr. Kiltz is a real deal, and he knows. And I think Dr. Kiltz is an excellent businessman, because he knows that marketing. I think of Dr. Kiltz as like an old Las Vegas casino. Now, don't take this the wrong way. Today, if you go to Las Vegas, they're going to charge you for parking. They're going to charge you to breathe. They're going to charge you everything. They're not going to give you a buffet. They give you nothing. They just take everything from you. But in the 50s and 60s, you went to Vegas, they wanted you to gamble. So they would give you a low-cost food options. They'd give you free drinks. They'd take care of it. They'd do anything to keep you at the table gambling. The thing is, you're still paying money. And their casino probably made more money under that system. But the people were happy, because if you were broke and you didn't have the money, you didn't have to gamble. You could go there, go to the buffet, hang out with people. You could do whatever and then go away. And you go home feeling good. If you lost money, I went to Vegas, I lost thousands of dollars. But you think back, the food was good, the service was good, I had fun. Sure, I lost, but I had fun doing it. And that's kind of the mentality I have. If you're doing something, maybe you're expecting something to go well, and it doesn't go well, but you had fun in the process. You're not going to feel as bad about it, and guess what? You're going to come back. You may have lost all your money in Vegas, but next year, when you got some money in your pocket, you're going to think, you know, I had a great time in Vegas. I'm going back. I'm going to go back to the Sands or the Dunes or Stardust or Frontier or whatever. I'm going to go back. I guess the only place that you could go back to now would be Circus Circus if it's still standing. Sahara, yeah, they've changed. But today, it's black, white, and gray. It's all about extraction. No good. No good at all. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying. So, again, we're all on the same team. And Dr. Kiltz, he puts out the free group. He has his paid services. And, you know, even if you have to pay for some things, at least you feel good. So I think that's what Dr. Kiltz to me is, like an old Las Vegas hotel and casino. He's not one of those like the new ones where they take you for a ride. Oh, you got to pay to get in. And then if you're not satisfied, not only are you upset, but you lost your money. At least when you voluntarily enter a business and you stay there voluntarily and things don't go well, you leave, you don't feel as bad. But it's like the DMV. You go to the government, you have to go there to renew your license, and then they treat you badly and you leave feeling really bad. But on the other hand, if you went there to try to win a prize and you lost, no big deal. It's fine. And I think that's one of the most important things, understanding how people think and how to use that to your advantage is a great thing. So that's why I try to keep this live stream in a realistic way. We're not pessimistic. We're not optimistic. We're realistic. It's a balance between that and the other. Okay. I know nothing about okay, we're talking about Texas. Led for a minute, came back, and we're still going. Yeah, we're still going. Really enjoy Carnivore Talk. And again, it's not just the live. I don't spend as much time there as I should, but they do have a board. What do they call that? It's a community, but we used to call that, there was a name for it, but whatever it is, you can make comments, ask questions and stuff like that. So, and again, I recommend it almost every week that I do my live stream. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Carnivore Talk, but if you are not, the name of the owner is Bob Angle, and you can go ahead and check it out, carnivoretalk.com. Afraid driving? Yes, they do. When a duck sees something moving that's small, they're going to eat it. John is cool. George and Lainey make my life better because I smile. Well, there you go. And George is another one who always talks about me. He even has a duck that he puts across the screen when I'm on there. So all the good ones, they know or talk about Rick. That's just the way it is. So it's like, you know how they used to have the Good Housekeeping seal of approval for products? I tell everybody in the carnivore community, the good carnivore seal of approval is you talk about Rick once in a while, you say hi to Rick, or you've interviewed Rick, or you do a combination of all these things. So I am sort of the standard by which you know who the good and the not as good channels are. That's kind of what it is. And I see someone says message board. That's right, Amy. Paul says, do you think we need to establish carnivore database individuals, metabolic markers over time? I think so. I think that would be good. If you could make a record of the problems you had and what day you have, like Carrie did. Carrie has medical records. So they can say, well, that didn't do any good for you. He had atrial fibrillation, depression. He was on medications. He shows his box of medicines. If you could do that, that'd be a great thing because it's just something else to put out there. The vegan people, I get so angry with some of them. There was one of and you know who really aggravates me? Mick the vegan. I get so upset when I see that disgusting, lying, whatever, talking about vegan crap, Oh, and then laughs every time the carnivores are out there. You tell me how in the world you can get vitamin B12 eating a vegan diet. Sure, if you're a rich person like they are, because they're making money off all the suckers that buy their products, you could buy a ton of supplements made by industrial factories, and you could be a vegan, yes. But if you were living out in the woods and you were eating nothing but plants, how long would you live? Not very long. And think about this. Think about, there was a guy, a German guy. He started a coconut cult where the people were eating coconuts all the time. And I think they all died trying to eat coconuts. Can you imagine that? These fruitarians that I've known, they're all sickly. They all grow these big shaggy beards, or if they're women, they look like they just came out of Auschwitz, and they're eating nothing but fruit. It's like, how can you do that? You can't do that. And on the other hand, you have people out there that are working out there eating meat and fruit, and they're looking good. Even Saladino. We know the Saladino is a total wacko. And I don't think he looks that bad. Saladino looks good. He's 48, I believe it is. He looks good for 48. And he's eating the honey, the fruit, tons of carbohydrates, but he's also eating the meat. And he's active. We have, in my live stream, we have Tim, the odd fitness guy. He's what, 43, 42? Check out his channel. Look at what he looks like. Look at how active he is. And he eats meat and fruit. He's not a carnivore. He's doing fine. So, but the vegan people, you can't do it. We're not made to be vegans, period. I tried it. I failed. It almost killed me. And then people listen to this crap. And then when they get sicker, they just do more vegan. Look at the old thing that they said, meat rots in your colon. We just had him again. We had, what is his name? The Kent carnivore, Lee Kopus. Anyone that says that meat rots in your colon, you can look at him. He's a living laboratory. Everything he eats goes into a clear plastic bag so you can see what it is. And does he look sick? No, he looks fine. The guy washes windows for a living. He's active. I've seen him do his handstands and exercises. What would happen if he would have been vegan? He'd be dead. Absolutely. So that's what makes me angry. But yes, if you can make a database of the metabolic markers that you had, I think that would be great. And we could put that. You don't even have to put your actual name. You could put like carnivore 1, 2, and 3, and so on, and put it in a permanent record. So the next time somebody gives us a vegan BS, which they love to do the vegan BS, we can say, okay, if you think veganism is so great, explain these people. Explain it. If I could just get my vegan friends to change. Now, I do have my ex-vegan friend. He's not carnivore. He's more in line with low-carb, meat-based, and he's doing fantastic. I mean, he's in his 40s as well, and he looks amazing. I don't ever remember seeing him looking that good in my life. And I've known him since he was a kid. He was a kid when I was in college. I know his family. So I knew him. He was always sort of the skinny, kind of weak, and kid that got sick all the time. He had so many infections. He'd been on so many antibiotics. Meanwhile, I've been bitten by wild animals and scratched by other animals. I've never had an antibiotic. I've been stepped on rusty nails and had branches fall on me. I've been attacked by poisonous plants. But that's it. But anyway, but yeah, a database would be awesome. It would be good. Outside of carnivore doctors don't really jump on that. Well, that's fine, but it's something that we could all benefit from. I like that Kilt shares his cell phone number to everyone to text him. Yes, that's another thing. There are only 2 people that I know of who do live streams who share their phone number. Dr. Kiltz and who's the other one? Now, I can do text messages, but I can only do it when I'm at my computer. So if you send me a text message, it may be all day before I do it. I respond to it. Okay, let's see. The comments we're hitting. Looks like we're going to hit a 5-hour live stream today because I got on a Rick rant. LOL. Yep, funny. And as Amy said, it's called a message board. That is correct. Good thought, Amy. Yes. Rick is on a roll. That is true. And Kiltz is cool. All right. So let's see how many people we ended up with. And we have... All right. There's my live stream. Let me go ahead. I see 33 watching right now. So that's pretty good. I'm impressed. It was an excellent live stream, as it always is. I don't think I've ever had a bad live stream, even when I had technical issues. So that's a little something that I really like about the live stream. Anyway. Oh, Jerry Griggs, you share your number. Okay, so that makes 3 of them. Okay. So there are a few out there, and that's really good. And the comment I missed here, Gary says, just when I thought I licked my gambling addiction, Rick got shopping for a Las Vegas getaway. Well, the problem is, if you're going to go to Las Vegas and have a good experience, you're going to have to invent a time machine. You're going to have to go back before at least 2010. I would say if I was going to go to Las Vegas, I would need 2 things. One would be a gas mask, so I don't have to breathe all the cigarette smoke. And 2 would be a time machine to go back to the 1970s. If I was going to go to Las Vegas, I'd want it to be anywhere from the 50s to the 70s, but especially the 70s, because there were so many interesting places, all that neon, free parking. That would have been awesome. Going to Vegas back then. And I don't even gamble. That's the funny thing. I don't gamble. But I'd hit every single buffet that I could get my hands on. The prime rib, the shrimp, all that good stuff. That's living right there. Unfortunately, the corporations have wiped it out. Now it's garbage. I wouldn't go to Vegas if you paid me. And again, other than the Heart Attack Grill, I don't think there's any place that I would do that. Okay. Let me see if I missed any comments here. I don't think I missed any. The great thing about this is that every comment that I haven't seen is highlighted. So we'll go through here. This looks great. Okay. I think I got everything. I don't think I missed anything. I missed this one. Rick's house, like half when a kid is not taught to keep his bedroom clean. Okay, that was back when I was outside. Please teach me how to change the oil in my 2009. All right. So it looks like we had a very enjoyable and successful live stream. I went to Vegas in 1980. It was so fun. Yes, Vegas was nice. There's more pot than cigarette smoke in Vegas. That's pretty sad. And pot smoke is almost as bad as cigarette smoke. I was in Las Vegas in the 1970s and then again in the 90s. I'm sure you could see the decline, although in the 90s, there was still some of the old stuff left. I noticed watching on TV in the 90s, you started seeing wiping out all the interesting places. The dunes, the sands. What was the other one? Hacienda. A bunch of these places. El Rancho, Aladdin. They just started wiping them all out. And then they built this corporate crap. Desert Inn, all gone. Robbie Autry, great chat, Rick. Thanks for your input and your time. Well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm here because of you and all my, well, it looks like we have 37 people watching right now. That's really good. Time for Rick to go meat hunt. And the other thing, too, considering I was sick earlier in the week, I think I'm doing pretty good. Talking for 5 hours when I had a cold, flu, I was not feeling great. And here I am a few days later with a good old Rick live stream. I don't think I've sneezed once. So that's pretty good. But yes, it is time for Rick to go meat hunt. I'm going to get on my bicycle. What I'll probably do is maybe talk a little bit while I go for a ride, but I won't wear this shirt because this shirt is sort of part of my live stream. I'm going to try to preserve this. This shirt is extremely old. It's almost 30 years old. This was the one that I rarely wore out of that collection. And, you know, it's old. So we're not going to sweat in this thing. We'll keep this as part of the costume. It's just part of it. And everything you see around me, when I do move out of here, one day you'll be, well, I'll be in the same background if I'm still doing live streams and I haven't died of a heart attack. And then one day you'll see me walk outside, and instead of seeing a neighborhood full of cars, you're going to see a field with cows, goats, or whatever other animals are around. There may be a lake with iguanas all around it. Who knows? So all that you see here will remain. I might even keep this couch because I do need to reupholster it. It is pretty ratty, but I can do that. I'll get my sewing machine out and reupholster the silly thing. Encyclopedias, plastic cabinets my dad built in the 60s. They're going to stay. And you can see over here, move this camera. The phone, they're staying. Stereo, printer, computer, all that. It'll just go with me to the new location, and that's it. And of course, it's not Live at 8 with Rick without an original 1960s Shure 55S microphone. That is the trademark, along with the old stand and the, this thing. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm on the wrong camera. Let me switch. There we go. I used to keep the microphone below me, but I found that actually I have more freedom to move my hands if I do it this way. The microphone is below me. Every time I move my arm, I hit it. But this way, look, I have all this open space. And I had one of my viewers say it reminded them of like wrestling or something where they grab the mic and they pull it down. I have one of those retractable things also, where they go, let's get ready to rumble, something like that. Let's see here. Okay. Let me wrap this up and let me see if, do I have, no, I don't. Okay. Oh, okay. We have more comments. Okay. There is a small agribusiness in North Texas that has a small Go Butcher at class they hold. Okay. Yes, that's it. If you could find somebody local where they can do that, that would be great. And I do believe that every carnivore should be able to catch, cook, and clean at least something they eat. They did a presentation of at an event I went to. Oh, good. What size of shirt do you wear? Okay, I will show you. What size do you wear, Rick? I know it's tall, but it is a medium tall. I mean, tall, I wear large, but let me show you this one here. Where is it? Take this one off. All right. Can't really see it, but it is large. I wear large. This one is a little bit, I mean, it's somewhat long, but the longer the better. But I wear large. And my pants are 36 waist, which is what I normally wear. I've been wearing the exact same size clothing since I was 25 years old. My size has not changed. These pants that I'm wearing are also quite old. They are probably at least 30 years old, and they are indeed, I'm not going to take them off, 36-inch waist. I was hanging out in Kerry's chat a lot when he was going nuts trying to get hold of Bill Knott. Well, doesn't that go to show that Kerry was very concerned about Bill Knott, and he wanted to help him, so that's good. And I don't think it wasn't to try to get attention. I think he was just generally concerned because Kerry had all those problems. He went on the carnivore diet, and it made him feel better. And then somebody reaches out to him, and I think he would feel like a failure if he didn't bring somebody else into the carnivore group. So I think that's what happened. That's good. And hi to John. There we go. Yes. Again, glad to see you back again. Love Kilts. Don't we all? Don't we all? Kilts was very welcoming to me when he saw me. He's over there taking pictures, And I have a picture of me that you see in the beginning with Dr. Kilts and Dr. Nelson. Dr. Nelson's another great carnivore doctor, very knowledgeable. It's amazing. See, Dr. Kilts has a talent for bringing the right people into his team. That's why I say he's a businessman. Dr. Kilts is a master businessman. He knows how to get people excited, and he knows how to bring people into his group. That's why he's a success. So you could definitely use him as an example. The guy's got plenty of money, and he's doing well. He's not hurting, and it's because of his personality. It's a great thing. Okay, let's see. Are we back to the strip show? No, I'm not taking my shirt off. Nobody wants to see the little skinny arms and whatever else. Although I do have almost six-pack abs. I'm not no pretty boy. I've had a busy day. George is here. Just dropping in to say hello. I'm heading to tending to London tomorrow for the Monday meetup. I'm picking Dr. Kiltz up from the airport on Monday morning. Awesome. And again, one of the advantages about having money is you can travel everywhere. That's why Dr. Kiltz is such an important part of the carnivore community. He's everywhere. If he was poor like me, you would only see him once a year. Only as far as a bus could go. And even that is a stretch. And we're saying hello to George. I can't see you. I can't see because I'm driving. Tell me what size you are. I am large. That's what it is. George, hi and cool. Hi, everybody. I'm glad I stayed a little bit later. I got a couple other, George came in here. 36X. I don't know, but the waist is 36. The length is long. I think it's also 36 on the length. Longer is better because my pants are usually a little short, as you can see. People say, oh, are you waiting for a flood? I used to get that. Carrie is a very loving, caring, and was genuinely worried about Bill Knott. So glad they connected. Yes, that's the feeling that I had. Yes. And again, I'm sorry if anyone in the past thought that there was an animosity because there isn't any. I agree. Nelson is a sweet pie. Yes, he is. A lot sweeter than Milton. Where did Milton go? Milton left. He's lurking somewhere. And Kelly, Broken Carnivore's here. Hi, Rick and everyone, who is also known as, what is his channel called? Now I forgot. Off-Grid Carnivore, maybe? I don't remember. I know Bob calls himself Off-Grid Carnivore. But yes, I see Kelly was putting up some videos. I haven't seen any videos from you lately, but that's okay. Inseam leg length. I believe it was 36. If I look at it, again, I'm not going to take my pants off because somebody might get the wrong idea. And Venetian Cat, hey, George, there you go. I think he just brought me into his group. He calls me his troublemaker. Well, see, this is why Dr. Kiltz is successful, because he knows how to find the people that he can use to bring other people in. It's like, what do they call that? It's not like a sales funnel, but similar. You get the people out there, and then along with them comes another group of people. And then that way you can get them interested. Then you make a little controversy. You put out ideas that are a little bit different. And then that way that sets you apart from the group. If you tell people the same thing over and over again, you end up like a mega church where you have thousands of people that come in, and then when things go wrong, they leave. Next thing you know, the church is abandoned and sold to build apartment buildings. But when you use the Dr. Kiltz method, you're over there. And again, the first time I saw Dr. Kiltz, I thought used car salesman. But see, Dr. Kiltz is like an old Las Vegas casino. I'm telling you, that's what I see. You may look at it, you look at that casino, and you know you're going to lose your money. But you don't realize there's a buffet inside. There's people that are nice to you. They'll comp your room. They're going to give you stuff. So that way you have a positive opinion of them. So no matter how well you do in business, you're going to do well. And again, Dr. Kiltz has a business that's profitable. He doesn't have to squeeze us for money. So he can be generous, and that's a great thing. I would like to be at that point myself, where I was making a good amount of money, and I could give people things, and I can invite them. I can have get-togethers. That's what I want to do, because I can invite them to my house, and we could go bowling. I could finally set up my bowling lanes with my pin setters and my pinball machines and all the pool table and all that other stuff. You come to Rick's place, you get served the most delicious steaks. You get to bowl. You get to play. Maybe we'll go on an ATV ride. Maybe we'll go on an iguana hunt. There's just so many things that you could do. That's what I'm looking for. And that's why I'm hoping that when I move, I'll be in a rural area. I'll have contact with people that grow, they raise meat, they have food, even the veggie people, even the avocado farmers. I got a friend that's an avocado farmer. The people that raise other bananas and whatever else. They raise vegetables. We get them all together. You can come in. You can be part of our group. You want to be carnivore, you're carnivore. You want to be cooked carnivore. You want to be raw carnivore. You want to be paleo. You want to be whole foods, keto, whatever. You're all welcome in my group. And no one's trying to convert anybody else. And no one is trashing anybody else. That's the beauty of it. And it works because there's nothing that says you can't be a person gardening and growing fruits and vegetables if you're a carnivore. I do it. I grow fruits and vegetables. I've said it since my first interview. I do not have a problem with people eating fruits and vegetables. What I have a problem with is people being exploited. If you're being exploited, you're being lied to. People are conning you. They're telling you that you're going to get this and that if you give me money. You're putting up a paywall and then you're taking advantage of people. Then I'm against you. But if you're offering people things and you say, you know what, you can buy my product. It's your choice. You want to buy my product? That's fine. If you don't, we can still hang out. Then I got no problem with that. People love to buy overpriced crap. That's why Ferraris and Lamborghinis exist. I don't have a problem with somebody owning a Ferrari or Lamborghini, even though I make fun of them constantly. Oh, okay. I guess they're wrapping up the car washing across the street. But I don't have a problem with people owning a Ferrari or Lamborghini or other overpriced junk. That's your choice. You know, if you want to buy that stuff and drive it around, that's fine. Me, I'd rather have a restored 69 Charger. But in today's world, it probably costs as much as a Ferrari. What would a 1969 Hemi Charger go for now if it was restored? That's a good question. But you see, in my world, the idea would be like, let's not have scarcity. Let's not have ribeye steaks $30 a pound. Let's have ribeye steaks where everybody can afford one, where you could work an hour and buy 4 ribeye steaks. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's have a world where people can do things and be rewarded appropriately. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Okay, there we go. Dr. Kiltz is very generous. He gave me admission into his coaching course for free. There you go. I think he gave it one away as well in his last live stream. And I have somebody calling on my other line, which I'm not going to answer. Hi, George. Yes. Hi, Amy. There we go. I got a hi for Kelly. There we go. Get Rick. 36. Yeah, right. Must have picked them all back up 1,000 times by now. Yeah. And the comments have really come in strong. Dr. Nelson is funny, smart, and nice. Okay. Show Me Homesteader. That's what it's called. I forgot the name of your channel. Kelly is now a Sirloin Adventure. There you go. So Kelly's Adventure today. You must mean, what does she call that? Avenger, not adventure. That's probably they spelled it wrong. The internet and chats can be easily misconstrued all too often, Rick. Yes. Dr. Kiltz know how to have fun. Humble opinion is why he's successful. That is right. And that's the example that we should follow. Don't let yourself get butt hurt, and that's it. Because once you become personally offended, you drive people away and you put yourself out of business. If you're going to take advantage of people, you're going to get caught and you're going to get marginalized. So don't take advantage of people. Let people take advantage of themselves. That's what I say. I wonder if Noah ever wore short pants. What are you waiting for, a flood? There goes Gary with his jokes. Mr. Rodriguez Neighborhood Theme Park. There we go. Since there's still snow on the ground, it's hard to do outside videos, so I'm doing videos inside. We're making a homemade lip balm from tallow today. Out on Monday. There you go. A pyramid. But us carnivores do not drink the Kool-Aid. Remember, that is correct. We drink the Broadbrock instead. Great video on deodorant. That is very true. Don't be like Rick that doesn't use deodorant and everybody runs away from him. Thanks largely to Dr. Kiltz, I now have at least one carnivore friend in 37 states. There you go. See? And isn't it funny how Dr. Kiltz actively seeks out the people that maybe other people haven't noticed, and he pulls them in. And that increases his influence. So Dr. Kiltz uses association as a way, not so much marketing, but as a way to improve association. It's a real talent. Understanding Dr. Kiltz, I think, could make a lot of people successful. I know people that were very intelligent, had very good products, but their bad attitude drove them out of business. And this is a problem. You can't treat people like crap and expect them to keep coming back for more. It's not going to happen. You're better off not letting yourself get offended. Be like Dr. Kiltz and succeed. Because again, just because you're the smartest person and the healthiest person doesn't mean you're the most successful. And that's it. So, you want to learn from somebody? Learn from Dr. Robert Kiltz. And even, we know, Dr. Barry is just, I don't watch him because he's so out of touch. But on the other hand, you have, who's another one? Dr. Baker. Dr. Baker's pretty private, but yet he has his Rivero medical group, whatever, but he still maintains contact with some of us little people. And that's good. So even though he's more on the elite tier, he's still successful because he doesn't go around trashing people. He doesn't try to break them down. He does reaction videos, but in a respectful way. So another good example. But I think Dr. Kiltz is the king when it comes to bringing people together, because even when some of the other people that are prominent criticize him, he asks questions. He kind of reminds me in a way, you know how every time somebody confronted Jesus, he would ask questions? It's kind of like that. It's interesting. Dr. Kiltz is definitely, and my initial impression, I call him the motivational speaker of the carnivore space. I got to see him in person at Hack Your Health, so that is pretty much cemented in there. The motivational speaker of the carnivore community is Dr. Kiltz. Excellent. Once I get the Homestead Farm up and going, then I'll be a lot of outside videos for the Homestead channel all year round. Yes. See, unlike Florida, you do have a winter, so I can understand that. Thank you, Sandy. Kelly, yep. Lamborghini, Ferrari, overpriced junk. Yes, it is. But again, if you like those cars, go ahead and buy them. But don't show that car to me as an example of your success. Because when I look at you in that car, if you're a young guy, I see you as a scammer. And if you're an old guy, I see some midlife crisis going on there. Now, if you drive up to me in a 69 Charger, I'm going to notice I'll be over there so fast, it'll make your head spin. And the first thing I'm going to ask you is, did you restore this car yourself? And I'll look at that car and I'll find every good point and every flaw you could ever imagine. You bring me any restored Mopar, nobody knows Mopars more than Rick, who drove a 69 Charger for over 30 years until it literally fell apart. And it's still here in my side yard, ready to be disassembled to build another one. I love old cars. And I tell everybody, I would rather ride a bike than have a new car. I like to have a car. It has a few requirements. Number one, metal bumpers. The bumpers have to be steel and preferably chrome plated. Number two, V8 engine. We like V8 power around here. And number three, it's got to weigh at least 3,500 pounds. No little compact cars for me. The bigger, the better. My van, that's almost 6,000 pounds. That's what I like. Big, yes, it's a Ford, but I don't have any Ford engines. Those are international engines. They're not Fords. Okay. I came to Carnivore to heal, then discovered the community, stayed for the fun. And again, I know you're in it for the fun because every time that you see me in the chat, the duck goes across the screen. So I know that you're having fun with it. And Paul says, is Kiltz still doing carbs? I believe Dr. Kiltz does eat carbohydrates from time to time, just like all of us long-term carnivores. There is no such thing as a long-term carnivore who does not eat carbohydrates from time to time. Those carbohydrates could be in dairy, they could be in fruit or vegetables, or they could be in eggs. So yes, Dr. Kiltz occasionally makes ice cream and eats that. And he also admits that he does, I think, what else does he eat? I think he was eating yogurt or something like that. And he just added seafood to his diet, which is all in line with my carnivore diet. Still carnivore. Carnivore with a little carbs is still carnivore. The problem when you're addicted to carbohydrates, that's a different story. That would be like Mitch, old guy carnivore. Mitch admits to being a carbohydrate addict, along with several of the prominent carnivores that admit to being a carnivore addict. Think of John Laspina. Those people do not eat carbohydrates because it leads to an addiction. So this is the thing. It's very important to understand, yes, Dr. Kiltz eats some carbohydrates. Does he do it on a regular basis? No. But again, you can always ask him. You could probably text him. He might answer if he has the time. Best person to ask is Dr. Kiltz on one of his 6 a.m. lives. There you go. That's what George says. That's what I say. Dr. Kiltz talks about doers, watchers, and complainers. He is drawn to the doers. So if he notices someone is because they are a doer and he looks for that in people. Okay, that's it, Amy. That's the key. Dr. Kiltz looks for doers, watchers, and complainers. If they're a doer, he looks for them. That's right. And that is the key. And that's how you succeed. You don't succeed by being around a bunch of complainers. And I tell people that if you're going to complain all the time, I'm not going to listen to you. You are free to complain as much as you want, say as many things as you want. I don't have to listen to you. I can listen to elevator music while you complain about all the people that have done you wrong your whole life. And that's not what I'm going to, I don't do that. You notice I never complain about anybody. I complain about types of people. I never complain. Well, I did complain about Mick the vegan. Yes, I admit that because he annoys the heck out of me. But it's just, I normally complain about types of people. And George said he's giving Dr. K a ride in my Nissan Micra. It's either that or Steph's Porsche. I have never heard of a Nissan Micra. I mean, I remember Nissan when it was Datsun. They had the 240 cars a lot of people had. I don't like foreign cars. I like V8 power. When Rick is driving, you got to have 8 cylinders in front of him. That's my thing. So everything I drive is V8 power. Even that diesel truck I have, that's V8 power. And I don't care. Plus, if I do get into an accident and I end up hitting something in the front, I have 1,000 pounds of battering ram in there to take out any car that sideswipes me. So I feel better that way. And in a truck or van, if I get rear-ended, I have about 15 feet of metal between me and whoever hits me. So I feel pretty good. The only time I've ever been hurt is when I was in my friend's small car, and that's what gave me a hernia. Although I do admit I was rear-ended in a Bobcat back in the 1990s by a pickup truck. But guess what? I wasn't even hurt. Didn't even get a scratch. It scratched the hard hat. Didn't hurt me at all. Next thing I know, I was looking at the ground from the side, thinking, what just happened? Oh, well. You love my town. Lots of antique old car shows for free, as well as gorgeous rolling art lowriders. Well, there you go. It must be a more rural town where people can afford cars and they don't have to spend all their money on rent and taxes. I'd rather have the older vehicles than the new ones. One of my most favorite truck out. Okay. That's it. 426 Hemi. That's right. Kiltz eats a few fries from time to time, as does Rick. I haven't had any in months, but when my plantains are out there, you bet that I'm eating some of them. I have a rule. I only eat plant material that comes from my own yard. And I will eat it, and I'm fine. But I'm not addicted to that crap. The only thing I'm addicted to is meat. That's it. You're my one friend in New Mexico. That's nice. Yep. It still has a tag. Tags don't last with me. Tag destruction is kind of personal. My most favorite truck out there is a Ford. Well, Kelly, I got news for you. Have you looked at my video? That's my truck. 73 to 79 Ford trucks. I remember those, the rust buckets. They're good trucks. F250 and F350 with 7.3 IDI engine. Those engines are hard to kill, and we'll pull down a barn. Well, mine is dead, and I'm going to take it apart. So if you like those trucks, you're going to see me fix up mine. And the reason I haven't got rid of the truck is even though it has some rust, it's not a lot of rust compared to what you see here. I am going to fix the small rust holes once I get my welder working. And I do want to paint my truck. If I could find some paint at a decent price or get some company to send me some, I'm going to paint it right there in my front yard under a tent. And I'm going to get my old 1990 F250 back on the road. Maybe I can find some hubcaps for it. It'll be factory fresh and ready to go. And I'll be driving around in my truck powered by vegetable oil, by used seed oils. So you're going to have a lot to look forward to. In fact, if you look at my video earlier, I was showing you how much I've taken apart because I'm going to get the engine out of this thing hopefully today or tomorrow if I don't keep blabbing myself away. I like the 72 GMC long bed. Again, super rust bucket trucks, but popular with collectors. And we have some hearts over here. So I have gotten to the chat. It's almost what? 5.5 hours. Okay. It is 1:28. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up after I've done my rants and my comments and all that stuff. And again, you want to see me again live, I will be here Tuesday night, 8:30. Now I know Mitch, he does his live stream at 8, so you may be watching him, but I think he's moving it to 7 o'clock, a little earlier at night, which I agree with. So if you want to have a great Tuesday night and you like live streams, check out Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore, at 7 p.m. And then at 8:30, he should be done by then. You can go to Russ Mitchell's Keto Cookout with special guest host Rick at 8:30 Tuesday night. And you can come on, and I know Kelly does many times, although he never gets much time to talk because between Russ and the rest of us, we just talk way too much. So that's pretty good. And we have a thanks from Sandy Blythe. And Bill Cook says, had a 99 F350 dually, 7.3 liter, full-size cab, rode better than a caddy, smooth, and AC pump nice. It's a heavy truck, and that was a Power Stroke. If it was a 99, my van is a 98, and it has a Power Stroke 7.3. All my vehicles, other than Mopars, are diesels. I would never have a gas engine from anybody except for Chrysler Dodge, and that's it. So all my other vehicles are diesel. And of course, what is a vehicle I spend the most time on? It runs on pedal power. And I'm eventually going to make a video about leverage, and I'm going to use the bicycle as an example of the ultimate form of leverage that we humans have developed. The bicycle is something that gives us a lot more than we put into it. Only the bicycle can take us farther and faster than we can by walking, and it takes less energy out of us. That's really good. So, give me an REO Speedwagon. Well, there you go. Okay, I'll be in chat with Thomas and Julia later. Well, there you go. So, remember, we do have, I don't know what time that is, but definitely I know Thomas has his live stream at 4, and that's getting close. It's already 1:30, so it's not even, 4 hours? Check it out. I got a lot to do. If you don't see me in the chat, I'll be working on my truck while I listen to the live stream. The F350 is a nice one. Yes, it is. Have a wonderful week. Well, thank you, Brooke Graves. Thank you so much. Many ambulances are built on an F-Series frame, and some of them were built on an E-Series frame. I've seen a lot of ambulances that had the van as the basis for them. 74 Cutlass, not sure. I think 350, 72 Nova. Had too many to count. All that good old American stuff, which they don't make anymore. Now everything has a touch screen, and it's a piece of garbage. 99 Ford F250 with 7.3 Power Stroke. It was a great truck, and my dad had one as well. That was a great truck too. And of course, the Power Stroke has that hydraulic injection system, which is more expensive when it fails, plus the high-pressure oil pump. But in my van, it's been doing pretty good, and I don't put that much mileage on it. I don't think I put 2,000 miles a year on my van. The van actually sat idle for 12 years since my dad died, and it put 0 miles on it. I think it only ran once to move from one side of the yard to the other when Hurricane Irma came, and then it just died. But now I drive it. I don't think I put 20 miles a week on it. I just use it for work. That's it. All my short trips are with the bicycle. Hello. When I start doing long trips, it's going to be in the pickup truck. The other thing about the pickup truck, it is a great cooking engine. The 7.3 IDI gets a little bit hotter. The Power Stroke tends to be hotter near the turbo. So if you're going to cook on your Power Stroke, it's also messier because of the V shape. But the pickup, the exhaust manifolds and everything in the truck is a lot more room under the hood, better cooking. You can do a whole rib roast in a 1990 F250. I've done it, and it was absolutely delicious. I went to visit a friend of mine in Orlando one time. By the time I got to Orlando, 4.5 hours, the rib roast was done. We took it out, we sliced it. We had the most delicious lunch ever. It was so good. Of course, you know I put extra fat in there. I put a bunch of extra beef fat trimmings in that container, which was stainless steel container that I formed using a pressure washer and had a clamp-on lid right there on the engine. Man, it was so good. I was just, amazing. Okay, so let me see how the chat's doing. You know me, I don't like to ignore anyone. Even though we don't do super chats and we never will. Super chat is forbidden on Rick's channel. Right, Milton? And Milton has returned to let me know that he's hungry again. All right, I will feed you, Milton. So anyway, the comments seem to have shut off. We have still 35 people watching, which is pretty amazing. All right. Anyway, that's looking great. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's wrap this up with a little bit of music. If I can find it. I know it was here somewhere. There we go. That is not working. Okay. Is that the one? Okay. That's not the one. I think that's it. Let me see what it sounds like. It's just not playing. That's not the one. Where's the one that I wanted? Oh, I know you're here. Okay. Hey, Milton. What? You're a silly puss. What? Okay. I think that's it. How do I turn this off? No, Milton. No, don't play with that. That's bad. You're a bad kitty. Let's see. Okay, that seems to be working. All right, so let me check the comments, see if there's any more that are left. And let's see, there we go. All right. There it is. I just gave ketosis a raw chicken leg. No recording. Okay. Should be coming up. Yeah. It shows that it's playing, so that's good. Okay. It is playing. Excellent. All right. And my mouse cord is being pulled by Milton. Okay, that's usually a sign that we need to wrap this up. He's over there pulling the mouse cord. It's like, Rick, where's my food? It's past lunchtime. I'm hungry. I want my raw pork. All right, Milton, you'll get it. No problem. Okay, so comments are pretty much done, I think. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mandy Beddoes. Rick late, but hi from the UK. Well, hello. I'm glad that you're here. And we are wrapping up. If you want, you can watch some of the replay. Otherwise, if you want to come, you'll probably be asleep by then. But on Tuesday night, we have Russ, Mitchell, and Rick for the Keto Cookout at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So that's pretty good. All right. Excellent. So anyway, I just want to thank you for another great Saturday live at 8 with Rick, which is now live at 1:30 something with Rick. But that's okay. I still have plenty of time. I'm going to go to Winn-Dixie. That's my next trip. I'm going to change my shirt. So like Mr. Rogers. Put this one on here. It's got a shorter pocket, so I can do a ride and talk if I want to. I'll put this on. What did he always say? Tomorrow, tomorrow, whatever it was. I'll have to come up. I have to come up with my own version. Mr. Rodriguez's neighborhood. All right. So anyway, we are down to 32, and we're going to go ahead and get all buttoned up. And hopefully, there'll still be some of that delicious pork at Winn-Dixie. And that's it. So, and we have one more comment from Mandy Beddoes. Keep safe, Rick. I will. I really appreciate that. And thank you for being here, even if for a short time. Every new viewer that we have, every return viewer, and everyone that comments, I think helps move this live stream up. I don't get more than, I've gotten up to 400 and something views total, but, it's not going to be. What? What do you want? You want to say goodbye? Come here. Come on. There we go. Milton. Hello, Milton. There's my Milty. Woody. Milton says goodbye. There you go. You're a sweetie. Yes, you are. You're so lean. I'm going to fatten you up. Well, once you get fixed, you will get fatter. That's the way it works with kitties. Once they get fixed, they put on weight. That's right. I'm going to get you fixed. Yes. Okay. So, Milton says goodbye. Yeah. Amy says goodbye, and Mandy says gorgeous Milton. Let me go over here to the other view, and here we are with the beautiful Milton. Go on, Milton. Say goodbye. There we go. Look at that cutie. Look at that sweetie. Oh, my goodness. No wonder people like you so much. Nobody wants to look at me. Aw, you're a good little Milton. Yes, you are. Cute little Milton. He loves attention. You are such a good cat. And perfect timing, too. You behaved nicely today. I like you. You come over here to say goodbye to everyone, and now you're going to the kitchen so I can feed you. Okay, so I appreciate your being here. Thank you so much. And one more check, and I will click the button, and this will end. And we have bye, everybody. There we go. And Bill Cook also is saying goodbye. And I didn't miss any comments that I know of. And hopefully next week I'll still be alive. I haven't had my heart attack. And I'll be here for another Live at 8 with Rick. And hopefully by next weekend, I will either have the engine in my truck or I'll be working on it, waiting for the parts to arrive. My goal is by the end of this year to have my truck fixed. And I'll be taking all of you for the maiden voyage of the truck that has not been running since November 2023. And that'll be great. So, Kelly, you like F-250s with the IDI? Well, it's coming. I'll be driving down the road with my AC cold as ice and running on pure seed oils. So, all of your vegan friends that use seed oils, tell them, put it in my truck. Don't eat that stuff. Just give it to my truck. All right. Thank you for being here.